to the second day of the Aspen-GMF Bucharest Forum. Good morning to people following us online on Facebook and Zoom. Let us now delve deeper into the pressing issues that bind us together. May our conversations be a catalyst for meaningful change, and may the ideas exchanged here inspire actions that will resonate far beyond these walls. Thank you for your commitment to shape a better world. I am honored to virtually welcome Marie Doha Besancenot, Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy at NATO, who will deliver an online keynote address on behalf of the Alliance. We would like to specially thank the NATO Public Diplomacy Service for their continuous support of this forum. Enjoy your day.
Distinguished guests, good morning. I'm Marie Doha Besancenot. I'm NATO Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy, and I'm very honored to be addressing you, the Aspen and GMF Bucharest Forum, Aspen Institute Romania, and the German Marshall Fund of the United States are both long-standing partners of NATO's Public Diplomacy Division, and we deeply value our cooperation. So today, with increasing great power rivalry, with Russia's brutal war of aggression against Ukraine, of course, and with the current conflict in the Middle East, polarization, fragmentation, and suspicion threaten trust in our democracies. The work of the Bucharest Forum has become even more important in that respect for the region. So thank you for organizing, once again, very timely discussions on themes of strategic importance to NATO with key actors. The current security environment brought a lot of attention to disinformation and propaganda in particular. We know that the information space that we live in today is loud and contested. It's driven by algorithm. It's ruled by targeting mechanism, which really overpower the free play of opinions. Overall, it is completely destabilized by deceitful messaging supported by heavy chatbot activity. And as we all know, authoritarian actors like Russia and increasingly China are using all those hybrid tactics to advance their geopolitical goals and to interfere in our societies, to undermine our values, so democracy, the rule of law, and rules-based international order. This widespread manipulation of information is directly targeted at our citizens, shaping behaviors in the long run, influencing decision-making in our societies, and weakening very directly support for Ukraine. Last summer, at our summit in Vilnius, we showed unprecedented display of allied unity, and we also communicated very clearly NATO's priorities as a collective defense organization. For the first time, the battle against misinformation and disinformation, hybrid threats in general, was clearly described by allies as a NATO priority. Allies were even encouraged to tackle it in a coordinated manner and attribute it disinformation if they have the tools to do so. Of course, this demands innovative responses from NATO and from all the institutions and governments faced with the same threat. So what is our approach here at NATO to countering disinformation? We focus first on understanding the environment and then engaging with the actors. Understanding means analyzing, tracking false narratives, alerting our leaders, and providing actionable recommendations to adapt our communications and our messaging. So we look closely at what our audiences are hearing or reading, where they get their information from, and we try to be present there too. We also engage by communicating proactively, using tailored messages about who we are, what we do, what we don't do also, and we assure them of our readiness to defend every inch of NATO territory. So we are present on all types of platforms, and we work with influencers to engage with new audiences who don't necessarily know of NATO. Of course, nothing would be possible if we worked alone. We really need to join forces with like-minded partners, which is why we have a whole-of-society approach. We work with allied governments, with the European Union, with the G7 Rapid Response Mechanism, and like today, we work with think tanks, civil society, and of course, independent media. NATO's ability to reach out across all sectors is key to our collective ability to address the challenge of disinformation. And I really believe that events like this one today are very good examples of that approach. Today, more than ever, each one of you in the room has a role to play to contribute to shaping our information environment in a way that promotes reliable information, fact-checking, nuanced views, respect for plurality of views, and for encouraging dialogue. So with this, I wish you a fruitful day of debates and discussions, and thank you very much.
We are really grateful for all the support this forum received for the NATO public diplomacy divisions during the year. Now, we are going to start the panels of the day, and a very short logistic reminder. If you want to ask questions, please go to the mic, which is here just behind. Now it's quite in front of me, so for you to see it. So, to introduce our first panel, Rising Europe, Central, South and Eastern Europe, a new European architecture, I'm inviting on the stage Mr. Romain Lequinu. I hope I pronounced the name okay. Program Officer, International Republican Institute. Welcome.
Thank you. And the pronunciation was perfect. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the plenary session, Rising Europe, Central, Southern, Eastern Europe, towards a new European architecture. My name is Romain Lequinu. I'm Program Officer at the International Republican Institute, and this is my great pleasure to be here today and to moderate this discussion. A very important discussion, obviously, as the region is facing major challenges. Ukraine continues to fight for its freedom and for our freedom, for democracy against the Russian invaders. Conflictual situation re-emerge in Caucasus, as well as in the Middle East, and tensions remain high in the Balkans and around the Mediterranean region. Cynically, present times also represent important opportunities for Central, Southern and Eastern European countries as the EU enlargement process seems to be revived and the strategic importance of these countries is clearly on the rise. With that in mind, the question is simple. How can we build a Europe that is more secure, that is more prosperous and that is more democratic? How to build collectively a new European architecture. And to answer these questions, let me welcome our four distinguished speakers. First, His Excellency Cameron Munter, former US Ambassador to Pakistan and to Serbia, and currently based in Czech Republic as Senior Fellow for the Center for Transatlantic Relations at the Cevro Institute. Welcome. We have also Tornike Parurava, Director of Euro-Atlantic Integration Department at the Directorate General for Security Policy and Euro-Atlantic Integration at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Georgia. Welcome. Also with us, Rosa Balfour, Director of Carnegie Europe. Welcome. And last but not least, Doru Francescu, CEO and founder of EUmatrix.eu. No, I can sit there. Thank you. Let's start directly with the main question here, and I would like to turn the question first to Cameron. How are we heading towards a new European architecture?
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity, and thanks to the organizers again for allowing us all to come back to Bucharest, which is always a pleasure. Look, we want to be very quick and make a few points to begin with. The question has been raised about whether there's a new architecture, but there's two elements here that I think bear thinking about. First of all, institutional change is not enough. The social change that needs to go along with the institutional change, the mobilization of people, of electorates, not only in Central Europe, but in Western Europe, in my mind, has not taken place. So that as much as we wish to talk about institutional changes, whether it's in NATO, whether it's in the European Union, whether it's in new institutions, Bucharest 9, who knows, whether or not these things take place, without the concomitant support from the public, this is not going to go anywhere. Now, the good news is, I think the war in Ukraine and even the war in the Middle East are part of a process by which people are being told by their political leaders they have to wake up and look at things. But as long as the debate is whether people are paying 2%, whether people in the East are more aware of the Russian threat than people in the West. As long as it's kind of kept in those silos, that's not the way to go. And what I wanted just to emphasize is there really are two ways of thinking of this. And the way that I look at it is that two kinds of light. One is a laser, one is a floodlight. A laser, someone who's trained as an engineer, for example, in the American military, looks at a problem, defines it, and tries to make everything else external to the problem. Focus. That kind of thinking, I think, is too prevalent in the capitals in Europe, even too prevalent in Washington. You have to have a floodlight, a broader light, which is not as precise as a laser, not looking at details as much, looking much more broadly at the intersection of society, economy, and institutions. That we have not done, and as a former diplomat who is very much a floodlight and not a laser, I do think we need more of that. So my answer is, I think the question has been raised, I think it's out there, but without social mobilization, without the levée en masse, we're not going to get that kind of institutional change that people would like to see.
Thank you. Tornike, what do you think about this?
Is it on? Yeah. Well, thank you for this opportunity to Aspen Institute and GMF to be part of this. I think we are definitely heading towards the new architecture. I think new architecture is created as we speak today. And I have particular reasons. Let me take this into a more security domain. I think a Russian war against Ukraine has demolished the existing, at least post-Cold War architecture in Europe, and especially security architecture. So I think we are heading that direction already, and the significant changes are already happening. Finland has joined NATO, Sweden is joining NATO. NATO has drastically rethought its security arrangements around its eastern flank. EU is drastically reorienting its trade relations, especially its reducing drastically its energy dependence on Russia, which will have an effect and which will change the architecture definitely. The energy was a very important part of the European thinking in previous years, and it to a certain extent dictated the architecture that we had. This will have an immense effect on the nations which are aspiring to become both NATO and EU members. And I think a new architecture will be essential for restoring rules-based international order, because the order which we had in a pre-Ukraine war era never provided security arrangements for countries like Georgia, but still at the declarational level, we were told that there was security order and we were part of it. So now I think we are entering the phase where all of that is being rearranged, and we are in the process, and it will lead definitely to a better environment in Euro-Atlantic area.
So a fairly optimistic view. What's your point of view, Rosa?
So first of all, thank you very much for inviting me here. It's very nice to be here in Bucharest at this forum. I would say, in terms of architecture, I mean, we're talking about existing institutions that are going through, and this is the beginning of a big shift, and we need to see where that big shift is going to go. The first point, NATO and security. NATO enlargement has already happened. NATO refocusing its core mission on the European continent. This is happening. As far as the European Union is concerned, we're at the very beginning of a process, and we need to see where that process is going to lead. I'm optimistic to the degree that I think the EU can transform itself, can include countries such as Ukraine and Georgia. But of course, the path, it's a long path there. There's one institution that we haven't talked much about, and that is the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE. That's not doing very well at the moment, obviously because it includes Russia. But actually, if we think about post-war Europe, we do need the type of competences that the OSCE has embodied to bring reconciliation on the continent. So there's a big gap there. And I'm not entirely sure that the EU and NATO are going to fill that gap. So it's, you know, the architecture, it's the existing architecture rather than a new architecture. It's at the beginning of a process of transformation, but that path is a long one and will require a lot of political will, and also, as the ambassador was saying, it will require the involvement of citizens, and it will require a new political consensus on a wider European continent.
Absolutely. Doru, you are the communication guy here. How you do pitch the European architecture?
Well, indeed, I could only agree with my fellow panelists that this architecture needs to be done in sync with the European population. You need to have the population on board in order to do this, because just because we're starting a process of creating a new European architecture doesn't mean necessarily that it's going to be successful. No, there have been processes in the past that have been successful, the latest one being the Lisbon Treaty reform, but there have been other processes like the constitutional reform at the beginning of 2000s which didn't go well precisely because the population was, in some countries at least, was not in sync with the whole process. Therefore, communication-wise, we really have to make sure that the population is on board with this. And it's good that we started talking about this because Europe needed a new momentum. There was a little bit of fatigue in the reform of the EU. It needed a new momentum. Of course, we're not talking about the EU alone. We're also talking about the whole region that will be included in this European political community. But it's good that we're starting the debates, but we have to be very careful with the debates and the direction in which they are going and the implications. There is a lot of enthusiasm as at the beginning of any reform. When people hear about a reform, good, great, because everyone thinks that their interests will be better defended, their interests will be better represented in the new architecture. And then when the actual negotiations start, that risks enter into a fatigue, that risks creating some frustrations when you see that actually the direction in which it's going is not necessarily what you hoped. And there's a lot of hope at the beginning, not all of it is confirmed. Therefore, I think the process is not going to be easy, it's going to be complicated. There is a lot of enthusiasm here in Central Eastern Europe that the role of this region will be better covered. We'll have to see how that is going to go. There are, elements that may go in its favor, like the repositioning of the center of gravity, as some people say. Then there is the big discussion about removing the unanimity and entering into qualified majority for all of the matters to be discussed in the Council. That's a very complicated issue, because it can go in all directions. Yeah? So, for example, in the country that we're in, removing unanimity would have helped this country entering the Schengen zone, so excellent, that unanimity would be removed. But that's just one situation. In other situations, the small countries are in minority in the Council. Yeah? The small countries are in minority when it votes with the qualified majority. The big countries still have the upper hand because they have bigger population, bigger voting power, so we have to be careful where this goes so that nobody feels alienated at the end of this whole process.
Thank you very much. You said complicated. We will continue on a complicated topic. And I would like to address a second subtopic of this question, which is the East-West divide, the divide between the countries in the eastern part of Europe and the western part of Europe. Since 2022 and the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia, we can see that the center of gravity, or at least we discussed that the center of gravity in Europe is moving towards the east. Is it or not the case? This is something to discuss. What we see is that there is still some divisions within Europe. And I would like to have the transatlantic perspective here. If we remember in 2003, Donald Rumsfeld said that there is a new and old Europe. Is it still the case?
Well, it was convenient in the context of the Iraq War to talk about a new and an old Europe. And of course, there were the leftover elements of what came out of the revolutions of 1989 to 1991 that were the overlay then. I think we're in a different situation now. I think what we have now is a much more difficult task in drawing distinctions between East and West. There is not one East, there is not one West. You're talking about a city like Prague, which is just as expensive as Paris. But then you're talking about people living in rural Slovakia who are perhaps thinking differently than the people who are thinking in rural Romania. That is, within the East, there is more variation, and between East and West, there's more variation. What I think has happened is that the kind of discourse that we associate with the East, usually it's associated with, say, Polish politicians, having a concrete sense about the security threat from the East, and a discourse that one associates maybe more with Berlin, which is there is a world in which political power is no longer, this kind of violence is no longer relevant, where we can have markets in China, cheap energy from Russia, and protection from the United States, kind of a world without end that didn't take any kind of action. I think those two kinds of discourses have not so much collapsed, but under the impact of the recent events, you have a discourse changing in both sides. That is to say, it is not just a question of Central and Eastern Europe having concrete concerns about security from the East. People in the West have it as well, but their adjustment is difficult. And again, I look to Germany as suffering perhaps more than anyone else from the confusion of this change of discourse. So East and West, when you say, is the center of gravity going east? In a sense, the debate has taken on characteristics that were more familiar in the East than they were in the West. But does that mean that decision-making power and institutional power has moved east? That remains to be seen.
Mm-hmm. Rosa, let's go to something easy. Institutions, EU institutions. Yeah. Do you think that its institution is the reason why we still have this remaining divide between eastern part, western part? We can talk also southern, northern Europe. Do you think also that the EU enlargement and the reforms that are supposed to come with can fix this situation?
Okay, I think the first point to make about the center of gravity, I mean, in security terms, obviously, we've seen a shift. In political terms, less so. And let me just premise this, because I've always been someone who has regretted the fact that within the EU and with an enlarged EU, countries who joined in 2004 were not more influential in the decision-making process. But we still see that France and Germany are the indispensable engine. And when France and Germany don't get along very well, things do not work at the EU level, at the pan-European level. Now, what are we seeing? We're seeing, multiple constellations and pushes and pulls in various directions, but I think Central Europe is less influential than it could be. Why? First of all, it's split. Even the Visegrad 4 haven't been functioning as a bloc for a long time, therefore they're less influential on the Brussels-based decision-making process. Secondly, thinking ahead about the future European Union, what we're seeing, and the Assistant Secretary General of NATO was saying this earlier, we're seeing a much tighter interconnection between security, the economy, and democracy. So these threads need to really be connected if countries and geographies want to be influential in the EU in the future. And this is another area where Central Europe is lagging behind. Not all the member states are in the euro, for instance, and of course we have democracy and rule of law issues in a number of countries. So how will this play out on enlargement? On enlargement, I mean, the first thing, we're talking a lot about QMV and taxation and foreign policy, which actually is a little bit of a red herring in the sense that it's not that relevant insofar as the enlargement debate is concerned. What we really need to talk about in preparation for enlargement, and I say this again, I've been consistently in favor of EU enlargement. But we need to talk about the financial resources and the redistribution. We're not talking about these policies at the moment. That's where the real difficult political battles will take place. And it's not going to happen now. It's going to happen probably, maybe, in the run-up towards the discussions over the next multi-annual financial framework, or perhaps even after that, which would postpone the date of the next enlargement. So, this is an existential transformation, and it's a Herculean task. So we need to look at it in its complexity and understand the political dynamics, but also the financial and economic issues behind it. At the moment, the debate is only scratching the surface. It's good that the debate is starting. It's very good that France and Germany have put it on the table in terms of political reform within the EU, and not just in terms of, promising to making commitments that then the EU might not be able to fulfill. So it's very good that this debate has started, but we need to be very realistic that the path is going to be a tough one, and it's going to require a lot of creativity, and it's going to require really rethinking what the EU is about.
Yeah, the financial aspect is very important indeed. Orban Viktor already started to talk about this. We have also some signals from Slovakia, so it's important to have this debate. I would like to turn to Georgia. And first, Georgian society obtained a few days ago the symbolic reward for its EU aspirations. Congratulations for this. Do you feel that Georgia is listened at the moment? Is it a proof that Georgia has its voice heard? And do you see it as a contextual moment, or do you see it also as a proof that there is a new way of living together politically in Europe?
Thank you. I do believe it was a historic decision, a recommendation to grant aspirant status to Georgia. And I think time will show that it was truly historic, not only for Georgia, but for NATO, for EU as well. You have to understand that for many years, Georgian society was told that it's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. There were particular forces domestically and externally who were trying to persuade Georgian population that it's a mission impossible. So your government is lying to you when it says that you are moving towards EU and NATO. It's never going to happen, and you have to rethink your priorities. And I think the resilience was discussed yesterday in this room, and I think Georgian society demonstrated a very significant example of resilience in the face of very strong, very guided disinformation campaigns. The decisions of that magnitude usually are a combination of many factors. So I would not say that it's only Georgian persistence, but it's definitely a change of mind in European continent in general. The one which we were discussing during the first round of questions, that definitely played a role. Georgia's persistence, Georgia's the consolidation of Georgian political spectrum and society around the idea played a very important role, because we've been pushing this idea for many years. In general, I think the tendency is very positive. Again, I might sound too positive today, but tendency looks very positive, at least from the part of the world where we live. We do hope this tendency will bring us to our ultimate objective. But the most important decisions are to be taken in the future, and those are still ahead. What I mean in that is that we have to prepare ourselves for the time when the war in Ukraine is over, when the territorial integrity of Ukraine is restored, and we go back to a table for redrafting European order, and especially a security order in Europe. In that context, we have to make sure that countries like Georgia and Moldova and others who strive towards European and Euro-Atlantic integration have their voice heard. My worst fear is that people will be so happy with the situation being resolved in Europe that in Ukraine, sorry, that the other countries will be left in the bloom again. And if it happens, it will have a dramatic effect. And I have a very specific example for that. In 2008, we considered Georgia to be an isolated case. We thought that it was one of the time event, and we could manage it. We could manage it locally, and then forget it and continue life as nothing was happening. Now, my fear is that we are about to make the same mistake about Ukraine, that Ukraine could be considered as an isolated case. And once it is resolved, everybody is very happy, and we go back to business as usual. We have to make sure that in new security order or new architecture, which will be created after the end of the war, the countries who have this desire are given the right to exercise a free foreign policy, free from outside interference, free from blackmailing. Yeah, that's the decisions of the future which have to be taken, and it has to concern not only EU part but NATO part as well, because as you know, there is no development without security, and there is no security without development. So those two organizations are very much interlinked, and transatlantic bond there is an important factor which the war in Ukraine only underlined its importance.
Yeah. As a French working for a US organization, I can tell you that I'm relieved that some disturbing ideas about a new security architecture in cooperation or kind of discussion with Russia is over. So that's a good thing for all of us. Before to get to the last question of this panel, I would like to invite the audience, if you have some questions, to go to the microphone, and then we can have, according to the time, 5 minutes and something to answer your question. But maybe a last bit controversial, straight to the point question. We have this remaining divide. Whose fault is it? Is it the fault of the Western European countries that were not able or willing to listen? Or is it the fault of Central, Eastern, Southern European countries that were not able to make their voices listened?
Listen, it's not about putting the fault on someone. It's the dynamics that we're seeing, and but I like the provocative way of putting it, because indeed, you can also put it like this. But it's the whole dynamics. Once you were part of the EU, and this is what the Central and Eastern European countries have been given the chance to. You have the chance of becoming influential in shaping the EU legislation, in shaping the European architecture. But after that, it is up to you. It is up to you to create the mechanisms, the internal mechanism, to create national consensus, to create regional consensus, to create coalitions. And as Rosa was just saying, that Central Eastern European countries don't really have a line, and after the latest developments in some of the countries, like Slovakia, for example, or not to mention Hungary, it's very complicated to have a common line, but that doesn't mean that you can create coalitions only within this region. There is a diversity of coalitions that you can create. You can create coalitions with the Scandinavians on some matters, with the Southerners on other matters, with the Northwestern Europeans on other matters. So there is still a divide there, but I think at the level of political integration, CE is strongly politically integrated into the whole European architecture, that at least that part of the CE, which is part of the European Union, of course. There is, of course, the economic gap, which is still there, and which is preventing a harmonization of the policies, but which also results in a certain divide when it comes to the policies, because whereas at the beginning, when these countries joined the EU, there was a lot of enthusiasm and everyone in the CE was following the lead of the Franco-Germans on all of the policies just because they were happy to be part of the club. In time, they have seen that just following that line blindly doesn't necessarily defend your interest in the best way. So you still have to make your voice heard and show that the economic and social situation in this region is somewhat different than in Northern Western Europe. The priorities of the population, the state of the development of the economy and the society is different, and therefore the decisions that are made in Brussels have to take into account and have to be more balanced. I'm talking, for example, about the preoccupation which is much higher in Western Europe on the environmental direction, and in Central Eastern Europe, the preoccupations for the economic growth is still much bigger. So there has to be a balance whenever these policies are being decided in Brussels. Sometimes this balance was not. That created a bit of alienation. Now, what can be done in the future? I also have to raise one point which seems a bit overlooked in Brussels and elsewhere. The governments across Europe are becoming increasingly unstable. Otherwise said, the governments fall faster and faster across the EU. There is an increasing instability. There is the speed of replacing the politicians at the top echelons is increasing. This is a phenomenon that we're seeing from Portugal, from Portugal all the way to Sweden. What does this mean? It means that it is much harder to make long-term plans, which have very big consensus in the society, in the political class. It's very hard to build projects, strategic projects that will be supported and that you are certain that they will be supported in 2, 3, 5 years. So we really have to pay attention to this, and this brings us to the beginning of our discussion, that you need big consensus among the politicians, among the political class, before going ahead with a project, because otherwise the opposition will undermine you, and the opposition will come to power much sooner than you think. This is what is happening now. That also means that you need the ones with the speed of replacement of the politician increasing. It means that the new ones need to be ready for the tasks. They need to be properly educated, they need to be in sync with the agenda, they need to have the knowledge to get things done, because in many countries you have politicians which race too fast, and they're still unprepared for the job. That's why the young generations need to follow this phenomenon. There's an opportunity for them, but there's also a risk of being, of having things more difficult to plan on the long term and execute them.
Thank you very much. I can see we have no question from the public. We have one question from the public. We have two questions from the public. Oh, okay.
Hello. My name is Liliana Popescu. I'm coming from academia. And as an academic, I'm going to ask a very uncomfortable question. How can we talk, and under what conditions? Of course we can talk, but under what conditions we can talk about new European architecture under the conditions in which Europe is under attack? And we know that. We know the warnings of Mr. Putin saying that he wants Europe to go back to 1997. So, yeah, this is my question. Thank you.
Who would like to answer?
I'll give it a shot. I think that we have had a transformation in all capitals, in all different ways, to recognize that we can't deal with Putin the way we've dealt with him before. Now, does that mean we have a unified answer? No. But I think some of the suggestions that we're coming up with here are ways in which we deal with that. I think especially the question that my colleague mentioned about don't forget the outlying elements. That is, don't try to solve problems in Europe by isolating them and solving them, but by seeing them together. No one has mentioned, for example, the West Balkan Six, your neighbors here. If we keep looking at the West Balkan Six as an isolated kind of incident, I think we get nowhere. But if the West Balkans and their neighbors, say Romania, say Bulgaria, and their neighbors to the north, are all part of a rethinking of what this threat means for Europe, Georgia, other friends, then we have a chance to rethink the way that we do policy. So in this sense, I take issue with you. I think we are aware of what Putin has done. We just haven't come up with a coherent way of managing these issues yet. I'm optimistic that people of goodwill and talent are working on that.
If I may, to continue that line, I think the request which you mentioned, going back to 1997, the borderline, is exactly the reason why we need to rethink the existing architecture. I think one of the important lessons that we have to learn out of this war again is that the spheres of influence and the so-called neutrality areas, the buffer zones, did not prove to be right approach. So I think that demand of Russia to go back to 1997 line was the result of, to a certain extent, of an appeasement policy where we tried to accommodate totally unlawful requests of one particular player, on European continent, and I think that policy failed. And the realization of that policy failed leads us to creation of the new architecture. Yeah, that's what I wanted to add.
Oh, I agree 100%. I mean, that's what Putin's invasion of Ukraine led to, that realization. That's what it took. But yes, it's the end of the recognition of, spheres of influence. It's okay, the EU and NATO are going to get bigger, and there's going to be a hard border with Russia. It's not what Europeans wanted, but it's the only response possible to Putin's invasion.
Sir, over to you.
Paul Schultz from London with Global Foresight Strategies. I think my question fits onto the last one, and it's about the language and the emotion with which relations with Russia need to be discussed. I see a dilemma in the commentary that's building up. It is necessary to combat Ukraine fatigue. If the Russians are not to be allowed to win in Ukraine, it's necessary to continue to support Ukraine. But that can only be done by mobilizing a certain amount of emotion behind it and not ceasing to be angry, not ceasing to look at what is happening every day and letting it become normalized. But that gets caricatured as Russophobia. If you concentrate on atrocity and lies and murder, the Russians have this convenient word, the Tsarist diplomatic service coined Russophobia. It's irrational, it's wrong. So it seems to me that what's necessary is a kind of Russian disgust, not to individual Russians, but to the behaviors of the Russian state. But if that is mobilized, how do you integrate Russia in a new security architecture the day after? How is it possible, in other words, to remain sufficiently determined and yet not create a chasm between Russia and the rest of Europe, which would be impossible to bridge in the new architecture? That surely is part of our problem, isn't it?
Would like to...
Yeah, well,
please.
I mean, I think this is a huge problem. And I think Europeans haven't quite made up their minds whether we're fighting Putin or whether we're fighting Russia. And I leave that open because I think this is an open question. But a lot will depend on what happens in Russia. And I think the general consensus is in the entire West is that the West is not pursuing regime change. It's down to Russians to decide what their future will be. And depending on that future, then the new agreement or architecture or the way in which the West engages with Russia will be shaped very much by what happens domestically. There's been, I think, partly because of the bad reputation of the regime change policy that the US was pursuing from 2003 onwards, there's been great reluctance to say anything about domestic politics in Russia. But there's also been great reluctance to judge the Russian people on the basis of what is happening. These are people that have been under dictatorship or various, forms of dictatorship forever. And, how Russia is going to evolve is a question that is beyond the influence of the West.
I think one of the problems we have is that there is a certain overload, that there are tasks that are immediate, and this task, for example, the support of Ukraine militarily, various other questions that we've talked about. And the idea to overplan, that is to anticipate where Russia will be 5 years from now and what kind of architecture will come up, is something that, in my opinion, is probably not as fruitful as making sure that we win the war. And, you may have Donald Trump in the White House in 2025. And if you have Donald Trump in the White House and you've made a plan based on the consistency or the trajectory of how current American politics works, your plan is not going to be worth much. So I guess I'm not trying to argue against the concept of planning. It's a great question. Where does Russia fit in? I'm just not sure we're at a point yet where we have the foundation on which we can build a coherent notion of how we deal with Putin, post-Putin, and Russia at this point.
And that will be the conclusion. Before to go back to the stage, I would like to say a few thank you to the organizer for the opportunity of this discussion, and also more generally to the possibility to have these 2 days of interesting and engaging conversations. Thank you to the audience for attending, listening, and asking a few questions. And please join me to thank our excellent speakers for this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Romain, and all the panelists for bringing new perspectives into our vibrant exchange of ideas. Next two panels will be focusing on the situation in the Black Sea region. For the first one, turbulent waters, Russian hegemony in the Black Sea, I welcome on stage Alina Inaye, Senior Fellow, German Marshall Fund of the US.
Good afternoon. I'm very happy to see that we almost have a full room for a discussion which is obviously very important, very timely, and very difficult, although all the problems were solved in the green room, so we are just coming here to tell you the solutions. I do want to invite the panelists to join me on the scene, and I will announce each of them as they will start speaking, so we don't do a long list of names right now. And do you have another speaker who should be up on the screen? Oh, hello, Mr. Lang. Can you hear us?
Hello, good morning, everyone. I can hear you very well.
As in almost every year since the forum started, which is 12 years ago now, we have a panel on the Black Sea. We have a panel on the Black Sea because we are in Romania and the Black Sea is important for Romania. But in the last few years, in the last 2 years at least, we are having a panel on the Black Sea because the Black Sea region is a theater of war, because the security of the Black Sea and of the region is increasingly more complex and more difficult with the war in Ukraine, but not only with the war in Ukraine, with everything that is going on now in the Middle East and with the conflicts which are somewhat surrounding us, and with the great powers, to use a term which was very much used in the history of Romania, with the great powers being preoccupied with a lot of other things. We'll be trying to untangle the security of the Black Sea, what is needed for the security of the Black Sea, obviously what is lacking, and if anything can be done. As I said, with 5 wonderful speakers, and I'm very happy that we have here people who are extremely knowledgeable and very involved in the security of the Black Sea. And I will start with our Romanian speaker, Iulian Fota, who is the State Secretary with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Romania, and ask you, well, pretty much directly, how safe is the Black Sea? I'm talking about the sea itself. I'm talking about the region, and what do you think, as a Romanian, is still missing for the region to be as secure as possible at this moment and in the future?
So, good morning to everybody, and thank you for having me. Coming from the host countries, I was convinced I will be the last one in this panel, but anyway, I will do my best to break the ice. How safe is the Black Sea for the moment? Black Sea is far from being safe, but on the other hand, if you look at the strategic balance between Russia and Ukraine, and I think that Ukraine did an excellent thing, and that's why now the strategic balance seems to be in a better shape. Ukraine had a very successful counteroffensive, you know, on the Black Sea, and I think this is a fact which is sometimes ignored. If you look at the whole counter-Ukrainian offensive, which is successful in my opinion, definitely the most important achievements are on the Black Sea. Russia lost important capabilities in the last few months. They are forced to withdraw. They are looking for a harbor now on Georgian soil because that harbor in Abkhazia, where the Russians are planning, you know, to build a secondary naval base, is official Georgian territory. And I think, and of course, and also we have to underline the fact that the situation seems to be a little bit better also because our Turkish friends are doing a great thing, you know, not letting the Russians to come with their ships from the Mediterranean. So I think that all aspects put it together, the Ukrainian bravery and the very smart way they are using, you know, all kind of naval capabilities, and the fact that Turkey is very, very tough on their attitude on not letting the Russians to increase the number of capabilities, I think bring us in the situation we have today. And it's not an accident that the number of ships, you know, coming to Odessa and leaving Odessa is growing, because I see that definitely Russia has some operational difficulties, you know, when it comes to their continuous will to control the situation in the Black Sea. So thanks to Ukrainians and thanks to our Turkish friends who are doing a great thing, not letting the Russians to bring more ships into the Black Sea, the situation seems to be a little better. And I hope that the the situation will be even better because we will end soon negotiations with Turkey and with Bulgaria for trilateral countermining, which also will help for safer waters, at least when it comes to our territorial waters. And finally, the strategy is better also from the political point of view, because I see a better or a more defined interest, for Western countries like France or US, or for organizations like NATO, EU for the Black Sea, which is also to be taken into consideration.
You're reminding me at least that everything is relative, because you keep saying that it is better, but it's a matter of what we are comparing it with. But I will see what the others will have to say about their assessment of the situation. And because you're talking about the interest of other countries in the Black Sea and in the Black Sea region, I do want to turn to Thomas Lenk, who is the head of division for Ukraine and the Black Sea with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Germany. And Thomas, Germany does have an interest in the Black Sea. There is going to be a hearing, as far as I understood, in Germany on the Black Sea. So there are more actions taken by Germany to show not only the interest in the Black Sea, as I was saying, but also very strong support to Ukraine. However, there are voices within the expert community, but not only. There are voices who are wondering how long the commitment, Germany's commitment to the current policy it has with Russia, against Russia, towards Russia, how long this is going to be actually sustainable, and people fear would be too much said. As I said, having concerns about a possible 180, yet another 180 degrees turn when it comes to Germany's policies towards Russia. How relevant are these concerns? How well connected to the reality are those concerns? If you can, please tell us.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I'm really grateful for the invitation to be present at this panel. On your last question, yet another 180-degree turn, I would not buy the assumption that there has been a 180-degree turn, because we have always been supportive of Ukrainian independence. And let me remind you, Germany was one of the main drivers to stop the Russian expansion in 2014 by driving and pushing for as hard as possible at that time sanctions against Russia. And in a way, it worked to stop this expansion then. This is not saying that we have not learned since, and I think the word Zeitenwende in a way symbolizes our way of learning about the nature of the Russian regime at the moment. So I think we can all be assured that the support of Germany for the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence of Ukraine is fully unbroken. We will support Ukraine as long as it takes. And that means also that we will take commitments to support Ukraine well beyond the end of this war. You all know about the G7 statement from Vilnius this July, and the bilateral commitments of most of our countries to talk with Ukraine about long-term security. Having said that, maybe one word on the Black Sea. One of the guiding questions for this panel is the Black Sea a Russian lake, and will it remain so? And I think this is something we all have to ask ourselves. Maybe we have been a bit we've been looking away in a certain way when Russia made fait accompli in the Black Sea, even before the annexation of Crimea in 2014. There's a consistent string of moves to occupy the ground in the Black Sea, to get control militarily over more and more of the area. So this, in a way, this is the past, and it's high time that we wake up to this past and get aware of it. When it comes to the future, I think the Black Sea can actually be called a European lake. And since this week, more than ever, very soon, all the countries, all the neighboring countries to the Black Sea, except for Russia, will be either EU member states, EU candidate countries, such as Ukraine and Moldova, or have an EU, and Turkey, of course, or have an EU perspective, such as Georgia. I think I stop here and will be happy to continue later. Thanks.
Because we are talking about new potential member states, I do want to turn to a country which we hope in December is going to start to open negotiations for its EU accession. Stanislav Secrieru is the National Security Advisor of Moldova. Stanislav, I will ask you very, very simply and very bluntly, how secure is Moldova? How secure do you feel Moldova is? And what would Moldova need to enhance its security? And I'm not only talking about military security, although it's very, very important.
First, thank you for invitation. Amazing event, GMF and Aspen. Congratulations. If you ask me, the reading of situation, it's still tense and difficult, but much better than it was 1.5 years ago. If we look at the Black Sea, the reading of the situation from Moldovan perspective is that Russia was, before 2022, pushing for revisionism in the Black Sea. What happened in 2022 is the switch from gradual towards the high-paced, brutal revisionism, which obviously raised the security problems for Moldova. First, it was an existential threat for Moldova. If Ukraine would fall, Moldova would be next. There is no doubt for us. Secondly, it raised issues of economic resilience and security of Moldova, because for us, Danube and Black Sea is a lifeline through which we export but also import, our port in Giurgiulești. But then the third one was most important, is that what Russia was doing and still does in Black Sea is the challenge for international law. It's the challenge for rule-based order in the region. We are the small country. The protection for us is international law. Obviously, we strive for restoring international law in the region. This perception is actually reflected in our draft of national security strategy, in which we mentioned 4 times a Black Sea region. We mentioned Black Sea region in the context of insecurity. We mentioned Black Sea region in the context of our national security objectives. And we as well mentioned it in the context of lines of actions which we propose to do in order to restore peace and stability there. On our side, we do several things. First, we're investing in our armed forces. First time in 30 years, we are taking it seriously, because we see that the role of hard power, unfortunately, increased. Secondly, we do our best to support Ukraine. On this level, we do bilateral support. For instance, we were helping Ukraine to prepare for this winter, with delivering electric equipment, which will help them to prepare for this difficult winter. We as well support all the initiatives on bilateral and diplomatic level. At the same time, we would like to see much bigger presence of European Union in the region, because we see that enlargement, European integration is another way to address security problems in the region. EU is becoming a security actor. EU is influencing the military balance in the region. EU is helping us through European Peace Facility, which as well contributes to modernization of armed forces. Well, while Russia cannot reach us militarily, we face the whole or myriad of hybrid threats. Here we have to deal with disinformation, cyber attacks. We had last week first round of elections. We had cyber attacks on the critical infrastructure to disrupt the way the votes are counted and presented on the website. But at the same time, the biggest problem for us, and probably will stay for 2 years, is the illegal financing of political parties. This is how Russia is trying to influence our democratic processes, to abuse of a democratic process, but also to take back control over political and economic power in Moldova. On our side, there is a determination to conduct reforms, to move closer to EU, to help Ukraine, and to be part of any trilateral or multilateral initiatives on the Black Sea region level. We salute the initiative of Romania, Turkey, and Bulgaria to do the demining, because it helps us as well to conduct in a peaceful and normal way our economic activities via Danube to the Black Sea. I will stop here and...
I will then turn to the southern part of the sea. We have been talking extensively about the northern part of the sea, and ask Ambassador Turk, who is, let me see if I get your title correctly, Director General for International Security Affairs with the MFA of Turkey. Is the Black Sea a Russian lake?
Thank you very much. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here. And I would like to start by commemorating our founder, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk. This is the date of commemoration. 85 million people in Turkey stopped life for a minute this morning, everywhere, on streets, at houses, offices, and also in abroad, even including in Bucharest. We had a ceremony in front of the Atatürk monument. And just also, I would like to start by also taking his fundamental guidance for Turkish nation, and I think which should be inspiring us all. Peace at home, peace in the world. This is our fundamental policy, and it will remain so. What he said about the alliance with Romania in 1934 after Balkan Pact, we said together, for Turkey, the alliance with Romania is a source of ongoing happiness. I personally, the Turkish government, as well as the people of Turkey, all believe that the strength of our friends is a strength for ourselves. I declare and will always declare and remain true to my words that the power of Romania is as dear to us as our own power. Above all is the feeling that we are bound to stay together. In our hearts, Romania is praised as a brother and sister. So it's not a coincidence. Our fundamental policy, foreign policy, security policy is the same. So in this context, we come to the Black Sea, and the Black Sea, first by definition, is not a lake. It is a sea. It is a semi-enclosed, enclosed sea. And it's not going to be a Russian lake, or NATO lake, or European lake at all. It's going to be a sea for the literal countries, allies, and in this spirit, Romania, Bulgaria, and Turkey now started to prepare a mine countermeasure task group. This is also exactly the tasking from NATO Vilnius Summit. Paragraph 79 of Vilnius Summit, just we had in July recently, says that all 31 heads of state and government agreed to support the allied regional efforts to uphold safety, security, freedom of navigation in the Black Sea and in accordance with Montreux Convention. And here I come to the rules-based order or international law. Montreux Convention is part and parcel and fundamental piece of international law and regulations, rule of order, whatever you call it, in the Black Sea for 87 years, since 1936. It survived the Second World War. It survived the Cold War. It survived the Russia-Georgia War. It survived the annexation and occupation of Crimea. It even survived the most recent war. Why? Because it is such a convention which really provides strategic stability in the Black Sea itself. The conflicts in the Black Sea region are all on land. There is not a battle in the maritime domain. So this is very important to recognize. The only real danger are the drifting mines in the Black Sea, the sea surface, and we are taking care of it. With Romania, Bulgaria, we will form a mine countermeasure group, and we will take care of this risk and threat altogether. So this is my answer to your question. It's not a lake, it's a sea for littoral countries, first of all. But if the European Union also would like to take Turkey as a member soon, it may become more influential in the Black Sea to the extent it is ready for that. Otherwise, the longest coast of Black Sea is Turkey, my German friend. You will not have a Black Sea as you define. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this. One thing which I noticed from your remarks is that we got used to the war. We got used to having a war in the Black Sea. Mr. Fota starting by saying it's a little bit better. It's better than it was last year. And everybody, we are all, even myself at times, I find myself referring to these days and accepting that the war is there and the war is going to be there and trying to adjust to it. And I turn to the American on the panel because we are talking about the interest of big states, of big countries, of great powers in the Black Sea. Everybody is saying, including the American president, that, or most of the countries are saying that they're going to support Ukraine as long as it takes. But as a friend here in the room would probably tell us again, it would be better if they would say, we support Ukraine as much as it takes. So the war is actually over, and we can actually talk about the security of the Black Sea. How, from your point of view, how do you see the support that the U.S. is going to continue to give to the region, the interest that is going to continue to have in the region, given everything that is going on and will be going on in your country, and what should the U.S. do to further enhance the security of the region?
Thank you very much, Elena. I will address those questions as part of my presentation of the Atlantic Council's soon-to-be-published strategy for the Black Sea, if I might.
I forgot to introduce you, Stephen, but go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'll introduce myself. I need no introduction, I guess. Stephen Shapiro, I'm with the Atlantic Council, with the Scowcroft Center, and it's my honor to represent them, and we are grateful for the invitation to participate in this terrific forum. We have a Black Sea Strategy task force which was set up at the same time that Congress mandated the State Department to conduct its own lead agency review of the U.S. government's strategy. I find it interesting that Congress needed to tell the State Department to do this, but nonetheless, they have. We're not going to see that document, but the Atlantic Council's paper will be presented. I'll give you the highlights here. There isn't earth-shattering news, but what is important is that the Atlantic Council is lending its very important voice to these points. So we acknowledge, of course, that the Black Sea is a critical geostrategic intersection, desperately in need of a strategy and Western attention. We know that Russia exploits the seams of instability in the Black Sea states, in the littoral states, both overtly and covertly. Its aggression also threatens global food security, international economic security, and the viability of international legal frameworks, which are so important to states like Moldova, as you explained. With respect to Ukraine and the war, we believe, in fact, that it's more likely than not that Ukraine can expel Russian forces from its territory, provided it receives the material that it requires, which we all know about: long-range fires, air power and air defense, artillery, ammunition, and technologically superior weapons. The problem, as you asked in your question, is the risk of time, that sanctions and popular support will erode over a period of time, whether through fatigue or political division, as you're seeing, in fact, in the United States and Europe itself right now. So, in fact, this emphasizes that Ukraine must win its war soon. And in order to do that, this means that the United States, NATO, and the EU must maximize today all the available tools while they are still effective and politically viable. Stabilizing the region, we understand, requires more than just Ukraine winning. It also requires an enhancement of NATO's presence in Romania and Bulgaria, providing security assistance to Black Sea states to strengthen their deterrence and defense capabilities, leveraging sanctions to get Russian troops out of Georgia and Transnistria, and most importantly, early membership in NATO, EU, OECD, and the 3 Cs initiative for the Black Sea states that are not in those organizations today. Removing the Russian military threat and integrating Black Sea states into those Western organizations or European organizations, we believe will set the conditions for a peaceful and prosperous region. With your permission, Madam Chair, I will go on to a specific proposal that is not part of the Atlantic Council's paper, but it's we dubbed the Shapiro thesis, And it's with complete respect to my new best friend, Basat, that I make this suggestion. In fact, I appreciated your remarks because by citing Montreux and your adherence to the terms of Montreux, you actually make my case. So this proposal is one to call for full compliance with Montreux. And by that I mean, and the goal of this is to enhance Black Sea stability, to reduce Russian attacks on Ukraine grain ports, storage, and ships. And here I do disagree that there's no surface warfare. There indeed is surface platform and naval contestation. A third-party ship was hit just 2 days ago, and a man killed in that endeavor. This also enhances the ability of Ukraine to get its grain out, and Moldova to have its commercial lifeline. With grain flowing, food moves, global food prices may fall, and I note that, in fact, I don't think that from the statistics I saw, Mr. Fota, the grain corridor visits into Odessa ports actually has fallen down to like 1.5 ships per day from a high of 20 some odd early in the period. So we need to reverse that, and this proposal is designed to do that. It also will provide some coastal defense to Romania and Bulgaria, and in the process Moldova, and provide some income to Ukraine's courageous farmers. So it's with full acknowledgement that Turkey is an essential partner, not only in the Black Sea region, but in the entire region, that I make this suggestion. And this is with respect to Turkey's purported ban on non-belligerent warships transit through the Straits. This is in contravention of the Montreux Convention's provisions. We know that Article 19 specifically permits non-belligerent warships to transit the Straits in times of war when Turkey has not declared itself threatened by imminent war and when it was not a belligerent itself. So at this moment, that would be the condition. Nonetheless, we cannot sugarcoat the effect of this ban, and the ban is a perception ban or a legal ban, which I disagree with, but the result of the ban is that we cede the field to the Russian Navy. It's the only active Navy in the Black Sea, and its ability to launch cruise missiles into residential neighborhoods in Ukraine demonstrates how important it would be to undo that. So I would call on Turkey to withdraw its ban on non-belligerent warships transiting the Straits. And perhaps it means that, perhaps you don't have to withdraw it, you just say that you really didn't mean non-belligerent nations, because when you view your foreign minister's statement, it's ambiguous, but it has been interpreted and taken to mean a complete ban. The purpose of this would be to allow warships in to conduct grain convoys out from the Odessa ports. That itself would be a deterrence to Russian attacks, as those Western multinational convoys, which we would hope would include, if not be led by, Turkey in that respect. So Russia would be deterred from attacks on ports, storage, and ships as a result of the convoy's mere presence, which can be, in fact, constant by rotating 21 days in and out. NATO hasn't been present in the Black Sea for over 2 years. And so NATO should work with Turkey to remove that ban, or at least the widespread misperception that it may, in fact, lawfully impose one, because it cannot. In addition, Montreux permits Black Sea powers to come and go with notice to Turkey. Of course, it's a 8-day notice under the convention. So the proposal continues that outside of the Black Sea, we reflag to Romania surplus naval vessels who could then be driven home to provide coastal defense and convoy assistance for Ukraine grain ships without any duration or size restrictions under Montreux, because they would belong to a Black Sea power. Likewise, we would reflag merchant vessels to Romania, who can then bring them home and retrofit them in their substantial shipyards to provide small naval vessels for coastal defense. These would be anti-mine, minesweeps, anti-sub, anti-air, coastal patrol. And in this regard, I know of your involvement in creating the demining task force, and that really is a first step in this, and it's to be applauded. And longer term, we would call on the EU and NATO to help develop riparian warship construction in Romania and Bulgaria. So with President Erdogan leading the way for both Black Sea stability and global food security, supported by NATO, this well-intentioned proposal to a good friend and partner for full compliance with Montreux and not selective compliance or blurred compliance, we believe could, or I believe, could change the course of the war. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Obviously, everybody can see that he's a very good lawyer. But thank you for not making it extremely legalistic. If you do want to reply, you have the opportunity to reply, but then that doesn't work. But then I also want to take 2 questions from the room, so please go ahead.
Thank you. And I respect, of course, what you have just said. It happens to be the case that I was director for maritime and aviation for 5.5 years, also implementing the Montreux Convention, including during the Russia-Georgia war in 2008. So reading the Montreux Convention alone and making interpretations would not be sufficient, my good friend. Even if they are well-intentioned, there is an acquis of implementation of 87 years. And you need to consult with me closer about that. And in this context, I have to say that all the Russian ships belonging to Russian Black Sea Naval Fleet also have the right to return to the Black Sea according to Montreux Convention.
If they were separated from their base.
They are separated. They are outside the Black Sea, more than 20. I'm not going to give you the exact figure, but more than 20. Why can't they come back? Because we have persuaded Russians that it would be better for them to stay outside the Black Sea. The Moscow cruiser, the flagship of the Russian Black Sea Naval Fleet, was hit by 2 Neptune missiles not launched by a ship from land. So any ship coming to Black Sea, because it's an enclosed sea, can be hit from anywhere in the Black Sea. So if United States is prepared to enter into a war with Russia involving NATO, involving nuclear weapons, and we will start the 3rd World War, then I think we have to make a more serious discussion about the complications we may be facing. And also, we should not forget the other war now, which started just to the south of Turkey, which was so brutal. In only 1 month, the number of civilians killed in this war are far more than the total number of civilians killed in 2-year war from Russia to Ukraine. So this is also something going on. It may have repercussions everywhere, including on Ukraine. By the way, I have just read Economist. The Ukrainian Chod is not so optimistic about the situation of the war. He's talking about a stalemate, and he talks about a World War type attrition war. So how long we can continue under these circumstances? We need to see the 360-degree, all the threats and risks around us, and then, really can make more meaningful, maybe, proposals for all of us. So we are implementing Montreux Convention in spirit and in letter. We are so confident about this, and also I think NATO generals are also aware of the fact that this is maybe in our best interest. Thank you very much.
I do not want to turn it into a conversation on the Montreux Convention, although if you do have it, please invite me as well, because I'm very interested. You said something in your presentations of the Atlantic Council report, which is the importance of removing the Russian threat. And I haven't heard yet on this panel how this is going to actually be accomplished sooner, we hope, rather than later. But maybe by taking a few questions from the room, we can come to the answer of these questions. So I don't know where the microphone is.
Here. It's right here.
Oh, Hannah, please go there. Rufin, start asking your question if you're first.
Thank you so much. My name is Hanna Hopko. I represent Ukraine. So I think when we are talking about freedom of navigation in the Black Sea area, we have to start from demilitarization of the Black Sea. So my question is to the representative of Turkey. So first of all, Turkey has the most powerful military potential in the Black Sea region from NATO members there. Of course, we in Ukraine are thankful to Turkish government for observing the provisions of the Montreux Convention, and not allowing ships of Russian Navy from other fleets into the Black Sea. But Russian containers ships loaded with 122 millimeter shells manufactured at the factory near Syrian Aleppo are headed to Russian Novorossiysk via the Bosphorus. This is ammunition which later kills Ukrainian soldiers. So actually we would like Turkey to join sanctions against Russia and not to help to circumvent the sanctions through Turkey and others. Because I think in the future, Turkey as a member of NATO should also be part of sanctions policy of Western nations, because it's not enough to be as long as it takes with Ukraine. It's important to adopt as fast as possible all decisions, including confiscation of Russian assets, more than 350 billion sovereign assets, because this would be the economic blow, not allowing Russia to produce more rockets, cruise ballistic missiles, kamikaze drones, which are terrorizing Ukrainian civilians, especially before the winter season. So I do believe that Black Sea region is the NATO and the EU region, not Russian lake. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Let me take two more questions and then I'll turn to the panelists. Go ahead.
Thank you. Rufin Zanfir, Global Focus Center. My question will go to Mrs. Shapiro and the German expert in the panel. Mrs. Shapiro, you've mentioned the provisions, some of the provisions that the Black Sea strategy that your organization is putting together, and thank you for this. But knowing the footprint, the important footprint that your organization and you yourself, sir, have in DC, I was wondering how much of this strategy, the one that you drew, juxtaposes the one that the Congress is going to put together. And then the subsequent question to the German expert would be how much these two, I mean, knowing that Germany also is putting together a Black Sea strategy, how much of these two documents are creating a synergy? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there another question? Did you want to ask? Please go ahead. Is there? You have to go to the microphone. Thank you.
Hello, I got a question for all of you. What are the perspectives of Black Sea countries after the aftermath of Ukraine war? May I repeat again? What are the perspectives of the Black Sea countries after the war of Ukraine?
So once
the war.
Once the war is over? That's
yeah, after the war is over.
Okay. Thank you.
That was the question for all of you.
Thank you. Should I start with
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm happy to be the focus. And first of all, I should like to answer the question about the circumvention on sanctions. So there is no circumvention of sanctions from Turkey. We, as a matter of principle, implement UN Security Council sanctions and restrictions. But exceptionally, we are also implementing sanctions restrictions for those goods coming from US and Europe and destined to Russian Federation. But in this context, what are those things which are being questioned? Are usually dual-use goods, and they have to be stopped at the source. So a European company, for example, can export its good through third countries, not only from Turkey, because we are stopping them in Turkey. Since 1st of March, there is no customs service for such goods going to Russian Federation. But there are 193 countries in the world, and they are all doing this trade. And I'm not going to mention all of them name by name. With regard to ammunition coming to Russian Federation, for example, stop, for example, North Korea if you can. Russia does not have a coast only in the Black Sea. It has coast also in the Baltic Sea, in the Arctic, in the Pacific. We have to have this broad vision. And therefore, the best solution is to work for peace as soon as possible. Of course, by respecting the territorial integrity and political unity of Ukraine. And we have worked hard on it. With regard to naval power also of NATO, NATO is present in the Black Sea. First of all, 3 allies are little countries. We have a significant navy, and maybe you have seen on 29th of October, the centenary of our republic, 100 pieces of ships passed through the Istanbul Strait. Yes. This was not our full navy. You can just imagine the number of ships we have in Turkish Navy is formidable. And therefore, we should not really demoralize ourselves. With regard to the post-war situation, we need to focus on energy. This is, I know, also your very attractive topic. And I am suggesting that, for example, I congratulate Romania for the discovery of 100 BCM gas in the Black Sea. We are also, as you know, working and extracting some gas from the Black Sea. 100 BCM, 100 billion BCM. This is, half of what Galkanish gas field in Turkmenistan produces. It produces 200 billion cubic meters of gas only from one gas field. 50 trillion cubic meters of gas fields. We have Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan. Also, this is one. And the other also sources we are going to rely on will be coming from the Middle East. But how can we be sure that this war going on in Gaza can lead to a greater regional war and conflict would also affect us all. So we have to really be prepared for future. We shouldn't be surprised once again. We were surprised with 9/11. We were surprised with the pandemic. We were surprised with the occupation of Crimea, and then Georgia, and then this war. So let's stop getting surprised and getting prepared seriously for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Lenk, there was also a question addressed to you, so if you can answer it briefly, please.
Yes, thanks. That was the question on the strategy. Well, I'm not aware of any strategy being written in Berlin at this time. But what I can say, we are vitally linked to the Black Sea basin. There are 220 million Europeans living along that waterway that leads from Constanza all the way to Rotterdam, and of which 1,000 kilometers run through Germany. So obviously, even from that point of view, there's vital interest of Germany, and I would argue also of the EU, in a free, peaceful and prosperous development of the entire Black Sea region. And I think that would also answer the second question, how do we see the region in the future? I think there's a lot of potential still unused in the Black Sea, and we believe it's worthwhile thinking about having a more strategic approach to utilizing that future. In the immediate, of course, the challenge is security, and we are very grateful, pay tribute to the initiative by Turkey, Bulgaria, Romania on demining the waterway. And we are grateful also for the Romanian leadership in driving a discussion on the strategic opportunities that the Black Sea region presents. Thanks.
Stephen, there was also a question addressed to you on, I guess it was the strategy as well.
So thank you very much. With respect to reconciling the Atlantic Council strategy with that of the State Department, of course, there is only one government, so it will be theirs. However, the Atlantic Council does have the opportunity through its reputation and its convening authority or powers to have our feelings known. I had hoped by the time I arrived in Bucharest, I would have a copy of the State Department's paper, and I've not been successful in getting that. So I can't actually comment on the substantive reconciliation. I apologize for that. With respect to my good friend's reference that Turkey is complying with the spirit and the letter of Montreux, I just have to read some of the letters of Montreux in Article 19 for those who are not fully familiar. Without going, just going to read one sentence. In time of war, Turkey not being belligerent, warships shall enjoy complete freedom of transit and navigation through the straits under the same conditions as those set forth in times of peace. It's not complicated. It's written in English. I even understand it myself, lawyer or not. And that would be a wonderful letter to comply with. With respect to 87 years of practice, I appreciate that can bend things, and we can discuss that. With respect to the question about Black Sea littoral states after the war, of course, I'm not in a position to answer that. Finally, well, I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
So then let's go to the littoral states.
Yeah, I will be brief. I think first about the end of war, we do hope that, and we will help Ukraine with all our available resources to restore fully control of its territory within the borders internationally recognized. Then about Moldova, the perspective is that Moldova will be an EU member state. We have an ambitious agenda until 2030. Second element is that we are important piece in this framework of solidarity lines. When the war stops, we hope to become part of reconstruction lines, which will be helping Ukraine to restore and rebuild its country. And then we will be, as well as a EU member state, a state which contributes to European security, but not also consumes European security. And we will do it by actively participating in EU operations and missions, but also sharing our experience how to fight against hybrid threats, the experience we are unwillingly accumulating and will be willing to offer to our partners.
So first of all, let me say a few words about demilitarization, because I think that we are only at the beginning of a new phase of international relations where we see a lot of remilitarization of foreign policy. So forget about demilitarization. I don't think that there are any chances too soon for that. So I continue to believe that if we want peace, we all have to be ready for war. As the old Romans said, si vis pacem para bellum. So if you want peace, and we all want peace, we should be ready for war. This is the best. This is, in my opinion, the best way to deter those who are looking to use their military force as an advantage, in reaching their political goals. Now, speaking about what Romania will do after, it's very important to see in what kind of terms the conflict, the Russian aggression will end, because there are few possibilities here. I don't want to speculate. But on the other hand, Black Sea is not only a war zone. I mean, yes, we have war in the Black Sea, but this is in the northern part. The southern part of the Black Sea continues to be an area where connectivity is important and where countries, are doing their best to do trade, to do commerce, and of course to promote, to increase their prosperity, promoting, their relations. And I think that, Romania, we do our best to manage both agendas in the same time. The war agenda, which is sometimes overwhelming us, but also we don't want to lose from our side the connectivity agenda, which is very, very important for the future. And when the war will stop, and in a way or other that will happen, I think that connectivity will be a big, big chance for all the countries in the Black Sea. Yes, energy it is there. We are also looking for gas. We are also building platforms. And I think that some consequences are here with us to stay after the Russian aggression. A very open discussion now we have about how to protect this critical infrastructure for whatever the future will bring. And I think that also we have to recover back, our cooperation in the Black Sea, because there are all kinds of formats of cooperation who for the moment are frozen because there is a big elephant in the room, and we will have to also to go back, to the agendas who are waiting us to see how can we save or how we will proceed with the next stages, in regarding cooperation on Black Sea issues. Because Black Sea, as I said, is not only about war, it's also about environmental protection, it's about, in a way, solving the problems, environmental problems created by this war, who are very serious and significant ones. And of course, I really hope that moment will come soon, and we will already, make the first steps to forget these very, very complicated and dangerous situations which we have for the moment. And of course, nothing good will happen without guaranteeing, the territorial integrity, the sovereignty, the independence of all countries around the Black Sea. And when we talk about that, it's not only Ukraine as a state. We have also complicated issues regarding our Georgian friends. And if I look to some recent statements coming from Moscow, neither Moldova, it is safe or protected, fully protected, from some kind, some how to say, complicated future intentions.
On this note, that the Black Sea is not only about the war; it's also about the future peace and also current preparations for the future peace. But a war still needs to be won before that. I do want to thank the panelists, and I hope that you'll continue the conversation, as I said. And thank you all for being very involved in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alina, and all the panelists for digging in such a difficult topic. And now it's time for a break. Enjoy your conversations. exchanges of ideas during the breaks and are energized, and you are all energized for our next sessions. I welcome on stage now Robert Lupițu, Chief Editor at Calea Europeană, the moderator of the Danube Black Sea Economic Opportunities Panel.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much. It's a pleasure to see you all and an honor to moderate this panel. I hope you all had a very good moment of coffee and you always also solved your Black Friday shopping, and now we can have a very fruitful and energetic exchange on views on this plenary session entitled Danube and Black Sea Economic Opportunities, a new field of economic opportunity and cooperation, and probably a very important strategic consequence of Russia's full-scale invasion in Ukraine, because a few years ago we wouldn't have imagined the possibility of bringing together Romania and countries from the eastern neighborhood in such a very important moment, and now we see how important is the security nexus and also the energy nexus and the transport nexus between the Black Sea and the Danube, and also its economic opportunity. In order to have a very, very fruitful discussion, I invite on stage our distinguished panelists, Mr. Dumitru Alaiba, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Economic Development and Digitalization in the Republic of Moldova, and also Aspen alumnus. Please, Mr. Alaiba. A big round of applause if it's possible. Thank you. Also, Mr. Florin Marian Spătaru, State Councillor, Government of Romania, former Minister of Romania of Economy in Romania, and also Aspen alumnus. Please, Mr. Minister. We have together with us Mrs. Oana Cristina Popescu, the Ambassador of the European Union to Montenegro. Please. And last but not least, we have together with us online with virtual connection, Mr. Timofey Milovanov, President of the Kyiv School of Economics. Thank you for being with us, and also a big round of applause for you as well. I hope you can hear us. We will start the panel. I have to say from the beginning that we will have a very blitz panel, 35 minutes of exchange and discussions, and I will go with a general question to all the panelists in order to ask you, because our panel is entitled Black Sea Economic Opportunities, but I would also stress a very powerful word, that it's reconstruction, because it's an opportunity to reconstruct Ukraine after the war and also seize the opportunity of our also influence in the region when it comes to Romania, but also to other countries in the eastern part of the European Union. And I want to ask you, in a 2 minutes intervention of each, please state what are the most important opportunities, but also challenges that we have to think about when it comes to this nexus of the Black Sea and the Danube. Please, Mr. Alaiba, you have the first. It's open, yeah.
It's open, yeah.
Yep.
Well, good day, and as we will have a very short intervention, well, it's my pleasure to be here. I would call them needs, because the region is in desperate need for investment and reconstruction, and the war has only exacerbated the situation and the needs of the entire region. And as the way we want to regard it, and the way we see things, is that economy is the best guarantee for the long-term stability of a country. Now, as Ukraine war still rages, for me personally, it is difficult to call opportunity what follows. However, the reality is that there will be investments into Ukraine and into Moldova following this war and following the invasion, with the successful with the Ukraine being victorious in this unjust war, and Moldova is definitely going to play a role. Moldova is definitely well, we are already, as was discussed in the previous panels as well, we are already giving all the support for Ukraine that there is through our logistics, through the grain corridors, through solidarity lanes, through cargo going back and forth through our country, because the reality is, if you want to reach right now the most damaged parts of Ukraine, the road lies through Moldova, and in terms of logistics, this is important. What we are doing right now is we are investing in logistics. We are investing in our railroad infrastructure in order to be even more helpful and in order to be even more supportive while the war goes on and once the war is over. The economic consequences of the war on Moldova have been dire. Last year we were beginning the year with very good numbers, but 24th of February 2022 happened and all numbers basically reversed. We ended the year with negative growth. However, we are hopeful to have positive growth this year. For that, we are again investing in infrastructure, investing in logistics, improving our business climate, investing in digitalization and many other endeavors that we have in the government of Moldova, exactly to be ready for when peace and stability and calmness finally comes back to the region, because that is what we need right now the most, all of us in the region. Thank you. I won't take too much of your time because.
Thank you very much indeed. A country with a big heart, Moldova, that wants to improve its way of life and also its democratic future. Mr. Spătaru, as well, further economic opportunities and challenges, considering also the need to develop the routes, the transportation routes in the Black Sea and also between the Black Sea and the Danube, please.
There are almost 2 years time when Europe passed one of the biggest crises we never expected before. And that put together a lot of efforts and a lot of money to support Ukraine. Let's be very clear here. The war in Ukraine should stop. And the Ukrainian nation should decide on themselves how do they want to develop their country. Therefore, the aggression of Russia needs to stop, and Ukraine should benefit from all their territories. After that, we can think on how to reconstruct. But on the other hand, Romania and also Moldova supported Ukraine for the reconstruction already from the first day of the war, because we brought the Ukrainian people, we introduced them in the education, we put efforts to make sure that the life is continuing for the Ukrainian nation. This effort has to continue because Romania and Moldova have 2,300 kilometers of border. So this is the largest border Ukraine is having with two sister countries. What are the opportunities? The opportunities are very much related to the extension of the trading in the Caspian and the Black Sea, and connectivity in terms of energy supply and digital infrastructure, as well as production and proper utilization of the resources. We found out that in the Black Sea area now, there are a lot of possibilities to support not only the ambitions of Europe, but also to support the other countries with proper food, with proper materials, with proper equipment. And this has to continue fulfilling the same principles which has been adopted by the European Union when we had the pandemic, and to reach the objectives of 2050 of decarbonization. No reconstruction should be made without proper steel, with proper aluminium, with proper glass, with proper construction materials. And therefore, the opportunities are laying there. Romania and Moldova should develop and sustain its own business. It's very difficult right now because, you know, we say that we might restrict the accession of those materials which are not respecting the same principles, but we are not very efficient at the European level to do it. And therefore, we have to continue to support those sectors, especially the ones who are consuming a lot of energy and the ones who are very much depending on the raw materials coming from the distance. Romania is also having 9 shipyards. And the water transport is of paramount importance to get the independence. If we are going to work together to put in motion the capability of Romania on building vessels and create the trading routes which is connected many of these Asian countries with Romania and Moldova, and create the routing of the goods on containers or bulk to the west of Europe, that is the way of going forward. Last week or 2 weeks ago, we have been in Brussels together with Minister Alaiba, and we are talking about the global gateway, the way of connecting countries outside the European Union and working together, following the same principles. That's the way forward. That's the way we have to bring the values together and integrate also countries outside of the European Union through the Black Sea in order to make sure that this goal is going to be achieved. Let's do not forget that by 2050 we have to make a greener economy, 90% decarbonization. Let's do not forget that we want to invest a lot in energy, green energy. Where are the solar panels coming from? We should decrease our dependency, and let's do not forget that we should not create our independence by following another dependency. And that, in that sense, Romania and the Republic of Moldova and all the other countries, Georgia, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, who are following the same principles, we should join forces in order to create in the Black Sea area a pole, an economic pole, which is supporting the ambitions of the European Union. Thank you.
Spot on, thank you. You mentioned Global Gateway. I would also say that Moldova right now is eligible for the Connecting Europe facility, and recently the European Commission also deployed some money for bilateral projects, Romania, the Republic of Moldova, for existing routes and also developing new ones. I would like to move to Mrs. Oana Cristina Popa, the ambassador of the European Union to Montenegro. We are discussing about the Black Sea and Danube economic opportunities, but maybe we can also keep in mind the fact that we have some lessons learned, what the European Union has been doing in the Western Balkans, for instance. And in terms of challenges and opportunities, what can the EU do for this region, considering its lessons learned with the Western Balkans?
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak today on enlargement and cross-regional cooperation. We will come to it in this crucial geopolitical time. So I think it's very important to contextualize and put things in context when it comes to enlargement today. The unprovoked Russian aggression on Ukraine has given a whole new dimension to enlargement. Today, we have 10 countries in the enlargement package. Just 2 weeks ago, the Commission presented the enlargement package, the progress reports for the candidates, but also recommendations to open negotiations with Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia when the time is right, and Bosnia pending on certain reforms. This is a huge leap forward with enlargement back in the priorities of the European Union after a dormant, let's say, decade when Europe was more preoccupied with digesting the previous wave of enlargement. Also, alongside the enlargement package came the new growth plan for the Western Balkans, which was launched by President von der Leyen. And this is very important because this gives the economic dimension. The enlargement package, as it stands right now, is of course merit-based. The regatta principle stands. Countries have to fulfill the requirements of the acquis. But in addition to that, we have come to the realization that it's extremely important to prepare those countries for joining the single market. And the growth plan proposes exactly that, to give them the tools to prepare their own internal markets, and in the case of the Western Balkans, build the common regional market, because the Western Balkans are comprised by small countries which cannot survive individually, so they have to work together. In order to prepare them for accession to the single market. So this will go in parallel with the accession reform agenda, which of course has the rule of law at its core, alignment with the common foreign and security policy, but now this economic dimension is extremely important. Now what is also extremely important is that the momentum that Ukraine created, where basically Ukraine is pushing this group, all this group from the back, the door is now open, but the countries have to walk through the door, so to speak. So they have to do their part of the work in order to access the money that is brought about by the growth plan. Also, it is important to build a connection between the Eastern neighborhood and the Western Balkans, with the Danube being the connecting part. The Black Sea and the Adriatic Sea have already been discussed together as part of the Three Seas Initiative, but this is nothing new. 20 years ago, we were looking at ways to connect the Black Sea and the Adriatic Sea. There are several ports on those two seas that can serve as a backbone for building connectivity on the sea, but also it is very important to build this connectivity on land, on rail. Digital and green transition, again, need to happen uniformly, because this is too big to be the prerogative of one country or another. This is a regional approach and a cross-regional approach. And from that point of view, I cannot stress enough that having a bigger enlargement package is actually good for enlargement, because it gives that impetus needed to push the process forward and to make the accession real and foreseeable in a palpable future. So I'm going to stop here, and there are a couple of other ideas that we can elaborate in the second round, or when we get questions from the public. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Now we move online to Mr. Timofey Milovanov, the president of the Kyiv School of Economics in Ukraine. So we are very much eager to see the view of Ukraine when it comes to the economic opportunities within the Black Sea and the Danube, also considering the fact that Romania is of paramount importance for two-thirds of Ukraine grains export and transit to the worldwide markets. And we are very much keen to know what are the challenges and opportunities that Ukraine sees ahead from this point of view. Please.
Thank you very much. Indeed, Romania, but the Black Sea region, North and Western Black Sea region are key for Ukraine, for food security in the region. And so the challenges and opportunities are identical. The first challenge and opportunity is security. Russia attacks infrastructure, destroys it. It now targets civilian ships and ports. And proper air defense in the region is going to be a must during this war and post-war, to ensure that the risks are low or minimized. So some version of closing the sky over the region is paramount. The second one is infrastructure. Building new infrastructure, investing in infrastructure, recovering infrastructure will provide amazing opportunities for economic development in the region. this is the source of logistics, the place for logistics. But I also worry that the approach that many of the countries have been taking, including Ukraine and neighbors, is not fully exploiting the opportunities for joint value creation. For example, there could be a transnational or transborder infrastructure investment fund. There could be some joint private equity funds investing in companies operating in the both transportation, logistic, but also other industries adjacent to the logistics. These opportunities are not being exploited because the thinking typically is a zero sum among the governments, among politicians, and often among investors too. It's us versus them. It's one border versus another. So moving forward, thinking about joint projects, creating incentives that are aligned within joint projects, I think is the way to unlock these opportunities and overcome the challenges. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, you stressed quite interesting the fact that the security situation is both a challenge and an opportunity for us to better develop. And yeah, probably the regional cooperation is, as I mentioned, a very important consequence of Russia's war against Ukraine, because now we managed to build trust among our nations and our common interests. I would like to open the floor for questions. We have a point of microphone over there, so everyone who wants to ask a question should go at that point of the microphone. Firstly, raise their hand, and then go over there, do a sprint, or if we do not have a question at this precise moment, but I encourage you to do that, I will have a question that maybe can relate to both Mr. Alaiba and Mr. Spătaru. And can you provide examples of infrastructure projects in the Danube-Black Sea regions that have been developed or that you plan to develop, or also existing projects that need to be further expanded to enhance these economic opportunities despite the ongoing conflict that Russia has caused in Ukraine? Who wants to go first? Mr. Alaiba, Mr. Spătaru, yes.
Yes. First of all, now you see that there is this priority on connecting the eastern part of Romania with, let's say, with Constanța area and with Bucharest. A7 and A8, they are already in the master plan and they will make the connection. This highway is also going to attract trading from Ukraine and Moldova. Second, we also have a development program on the electrification of the railway. Railway should also play a role in container trading and connect the containers from one hub, from a container hub from the eastern part of Romania, bringing to Constanța, and then from Constanța to be placed in either in Western Europe or to go in outside of the Black Sea and in the other areas. There is this intermodal project in Galați, which has been already allocated 170 million lei, which are going to be invested in the coming future, also together with the European funds, and that will make also the connectivity of Ukraine through Moldova and Galați and Braila area in order to develop the container projects. That would mean that we'll restart to use the biggest highway of Romania. We forgot to do that, and that's Danube. And on the Danube side, we can. There are also discussions together with the Ministry of Transport. It will be water transport strategy, which is going to be developed, which would involve the development of the harbors, multimodal hubs, and will use these capacities in order to attract cargo and also move cargo in the other areas.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Aleba?
Thank you. I would start with saying that it's been 30 years that we unfortunately mostly ignored logistics. Nowadays, well, before the war, our logistics infrastructure was barely supporting the needs of the Moldovan economy. And with the increased pressure of the Ukraine transit, again, to support Ukraine, we have to all make our contribution and chip in these times. However, it's taking a toll on our logistics infrastructure, and that is going to be and already is a major priority for the government, for Moldova. And here, the opportunities are huge, because if we look at the map, as I said, Moldova is an inevitable transit point. And logistics, again, is about speed, it's about waiting time, minimum waiting time, maximum speed. That would drive costs down, and at some point it's about the euro per kilometer per minute, and that is what makes commercial and business sense to use a country as a platform for transit, for example, for moving cargo. 10% of the Ukrainian grains, over 10%, that's at least what we have in our estimates, is going through the port of Giurgiulești. And that is, Ukraine is big, and the production is massive. Here I mean 300 meters on the Danube. This is how big the entire infrastructure is. Now, even there, by investing in another perch, by putting in place faster, bigger equipment, more efficient, we can support Ukraine much more, and we can support the regional economy much more. Railroads. There are portions in Moldova of railroad where the speed has to be 5-10 kilometers per hour because of poor infrastructure. That's the reality. That's what we have to fix urgently, because again, it's about the cost per kilometer per minute. That's what makes up efficiency in the end. And if we look at the map again, we are the transit point for most of rail cargo that is to be shipped from and to Ukraine. The line enters Moldova and then bifurcates to the north and to the south. And the port of Constanța is right here to the south from Ungheni. And that means, again, having substantial investment into logistics by using the PPP models or any other model of cooperating with private in order to involve private investments, in order to streamline processes and to make this changing of gauge, for example, because again, it's about time. It's about how much it takes you to ship one container from Constanța, for example, to Odessa or further. And if that one container has to wait for 4 hours until you change the gauge, which is the reality right now, that will translate into pressure for the goods that you shipped, and that would increase the price of your operations. And now it can take 4 hours, which is more or less the time that it takes right now, or it can take 20 minutes, which is possible in other dry ports that you have in Slovakia, for example, in Serbia and whatnot. So that is the general, and that's only transport logistics. We are looking at the digital infrastructure. We're looking at business support infrastructure and many others in order to increase the regional capacity of the logistics infrastructure to support a massive pressure at its core in essence. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have a question over there, I guess.
Hello.
Oh, and also over there, yeah, Rufin. But yeah, Mr. Pogonaru first, and then Rufin will take both questions. Thank you.
It's a comment first, and also a question. It's a question. It's a comment on the mindsets which we have about Ukraine, Moldova, and what is happening. First of all, I start by saying that whatever I'm saying should be interpreted in the sense that we want victory of Ukraine. No question about this. Let's do all the efforts for this. But let's accept also that we have to have two kinds of mindset. I am a businessman which is exporting at this moment in Ukraine, has connection with Moldova, so I have real business happening now. So there are two kinds of mindsets. The mindsets of war economy, where we are building specific infrastructure for the efforts of war and everything. But we should have the mindset of the future normality, future economic normality. And believe me, I am impressed sometimes how normal life is happening in Ukraine. I mean, I can tell you, do you know that there are retailers in Ukraine, they hate plastics, and there are retailers which are importing at this moment green bags, biodegradable bags, avoiding to spoil the country with plastic. This is a thing which is happening. People are living, are normal. And we as business people, we have to build connection and trust between us, leaving apart the war. We don't know, we want victory tomorrow, but we don't know how long this will last. We don't have even more with, in the context of accession. And I was involved in many years ago, by the way, meeting with Ukrainian businessmen in order to show best Romanian practice in the accession process and prepare the future normality. So there are things which, I mean, let's have the war economy, but let's discuss much more about the normal economy. Let's discuss, for example, how we are starting in Romania to apply digitalization, franchises like European computer driving license, teaching the public servants what they have to know as far as digitalization is concerned. Let's extend and discuss about the green economy, biodegradable, and so on. This is happening. So I think it's very important to be very focused on the war economy, but at this, don't forget that normal life is still happening. Business should happen, and you have to focus more on the bottom-up things, creating this mindset of cooperation and trust at the level of local business from Ukraine, Moldova, and so on.
Thank you. We will consider it as a very good comment that brings a very good asset to our discussion. And if it's possible, we can go now to Rufin Zamfir for a question, and we will ask the organizers for an indulgence of 5 more minutes in order to be better equipped to wrap up this panel. Please, Rufin.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be brief. The question goes first and foremost to the Ambassador Popa. but I would also like to hear perhaps Mr. Alaiba, and if the Ukrainian professor is still with us, perhaps he has to offer a perspective on the question also. So, Your Excellency, you've mentioned the efforts, and I have to salute the European efforts in bringing Moldova and Ukraine closer to a European family. Of course, all of us know that it's not sufficient, this. You need to learn to sell the successes. You need to learn to communicate on the successes. And I was wondering, how, from a strategic communication point of view, how can we, the European Union members, should advocate for the decision that was taken a couple of days ago in Brussels regarding the Republic of Moldova and Ukraine? And I have in mind mainly how can we sell, quote unquote, this success to those parts of these two countries that are not too keen in moving towards or closer to a Western type of democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, Mrs. Popa, then we'll go to Mr. Milanov, and maybe a small comment from you, Mr. Alaiba. Please.
Thank you for your question. So first of all, let me tell you that enlargement has become a geopolitical necessity, and that is the main difference from what enlargement looked before the Russian aggression on Ukraine. And there are, of course, member states, 27 member states with different opinions, but what they all understand equally is that enlargement has become a geopolitical necessity. Now, how we'll translate that into practice? Like I said, it will take time. It is still a merit-based process, but it is important to start working because at this point, the process of preparing for the EU is equally important with the actual date of accession. I know that that is the main preoccupation of candidate countries, but the process is very important at this point. Also, let us not forget geography, because geography is extremely important. If we look at the Eastern neighborhood and the Western Balkans, the Western Balkans are surrounded by EU and NATO member countries, so that should definitely give a boost, but it's also in the direct interest of those countries to have the countries in. And it's even more important when it comes to Ukraine and Moldova, because that is the sort of final frontier. And if you know, there's nowhere else for them to go. They have to be in Europe. They are in Europe, they have always been in Europe, and it's a geopolitical necessity to be in Europe because otherwise the alternative doesn't simply exist.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Milovanov, sorry. He is still together with us? No, I don't think so. Mr. Aleba, if you want to have a small comment on that, maybe, and then Mrs. Potaru.
About how we can best sell our successes, my personal opinion is that actions speak for themselves. So the more work we do together, because what we need first and foremost is support in all the multiple reforms that we are undertaking. And it's already a reality that we have shortened this period from becoming a candidate country to the recommendation of the Commission. We're hoping to move even faster in the future, but that means a lot of activity, a lot of reforms, a lot of action that partly will speak for themselves. It will be much easier to sell a story when a country is moving fast towards a clear goal with clear results and with successful and quality reforms, not reforms that are done on paper just to tick the boxes and to report to Brussels about something that will never work. We have seen this in the past. Only a couple of years ago, this is the quality of the reforms that we were criticizing while being in the opposition, while being on the streets, basically. And this is a bad example of a country doing the reforms just to tick a box and to hope nobody will notice. So our approach is to do true reforms that will work in reality, that will change people's life and do them fast. And that is a much easier sell of a success in any capital.
Thank you very much. Since we are on extra time, 15 seconds, please,
Yes.
Mr.
These countries who are going to access into the European Union, they will have access to the biggest treasure of the European Union, which is the single market. Standardization, the same rules, the access of the products into that will bring a lot of economy, which will mean jobs, which will mean higher added value, and that is something which needs to be sold because European Union is having one big treasure. That is the single market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And in order to conclude in a very hopeful manner, I would like you to complete the following sentence. By 2030, the Danube and Black Sea region will be?
Well, EU and NATO lake, you could say, almost.
Okay.
Just like the Baltics.
A very strong pillar into the single market of Europe.
Part of the most important connection in Europe.
Well, thank you very much for the panelists and for all of you being together with us. We will have now a technical break before the next panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert, and all the panelists for pointing out to opportunities because they give us hope and direction. Now, because we are moving on to the parallel session, and Robert was saying something about the technical break, my challenge now is to convince you that both sessions are very interesting and to make you attend somehow both of them. Maybe try them both, see how the discussion in the Heroes Room, the resilience of the global flows and regionalization of chains of production, which will be moderated by Ionuț Stanimir. And if you allow me to say, because I know Ionuț very well, I think the discussion will be pretty intense there. This will take place in the Heroes Room. It's like on my right, as you go on the hall. And for the panel that will start in 30 seconds here on the main stage, so the ones that want to remain here, please take your seats. The hard security and revival of defense industrial capacity in Europe. I invite on stage Martin L., columnist and analyst, Hospodarskie Noviny from Czech Republic. And I hope again...
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Good morning still. We didn't have a lunch. My name is Martin L. I work for Czech Economic Daily, and I will have a pleasure to talk with a couple of clever guys about how to revive defense industry in Europe. So please welcome on the stage Major General Remus Bondor, Chief of Strategic Planning Directorate, Defense Staff of Romania. Andrew Mikta, Director of the Scope of Strategy Initiative, Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council of the United States in Washington. And Radu Tudor, Political and Defense Analyst. Gentlemen, take a seat. On the last note, it was cancelled by Emmanuel Ioana, General Director of RomArm, so we are going to speak about defense industry without defense industry being presented on the stage. So there is a microphone, and if there is anybody from the defense industry, please form the line there. We will have a couple of questions, or you will have an opportunity to speak to us, please. Gentlemen, let's start with General Bondor and with his remarks on where we are, because he's the end user of what we as a societies are supposed to produce on larger scale than we are producing now. General.
Thank you, Martin. I think it's okay.
Yes, yes.
So, yes, indeed, we are the end users. And the Romanian Armed Forces is in a dynamic accomplishment of the building response to any threat that can come against the independence, sovereignty, and integrity of the country. And also, we are heavily engaged in fulfilling our engagements towards NATO and towards our partners. Let's talk about security, and we can divide security into two parts: hard security, that we will discuss today, and soft security. After the fall of the Iron Curtain, I think the threat in Europe, the hard security threats in Europe, were perceived as zero. I think we were dreaming for 1,000 years of peace, and all the energies into the defense sector moved towards soft security. It was a wave of concerns coming in 2001 when we engaged together into the war on terror, and we've started to deploy troops in Afghanistan and in Iraq, which boost a little bit the industry and the need for military equipment, but directed towards stability and support operation. Again, hard threats were zero. In our strategic documents, we were thinking that in the short, medium, and long term, there are no peer adversaries in the horizon. What was the consequences? The rate of consumptions, the replacement of the equipment, everything had a specificity that drove the industrial complex to diminish their production and to produce whatever was necessary for this type of threat. Suddenly, the clouds of hard power threats came over Europe. For Romania, probably earlier, because after the invasion of Ukraine, Romania engaged in programs of procurement, because I used to discuss before with the colleagues in the panel that being here, you feel the breath of the bear. And we've started ambitious program to improve our capacity to respond to an aggression against Romania. And these programs included long-range air defenses, long-range fires, fourth-generation multi-role airplanes, and also command and control system, modernizing our individual equipment, APCs for the infantry. So all these programs started a little bit earlier. And then the shock came for all of us with the invasion, illegal attack against Ukraine. And we started to realize that the hard power is here. And I will quote General Cavoli: if somebody attacks you with a tank, you cannot respond with a soft tool. You need a hard equipment to fight that tank. And also, we face now mass, while we were orientated toward precision and high-end capabilities. Now there is a need for balance between mass, cheap mass equipment, and high-end, very expensive equipment. This balance is very difficult. The industry, I think, tried to keep the pace with us, tried to keep the pace with the urgent requirements, because in this relation between options and existent tools, we have one constant. All the time, we as end user, we have urgent requests with complex capabilities, with very, very tight requirements in order not to be able only to fight today, but to be able to cover and fight the next war, which is, again, a huge problem. And then there are a lot of variables into the defense sectors. Let's talk about the chain of supply, talking about the evolution of prices. Let's talk about the workforce crisis. So all of these are variables for the industry, and again, me as an end user, I don't want to look at that. I'm looking to the constant. I need this, I need fast, I need tomorrow, because I have to defend my country. So this is the dilemma, and this is the, let's say, the broad image where the endowment programs of the Romanian Armed Forces are today. We are working together with the counterparts in the industry, with the counterparts in the political body, in order to help us to acquire as fast as possible whatever is needed to build up the capabilities required by the Romanian people to defend them, but also required by NATO and the EU to contribute to the common security policy of the EU or to the defending of the alliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Andrew, European countries' armies are now buying a lot of American stuff. For example, Czech Republic and Romania now are negotiating about the F-35s. What is the perspective from Washington with this question of what industry can not only offer but also produce on time en masse?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for inviting me to this really important conference and to the organizers for a terrific event. To your question, look, I think it's true about the US and about Europe that we urgently need to rebuild the defense industrial capacity that we reduced during the so-called peace dividend era, the end of history, the 20 years of global war on terror, overseas contingency operations and whatnot. The defense sector is not a charitable sector. They operate based on contracts and demand that's put in front of them. So the message I would argue from both European governments and a number of US administrations over the last 30 years has been that we need to move to maximum efficiency, just-in-time delivery, limited stockpiling, limited redundancies. So the industry responded with consolidation. So we went from about 51 principal defense and space contractors at the end of the Cold War through consolidations to mainly 5 principals. And that means that the production lines are constrained. The same goes for production of ammunition. And all of that worked pretty well because during the 20 years of overseas contingency operations, we could actually plan quite effectively what stockpiles we needed, what we needed to deploy, force generation issues. We controlled our logistics, were not under threat. All of that is now going out of the picture. So we need to move from just-in-time kind of mentality to just-in-case, redundancies, stockpiling. There will be missiles flying at those ships and airplanes in case there is a conflict. We need to have the capacity in our industry to produce at scale. And here there's a problem because of the extent to which, and this is also true about Europe, it's the contraction of the defense sector. In our case, it's also the extent to which we shed some of the manufacturing capacity through offshoring and globalization. So we need to reshore these critical supply chain networks, number one. And that means that the governments need to move. They need to issue contracts. They need to streamline acquisition processes. That's the first thing. And then secondly, we need to get into a kind of new urgency about the nature of the threat. I just returned from 7 years working in Germany for the Defense Department. I was previously in different positions in Europe, and now being back in Washington, I'm struck by the fact that what we lack in our policy discourse is a sense of urgency of the timelines and how quickly we need to get ready in the event there is a crisis. We have the largest war in Europe we've had since 1945. That theater has now widened because of the conflict in Israel and the possible escalation should Hamas be now complemented by Hezbollah. This will become then a major regional conflict that's draining US resources, pulling us in a different direction. Another potential crisis, say in the Balkans, or an escalation through North Korea, or the biggest nightmare for us is the Indo-Pacific. If we don't start building up at scale munitions productions, weapons productions, then we may be caught in a situation where we will have the most exquisite precision weapon systems, but we'll run out when it becomes a numbers game. And I think that's what the politicians have to understand, not today, but yesterday.
Thank you. Radu, you can play a role of the European on the panel. I know that you cannot play the role of the expert on the industry, but
yes.
For example, if I compare Czech Republic and Romanian approach, in Romania, defense industry is mostly state-owned. In Czech Republic, it's vice versa. It's private. It was privatized, or it's private. So what's the state of the play of the industry in Romania, and how it's going to play with the Europe?
I will start my intervention by quoting NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, that often said in the last year, NATO has two threats to face: Russia, aggressive, assertive, and terrorism. And we are all understood that those are concrete threats, not theoretical. So from this point of view, I think we all allies, not only Romania or Czech Republic, we all have a certain responsibility to understand that we have to invest to prevent the war and the terrorism to expand. We don't have to wait for the wars to be on our frontiers. We don't have to wait for the terrorist threats to be, let's say, a daily breaking news in our capitals, in our cities. So from this point of view, I want to propose all of you an idea that we all allies, especially in NATO and EU, have to make a brave decision. I think we should have a certain percentage of the GDP to prevent the war and the terrorists to expand. Of course, we have this allied recommendation, 2% of GDP for defense. I think is a little bit general after the war started, and we are facing the threat here in Europe, and we are facing this difficult, very difficult issue of state-sponsored terrorism in the Middle East and the aggression against Israel. So my idea is to propose 0.1 of GDP of all NATO allies to prevent the war and terrorists to expand. When we are thinking about spending money, also Jens Stoltenberg said, it's only an effort to our very good lives and peaceful and nice living that we have. It will be only an effort of money. The others are losing lives and maybe countries. So 0.1 of GDP to prevent the war and the terrorists to expand. Just think what our strongest ally will mean 0.1 of GDP. United States have $23 trillion GDP. 0.1 of GDP will mean 23 billion. Right now, United States is giving more than 23 billion as security assistance for Ukraine and helping Israel to fight terrorism. But let's have an exercise in thinking what will mean 0.1 of GDP of G7 countries. What will mean 0.1 of GDP for 31, I hope, very soon 33 NATO members. What will mean 0.1 GDP for all the 50 countries from defense contact group in Ramstein. So from my calculations, we will have something like $100 billion per year to prevent the war to expand, to prevent the Russian aggressive, assertive posture to come closer to Europe, and also to fight terrorism. 100 billion effort for us, it could be sustainable, because then we have the other 99.9% of GDP, of money, to have our peaceful, profitable, and comfortable lives. And if we make this decision that from 2% of the GDP for defense and security, we can have 0.1 to prevent the war to extend, then those money could go every year on an institutional base, because right now we have the coalition of the willing. Right now we have countries who are willing to support Ukraine to fight the Russian aggression. We have the coalition of the willing to help Israel to fight terrorism. But we need an institutional decision. We need to assume that in the next 5-7 years, we will still have those threats. And 100 billion will go right now to Ukraine and Israel, but tomorrow could be for another country. God forbid, but we need to face this reality. So defense industry is working on money and orders. If we have the money, we can give the orders. If we have this courage to take the decision, then we will have a perspective. We could be more resilient. And of course, there will be no more problems with delivering arms and ammunition to our partners, to our allies, and now to our friends that are fighting wars of invasion and terrorism. So this is my idea, and I just can expect to have the debate on. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that the mother of all questions in this area is how to persuade politicians, how to go from the nice words into practical terms, orders. Is there any kind of magical solution, gentlemen, for this? You know, not just to speak about it, but how to force them, you know, because we had a, for example, initiative to give the €500 million for the ammunition initiative, but it was not supposed to go to the production lines. It was supposed to go to the bureaucracy around that. So, and you spoke about sense of urgency. Is there anything more? Yes.
Okay, so I think that there are two issues here. One is that I think the biggest challenge will be for NATO to come up with a genuinely shared nature of the threat or the intensity of the threat perception. What you have in Europe right now is a regionalized security optics. You've got political consensus that we are confronting something unprecedented because the Russians have violated repeatedly some of the core principles of territorial integrity and everything that the transatlantic community stands for. But at the same time, the intensity of that threat is kind of regionalized across the geography of Europe. So if you go to Helsinki or Bucharest or in Romania, or you go to Warsaw or Tallinn, there's a very keen sense of the existential nature of the threat. And these countries are the countries, if you look at the F-35 orders that the Finns are putting in, the Poles, Romanians, I think Czech Republic is moving in that direction, the amount of armor that's being ordered and the rest of it, that reflects that consensus on the nature of the threat and its intensity. But that begins to change in terms of appetite for risk-taking as you start moving across Western Europe. Because nations live in neighborhoods in the final analysis, how your 360-degree environment is shaped, that determines your political willingness to act. And I'm bringing this up to say, during the Cold War, it didn't really matter when you were confronting the Warsaw Pact, where you were on that map, whether you were in Paris or London or Bonn, you were exposed to the same threat level in the event of a conflict. This was overwhelming, this was understood. So the first thing is, I think there's a lot of political work to be done within the alliance and at the bilateral government-to-government level to bring the alliance closer into that understanding of what's at stake. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is we're democracies. So you need to speak to the public. You need to communicate to the electorate what's at stake, which means the leaders need to actually address their citizenry and say why we're being asked to spend money on defense, and continue to reinforce that message And it needs to be done in terms that actually speak to the average citizen. You know, we talk in normative terms. We're defending the rules-based international order. I like to joke that if I went to a farmer in Iowa and I said, you're supposed to pay taxes because you're defending the rules-based international order, he would look at me and say, what are you smoking, right? But if I came to him and I said to him, you're doing this because it's your economic prosperity, it's your homeland security, it's the safety of your children, it's the future of your grandchildren, and here's why. And that would be understood and supported. You need to ask permission from the people. And so too much of our discussion about these problems are elite conversations. You know, I'm back in the US now, 7 years in Germany, I'm in Washington. It's the corporate town. I mean, if you do national security, that's where everything is happening. But I sometimes have a feeling we should do more convening in Chicago, in Minneapolis, you know, go into the heartland and present these issues. And I think you need to do the same thing in Europe. Again, not just have an in-house kind of in-the-bubble conversation, but speak in terms that resonate with the public. And I think that's very, very important. Final comment, money. I am sick and tired of percentages of GDP, you know, conversation. To me, that's always been a political cop-out. Because you can spend 10% of your GDP on defense, if 80% of this goes to personnel, retirement, and all of that, what capabilities are you really producing? And I think if you look at the 3 regional plans that General Cavoli developed that were approved at Vilnius, the capabilities targets, we should talk in terms of what specific forces each country should provide to the alliance that he can tie into his battle plans, what kind of exercise skill sets they need to develop. And so the percentages of GDP are good indicators because they're indicators of political will. But what you really need is the real substantive military capabilities. And I hope I don't offend anybody in this room, but this is a very wealthy continent, ladies and gentlemen. It's got probably twice as much population as the United States, roughly. It's been rolling in butter for the last 30 years, no offense. Against this, you have in the line a pale shadow of the Soviet Union, you know, less than half of the population of the USSR. The Soviets had 54 non-Soviet Warsaw Pact divisions at the drop of a hat. It was sitting in the heart of Europe, occupying 1/3 of Germany. China was nothing. I mean, this was the scope of the threat. So if you look at it right now, are you telling me Europe is not capable to produce the conventional deterrent element, the core, in NATO, with the US providing the nuclear strategic component, high-end enablers, and of course our portion? It's going to be very hard to sell to the US Congress that 5 or 6 or 7 years from now, not much has changed when it comes to rearmament in Europe. Bottom line, you need to rearm. You are more than capable to provide the core deterrent conventional capability, and if need be, defeat Russian aggression should it come to that. But it takes political will.
General.
Don't get mad at me.
Connecting with this dot, you know, how to persuade public, how to persuade politicians that it's necessary to go this direction. It reminds me, in Czech Republic, the Czech army had to do a big kind of campaign to persuade the public that it's worth to buy F-35s and that spend this money in this direction. Are you here in Romania in this situation that you have to explain every day again and again why it's necessary, or is it the discussion? You don't have to tell any secrets from the cabinets, but if you tell, we will be happy. But where is the discussion here in Romania on this, and you just described necessity to invest, to revive domestic industry, to invest it more?
We are a little bit lucky in this respect because we have a more than 300 history with Russians, and whenever the Russians came into the Romanian principalities and then in Romania, the Romanian people suffered. So it's no doubt that Romanians do not love Russians. This is why Russia was perceived all the time as a threat for Romanians. This is why when you come to explain our people that we need to defend against Russians, the Romanian people understand. It's something that is embedded in the collective mind. It's something embedded in the behavior of Romanians. But looking at the threat, and again, geography matters. NATO is speaking about the eastern flank. Romania is on the front. We are not on the eastern flank. We are a front country. If Russians come to our border, we will be the front, the first line of own defense for NATO. And if they pass us, they will move into the Hungary. They will move into Bulgaria. That means we are on the front. And in this respect, the capability you need have to cover a multi-domain operation. Of course, you mentioned the regional plans and what happened in NATO in the last, let's say, 2.5 years. It's something that it doesn't happen in the history after the fall of the Iron Curtain. So these plans are not, the universal panacea. These are drivers to help us as NATO members to transform our armed forces in order to face this type of threat. Yes, of course, the plans have list of forces. Yes, of course, the plans needs to be filled with forces, and there are a lot of processes going on, starting from changing the NATO defense planning process to align the planning process to the requirements of the plans, moving into a new force model, which put the readiness of the forces on the forefront. So there are a lot of transformations and processes in NATO, and all the countries align their national defense plans with these NATO plans in order to ensure a synchronization in time and space and the convergence of effects in order to avoid duplication. And all these, if we come to an end, moves into required of capabilities. If you want to build a capability, you need equipment, you need ammunition, you need communication systems, you need ISR equipment, intelligence, reconnaissance, and surveillance, and all of them come together to counter the most dangerous course of action that NATO and nations foreseen for this threat. So this is how we are working. So we are working on plans. The plans moves into capabilities. Capabilities goes in, as you mentioned, orders for the industry. The industry have to respond. So this is what we are doing now, and it's very difficult. And as you mentioned, we do not have to convince our grandparents or parents that lived during the Second World War. They know what the Russians have done when they came here. If we go to the political body, the political body in Romania at least understood very well, and we have a contract, let's say a contract, to have 2% of the GDP, and this allowed us to start the programs that I mentioned before, early on. Now we are, I think, on the 6th year with 2% of the GDP. Starting from this year, we have 2.5 of the GDP. And of course, you've mentioned not to waste, but to use money in other directions. It is not the case for Romania. So in 2022, out of 2% of the GDP, we put 22% of these into the acquisition. And this year, we have 37% of the 2.5 into the acquisition. So it's very important. Also, we put money into research and technology. It's a part of the defense budget set for this. So I think Romania is on a good track on this. But again, we are facing some shortfalls, and I mentioned some of them, those variables of the defense industry. We have complex and sometimes very difficult acquisition processes. Then we have now a list of wait. You need to wait until the industry is able to deliver what they promise. But what is to be done is to have predictability to allow the industry to restart and to move into growing their capacity. And meantime, to have that strategic patience, which is difficult to maintain because, as I mentioned, we need to fight tonight and to prepare for the future war. So these are the complexity of the problem. But I think predictability is the best way to allow the industry to follow a long-term path in order to fulfill our urgent requirements on request. I don't know, I'm not a manager of an industrial enterprise, but I think they need some time to build up this capability, to be able to transition very fast from a peacetime establishment into a crisis and then into a war production. This is, I think, the thing that managers into the defense industry should think about.
We do not have somebody from the industry on the panel, but I guess that they are solving the issue of predictability in unpredictable times. Maybe we have a question there from the audience.
Thank you so much, Rufin Zamfir. I'll try to represent the industry, although, yeah, just for the sake of argument. And I will try to rephrase something that you, Martin, said in previously, this, how shall we move from nice discussions to implementable solutions for this. And I will rephrase this, how shall we move from contemplating the problem to really solving the problem? The wars are fight with arms and ammunition. Yeah, Mr. Michta mentioned that those percentages, are nice, but won't solve by themselves the problem. And I was wondering, because I know for a fact that nobody in the industry will shy away for receiving help in boosting their capacities. And I know for a fact that there are out there business enterprises that are still waiting for the papers to be signed in some cabinet in order for them to start production of ammunition and arms. And my question is, who should solve this problem? Is this a problem that in times of crisis should stay only with state authorities, or should we move this at the next level, at the international one, at the NATO level? Thank you.
Gentlemen.
Thank you for the question. This is the never-ending conversation about domestic defense industry and the obvious reasons why governments want to protect those industries, and what the STANAGs are and what the alliance needs as a whole. I don't think NATO can actually do it in terms of stimulating the spending and giving contracts on that kind of basis. But I think there are things that NATO can do that can change our competitive position. During the Cold War, we had, so-called COCOM restrictions in NATO, Coordinating Committee on Exports. So you couldn't sell dual-use technology to our adversaries in the Soviet bloc. We have abandoned all of that when globalization hit and, end of history and all that nonsense. And so we actually shipped entire production lines, technologies. I'm not talking about selling products. I mean, I'm talking about the entire technological culture that took generations to develop, to a 1.4 communist totalitarian state, and build a story around it that, of course, as middle class rises, it'll democratize, Jeffersons will rise, and everybody will be happy. And we created the monster. So one of the parts of that conversation on capacity is reshoring. It's building up, but it's also reshoring, or at least friendshoring some of our supply chains. You cannot go into a conflict with an adversary and rely on that adversary on some of the basic stuffs. You need to have capacities. So here it's long overdue for the alliance to get together and say, hey, we're going to stop the leakage of technology, especially to China. But to a large extent, the reason the Russians have improved some of their systems, if you look at submarine propulsions, some of the hypersonics, it's access to Western technology. We've allowed our adversaries unfettered access to our entire societies, our educational systems, our labs. In effect, we're training their weapons designers in our universities, for crying out loud. Just to give you a snippet, 2019, I did some research before COVID happened. We had about 1 million foreign students in the US, and universities love foreign students. They come in, pay full tuition, don't complain, you know, wonderful. 370,000 of those at that time were Chinese grad students in STEM. Okay? We were also allowing for direct commissioning of research, some of it funded actually from public sources. I mean, this is insane. This has to end. And what I find very disturbing is that as tensions build up, and remember that the Russians and the Chinese are building up their militaries not to deter us. They have very clear plans. The Russians have already shown what they intend to do. They intend to reconquer the empire, rebuild the sphere of influence. Quintessentially revisionist state. Putin is relitigating 1991. The Chinese want to basically replace the structures that the US and its democratic allies put in place with one built around their own values, institutions, economic power, and the rest of it. So it's way past time for us to wake up and say, okay, I have relatives in Tennessee. There's a saying, if you find yourself in a hole, stop digging, right? So I don't know if the Chinese can outcompete us on AI or not. You know, there's some people who are saying, oh, they already have. I don't know. Let's see. But the current system where, you know, when COVID hit, 80% of our antibiotics were coming from China, for crying out loud. Capacities in the manufacturing sectors have to be there. You have to have redundancies. So cut off the bleed, governments move, change tax structure, provide incentives, provide contracts, streamline acquisition processes. There are countries in Europe where it's impossible to get from the order through actual approval to the actual contract. So lead times for ammunition, for example, are staggering in some countries. And that's not because there's no capacity. It's this whole bureaucracy that remains in place and all the, you know, laws and the rest of it.
You speak about Czech Republic or Romania now?
No. May I just make one point which is very important, because the general said something very, very critical, that you need all those systems to create capacities and capabilities, you know, anything from equipment, munitions, you know, comms and the rest of it. You also need manpower. And I have been talking for quite some time about the fundamental question whether the current all-volunteer force model is actually capable of providing the kind of reserves that we need in the event of an all-state-on-state conflict. The Ukrainians today have the largest army in Europe, okay? And they're beginning to face the reality of what attrition means on the battlefield in terms of population losses. The Russians have about 1 to 4 population advantage right now. And we've been so, you know, tied into the talk about mobility, precision. Well, mobility and attrition are part and parcel of the same conversation. So they, you know, we need to relearn these things. And I love the example of Finland. Tiny population in relative terms, 5.5 million. The Finns can go from, I don't know what it is, 70,000 to 280,000 at the drop of a hat. Why? Because they have national service from the age of 18 to 60. And in a critical time, they can go up to 800,000. They can't sustain it because they don't have population depth, but that tells you about the ability to surge manpower that you need. Look at the recruitment shortfalls in the US military, in European militaries. It's not just a question of incentives, it's trained reserves, right? It's the redundancy, I call it R&R, it's not rest and recreation. It's redundancies and reserves. That's what we need to change in our thinking about manpower.
Radu, you wanted to react on this? Paperwork in Romania?
Just 30 seconds. If we need ammunition, we need orders. If we need orders, we need money. If we need money, we need percentage of GDP. I know Andrew is sick and tired, and he's right. If we need certain percentage of the GDP, we need politicians. Do we have the politicians to face the reality that we are fighting a war? I don't think so. Because the military, they know what they need in order to fight a war. They need HIMARS, they need Patriot, they need 155 ammunition, everything. Do we have the politicians? I don't think so. We have a good example of Netherlands, which has a great reaction. And it's so brave, because on Monday we will inaugurate the F-16 Center of Training in Europe, the first one in Fetești. And the Dutch F-16s are here. From 31 NATO members, how many members gave F-16 to the Ukrainians, which is a brave decision? 2. The Dutch and the Denmark. So brave decisions needs brave politicians. Otherwise, the military, they do know what they need. Thank you.
I want only to address the question. I think the question was, are we alone in an island, or we were collaborative to solve the problem? So I think there are a lot of mechanisms. And probably you know NATO Support and Procurement Agency at NATO level. I can tell you that at this moment there are contracts ongoing for ammunition procurement through NSPA. We have the Permanent Structured Cooperation Mechanism in Europe, and there are a lot of projects that are ongoing, and the companies can enroll in this type of projects. Also, European Defence Agency assumed a role of agent between nations and industry in order to build up the so-called collaborative procurement process, and a lot of nations involved into different projects built up by ADA, EDA. So we are in, there are ongoing processes, and Romania is part of, for example, 12 projects for PESCO system, and it's just an example. But also the Romanian armed forces, they want to keep the connection with the national industry and to keep the contracts that we have ongoing and to develop the links between the Romanian armed forces and, of course, as Radu mentioned, we are in a position that the money, they are here, so we need a competitive industrial market where to go and choose whatever is within the frame of the money we have, but with the qualities that we require. So this is, I think we are not alone. Of course, there are, as I mentioned, a lot of variables into the European industrial market, defense industrial market. There are a lot of variables, but this type of, let's say, collaborative work help every nation to get itself into the process and then to take whatever they need.
I would add only to that it's also a question for us from the eastern part of EU how to tap for the money from the EU. There was a recent study that 2/3 of the European Defence Fund in 2021 went to the 4 Western countries' companies. So it's also the question of our own ability to go into the Brussels to say so and ask and get the money. Unfortunately, we have a last question, so please, very brief.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to be brief. Andrei Lupu is my name. I'm a member of the Chamber of Deputies, the Defense Committee. So I have a question exactly on what General Bondar was trying to say. We do have the money, but another strategic question is, where do we buy from? We can buy, and we do buy from a lot of places right now, but let's look at the US. We'll have elections next year. We don't know how will the next government look towards collaborating with Europe regarding defense equipment. We do buy as well from Asian countries, from South Korea, from Israel, and when I say we, I'm not referring only to Romania. But We might have a conflict in the South Asia Sea. We have a conflict in Israel. A third option is to keep buying from different European countries, as Mr. Bonder was saying. For the moment, we have a mix of all of them, but we cannot be sure that we'll have this for the coming months or years. Conflict might start everywhere. Political changes might come from any place. So what should be our strategic decision regarding on what do we spend money on and exactly from where do we get the most important equipment? Thank you.
Gentlemen, please be short. I know the answer.
I think it's very important to understand that every procurement program passes a competitive bidding process. The provider comes in the end. So, as I mentioned, what capabilities do you need? How much money do you have? What do you need to do with those capabilities? All these comes into a process that there are requirements for the mission, operational requirements, and a lot of probably very long process of procurement. And then you have the political guidance. And you know for sure that for above a certain amount of money, we go to the parliament to have a decision on the acquisition. So I think the decision finally comes to the representatives of the people, because the contract goes into the parliament, what we want to acquire, and then goes to the specialists, the subject matter experts that they deal with this. So I think of course, from where we come, as I mentioned, we need to take into consideration the risk of supply chain. When you build up these documents, the requirements for the operational requirements, you need to take this into consideration. You need to take into consideration the offset offered with the contract. There are a lot of variables that comes into the acquisition process, but I'm not a specialist. There are subject matter experts that are working on this, and I'm sure there is no doubt that in the end, the Army received what they need. This is because it starts from us, and the product comes into our, let's say, military unit. So.
Thank you very much. No,
just very quickly.
We are over time, so
yeah,
please.
just very quickly. Start not with systems. This is a toolbox. Start with what your strategy is, what the theater looks like, what your military requirements are to actually get to those goals, and then put the tools. This is a system of systems conversation. And unfortunately, because of Ukraine, there's been this fascination with one magic bullet, the F-35, the F-16, the Abrams, this. No. It's what are your strategic objectives, how you operationalize those objectives, what your military strategy is, theater strategy, and then you get down to even a small unit level. That's where you provide equipment, as the general says, what they need.
Gentlemen, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We are over time, and the lunch is waiting for us, I guess. And unfortunately, we have to close that. Sorry, I'm very sorry. We can continue the discussion over the lunch, please. So thanks, General Bondor, Andrew Mikta, Radu Tudor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for this very intense discussion. Just a few logistics announcements, please, as we live in this period where everything happens very fast and change is our middle name. There are a few changes in the agenda, so please check your badges, the QR code on your badges to see. And just for you to know, we will be back here in half an hour to start the next session. So 30 minutes for lunch. Enjoy.
Great. So I believe we're going to have like 1 minute for everybody to join us. I hope you had a wonderful lunch break. And after lunch, what goes better than a discussion about metaverse? No, it's a natural digestive, I hope. Okay, so we'll start our conversation on metaverse in few minutes, and allow me to invite in the room and on the stage Vidnia Saldava, Public Policy Lead for Romania, Bulgaria and Baltics and at Meta, and Tomas Kasprovic, Vice President of Respublica Foundation. Welcome and thank you for making the time to be with us today. We'll start lightly the conversation because I believe people will join us once we start, and hopefully it will bring some light to this topic. No, once it's a complicated word, or not a complicated word, but everybody can put everything under the metaverse. We had our discussion yesterday about AI. Something similar happened there. So I will take the opportunity to open the conversation with. What do we usually put under this umbrella? I don't know, Vidnia. I can start with you. Just describing a little bit, or Thomas, if you want to jump in, just to setting the stage on what we discuss today.
So I mean, I can start.
Yeah.
I should have studied up on my definition of metaverse, but luckily there's so many definitions going around out there. But I think what we're really talking about are immersive spaces where we are collaborating with each other. We're talking about the future of the internet. Let's say if we had text, then we had images or, pictures, then we had video, and now we're looking at having it immersive. So let's say you were learning about the planets. Mm-hmm. A text would be, oh, I really love Saturn, but then an image would be of Saturn. And then you would have a video, and then you could, in the metaverse, actually see, planets moving around you and be able to interact with a teacher or somebody else in that space, including the objects and other people.
It's a new virtual world that we are building. No, it's a new experience that we are building, and probably around it there are a lot of discussion, and also coming back to our theme today. It's a world of opportunities, I see it, a world of economic opportunities, and we hope to talk about a little bit today. So, Thomas, you are the author of the recent policy brief we discussed even today, Harnessing the Economic Potential of the Metaverse, Opportunities, Challenges and Implications in Central and Eastern Europe. You outline there a set of challenges that can be addressed, at least partially, as you mentioned, by the tools that are currently offered by the virtual space like Metaverse. Could you please give us briefly a better picture on these challenges?
I would love to. You see, our region has a certain set of challenges that we are facing. And those are arising from various underlying issues, like demographics, for example. Mm-hmm. Our societies are aging, our workforce is shrinking, availability of certain services in places is also limited. So now we are facing those problems, and Metaverse is giving us certain tools to deal with them. For example, we see the shortage of teachers, especially in the remote areas, especially in STEM and engineering, programming, and so on and so forth. This propagates certain inequality, where the metropolis are in a much better positions. People living outside of metropolis are underprivileged. And here technology gives us a chance of propagating the best education, for example, also outside by using classes created by metaverse. Certain approaches to this problem were taken, for example, in Latvia, that is offering this sort of instruction to the remote areas with respect to programming and information technology. So that's one set of changes that can be at least partially addressed with metaverse. Another one is that people that are elderly or growing elderly population, one of the big problems of those people is lack of socialization. They suffer from loneliness. Again, here, metaverse can give this very lifelike interaction to those people and engage them into society and also ease some of their problems, also including, for example, their health monitoring, which can be done on a cursory basis, but also much deeper basis. Well, this is not only limited to the elderly. We have a problem with disabled people that also would like to be productive members of society, but very often are not able to. As we heard today, for example, certain universities would never take a person on a wheelchair because they don't have elevators, for example. So basically, those opportunities are close to them, but doesn't have to be that way. So that's yet another challenge that can be fixed this way. Also, when we are looking at lack of skilled, for example, technicians in some places, those people with some rudimentary knowledge can be assisted and their knowledge can be enhanced with the assistance from somebody else within the metaverse. So here the potentials to address our challenges are very, very large.
Thank you so much. So it's a new world that we are building in some cases, but this world that we are building, actually it's helping us to solve the problems on the, let's say, real world, not the virtual world.
We hope.
We hope, and I'm looking optimistically as everybody knew at these challenges. Vidnia, Meta launched an important report quantifying the potential economic impact of the metaverse together with Deloitte. I believe it was done a year ago or 2 years ago, I believe. And I noticed that EU market for virtual reality, augmented reality reached an estimated 7 billion in 2021. And is projected to grow to 34 billions in 2026. So it's kind of big. Also, the EU might see an increased economic opportunity as much as 200 billion to 48.9 billion euros in GDP by 2035. So this is not little. I mean, the potential for Europe in this case and this analysis, it was huge. What is the potential for our region? How do you see harnessing from this potential, this opportunity?
I think some of these numbers show that actually the metaverse is already here, right? It's even though that you might not see it in your everyday life. I think that there's a big misconception that that metaverse is Web3, is Web4, is blockchain, is crypto. You have to have VR glasses to experience it. All of these different, conditions are actually not necessary for you to be already experiencing the metaverse. You can use your mobile device to access the metaverse, and you can use your computer, to be in these immersive spaces of learning. There are real use cases that are happening in Europe right now. Even if we just look in Romania, there's a immersive language learning app, Mondly. Or if you go to Estonia, there's you can experience the wood fire sauna in VR. And these are just small little applications. But we do believe that all these technologies are really going to define what the future will look like of the internet. But there's also some challenges, and if we as Europe, or even more specifically CEE, want to benefit from that, we really need to get behind also policy-wise, because not all policymakers get it, that we need this innovation in Europe. If you look at top 10 global companies, I think the number for Europe is 0.
Yes.
If you look at If you look at private quantum computers, 50% of them are in the US, 40% of them are in China, and in the EU, 0. You know, we're not doing so well in Europe. I think CEE, and this is why we're a little bit special, Central and Eastern Europe, because we have this passion in ourselves to prove something of us, to really put ourselves on the map and saying, look, I'm a small Estonia, but I can have most unicorns per person in the world. And that's cool. And I really think this is where CEE's strength lies. We have smart people, we have policymakers who get it, and I'm hoping that they can really take a stance, because this is what we need also on a European level. If we're talking about CEE's power, this is where our power lies. The fact that we believe in innovation in CEE, the fact that we see the need for these sort of technologies to really uplift our countries. So it's really time to speak up on the EU level, because not all politicians over there get that. And we really see that overregulation is actually harming people right now. We haven't really seen the cost of regulation up until now so much. I mean, okay, we had a cookie banner, okay, but these days we're really seeing an actual cost. Some products are not being launched in the EU. When you see, the Google's Bard or the Microsoft Copilot, delayed rolling out. There's some products that just will never launch in the EU, but will only stay in other countries like Asia, other regions like Asia and America. So that's something we need to think about, that we need to take also more of a political stance, and that's one way how we can ensure that these technologies work for us.
Yeah, because it's a good opportunity and to burn a lot of steps and to be on this space. Thomas, you briefly presented the metaverse potential, and you both presented in terms of economic development, and Vinia just mentioned that we are somehow nowhere right now. How do you see how the countries in the region can better coordinate between them? Because I see that there's a lot of potential for collaboration here, not working at separate countries to build solutions, but also to have a broader conversation around this potential of the metaverse. How do you see it?
Well, we are currently in the situation where we are lacking ecosystem. We have those very cool implementations here and there. There is this virtual park in Zagreb. There is a digital twin in Riga. There is this cool application for human body exploration. There is another one for fixing cars. This is what is called the islands of excellence, but they are islands. They are not even archipelago. There is no connection between those. There is this project, it's cool, there is a media frenzy about it, and that's about it. People do not meet, people do not talk that much. Not only within the region, even within countries. That's pretty unusual. We are currently conducting a series of meetings in CEE, one taking place here today. And those people, in most cases, see each other for the first time, despite of the fact they are dealing with metaverse for the last couple of years. This is deeply disturbing. Not to mention the need to connect those people on the, at least regional level. Only then there could be attempts to do what Vinia is saying, to create certain level of influence. First, to educate the politicians, because let's face it, 99.9% of them do not know what actually AI, metaverse, blockchain is. And then, of course, the natural reaction from the unknown is the defensive position, which ends up in overregulation. So that's something that needs to be done. Who is going to educate those people? Who is going to educate the public about, on one hand, opportunities, but also dangers of those technologies? Well, only those people that are actually dabbling with those technologies right now. But to do it, they need to do it into coherent manner. And then when we have this level of awareness, we can think about what do we want, what do we don't want, how should it be regulated so that our companies profit from those technologies and are not harmed by crippling regulations that sometimes appear. But this needs understanding and ecosystem.
Because it's a fine line between the competitivity that Europe wants, the region, of course, wants, and the need for regulation. So it needs to be a balanced. And I noticed that once you don't understand the technology and the possibilities of technology, you tend to break this competitivity, as Vitnia was mentioning, in spite of, just being safer on that side. Vitnia, I'll move to you. We worked together on Aspen Institute Romania and we started a high-level conversation in Bucharest in September, which we hope to lead to a metaverse strategy in Romania. But having this broader picture that you have on the region, what would be the key aspects to recommend to consider in this effort that countries should put in such a strategy? It's helpful for us, but I believe it's helpful for all the others. What are the key elements to be there?
Well, first of all, the national strategy, I think, is a good idea, because that really lets you and all the relevant stakeholders, first of all, to map the relevant stakeholders, who's affected by this and who could benefit from this and where the opportunities lie, and then really be able to look deeply in that topic and afterwards present a report that can be used, that first of all gives a clear guideline to the industry as to what the government is thinking about this, where they are planning to invest the resources, how they see this going, and that gives them a clear a clear roadmap. So does the investors. The investors also get a big heads up from a national strategy, because they know that if they invest in something, how that will look like and how that's going to develop in the future. That's not just going to disappear. And of course also for the governments, because they understand really the more of the priorities of what's going on. I think some of the aspects that really need to be taken into account is the fact that research and development is so important, and you just need to keep investing in that, and everybody needs to invest in that. Some of these technologies that we are talking about and how metaverse will look like in the future is deeply connected to future technology that's not yet available, like really true augmented reality glasses. We just don't have that, but that's what everybody is waiting for, I would say. So how do we make that happen? What do we need to have true augmented reality glasses? So we need a certain type of engineers, right? So what we can start thinking is about recruiting those, creating programs, recruiting professors, creating programs for those specific types of engineers. We can also think about where do we need to invest postgraduate programs. So actually, a few weeks ago, we met with the Polytechnic University here in Bucharest. One of the big problems they told us is that we have so many talented students, but the work goes nowhere. They produce all these innovative solutions, but they all stop at the idea phase because there's not enough investment, there's not enough support from public funds and private funds to actually then launch these cool products. So that's one area for sure. And I think the facilitation of ecosystem is also very important. And here I'm really talking about the ecosystem within the country and the knowledge sharing. I think the Romanian government is doing a good job of trying to include the private industry. Like this is quite, exemplary effort in the region because I covered Central and Eastern Europe, so, I can have this sort of overview, and I can tell that there's a really good effort. I think some of the action points can still be missing a little bit when we're talking about these innovation, but it's a good starting point. We just need to continue to develop and foster relationships between different stakeholders, public, private, academic, and keep the conversation going.
Yeah, and I saw also an opportunity to connect the national priorities to the strategy for a metaverse. We have on work in progress in a strategy for AI, as we discussed yesterday. So the two of them, it's a good opportunity to connect to the national priorities and said, look, we can work on AI to solve education, solve healthcare. We can work with the metaverse strategy to solve. And I was amazed, and we were amazed together, to look at how many solutions there already are in place, how many companies are doing this in Romania and the region. So it's a huge potential. But this potential, once again, and you tackle a little bit on that, it's about the awareness around the subject. And for the general public, if you say metaverse, it's just some eyewear that you put it on, some glasses that you put on, some, I don't know, headset that this is the metaverse. So how, and I'm back to Tomas, how can we make this so how can we make people and politicians and of course decision makers to understand better what's possible there?
Well, the traditional way of doing is that our children will teach us, yes? So
Great way.
So basically that's how it's working for me to a degree, to be honest. But of course we need much more coordinated effort than that. And here we are talking about the very wide need for the educational action. And I'm not talking only about how to educate kids. As I said, they are probably the best educated of all groups, which is having its own challenges, to be honest. But we need to educate teachers about the emerging technologies, including the metaverse, so they can teach those children how to use them responsibly. We have to educate politicians, as I've mentioned, about what those technologies are and what they are not, because we have more misinformation than actual information in the space. And unfortunately, there is no other way of doing it than the experts dealing with that, trying to figure out certain base of knowledge that can be safely transferred. Whether it's going to be something very formal, that it's a program that is certified on the EU level or whatever else, or it's local production of civil society that is working together with those companies. That, of course, all depends on how we want to approach it. But the information is needed and it needs to be provided into accessible level, preferably in the metaverse itself, yeah? So you can experience what you are actually learning about. So the places where you can actually, if you're interested, go and experience something. You put on the glasses, the headset, or whatever else, so it's not something like a Yeti that you've heard a lot about but never actually seen yourself. And but that requires a lot of effort from the ecosystem that doesn't exist yet, as I said. So that's another part of the problem.
Some will laugh that on the parliamentary level, if they have the glasses on, they can sleep better behind them. But I will leave that apart. Vidnia, what I was noticed also, and we'll end up with this discussion about democracy is going to follow on the stage. And I was looking at this particular topic on metaverse, that is a space that if we don't fill it with information, with awareness around the possibilities of technology, other will fill it with conspiracy theories and what the doomsday is going to bring. How we're going to do it from your perspective, also in increasing awareness or filling this space with good examples and what really can help people, this technology?
I think first we need something that people actually want to use. So as much as it's cool to have little startups, the big businesses have a large role to play, right? So I think it's about big industries coming together, big businesses coming together, making partnerships, and that's something that I know that everybody in the industry is trying to achieve. That will make the policymakers listen, because it's inevitable, if the industry is pushing for something, that the government has to listen and will listen and maybe see, well, maybe there's some value. If our experts in the industry are uppicking this, maybe there's something we can use also in the public sector. I think yesterday what was mentioned on this forum is that before, all the big inventions were created by the public sector. Now all the big inventions are created by the private sector. So I think that is probably how it's going to stay also with AI, also with the metaverse. However, that doesn't mean that governments and policymakers don't have a role to play. They have a huge role to play, you know, of embracing these technologies, of actually showing that they too use them and they too want to integrate them into their systems. If, for example, hate to say Estonia again, you know, but they just have so many good examples. They have, you know, they're working on this immersive assistant bureaucrat that will be able to integrate with different platforms and help citizens do the boring bureaucratic tasks online and, you know, in like going forward, help in an immersive way to those who maybe struggle with just doing it themselves. So it's one step, but it could be the decisive step to actually more people are picking this technology.
I'll end up in this positive note. Thank you so much for being with us today. In your applause, I will once again thank you for making the time and be with us. Thanks. So, the next session will be on democracy in Ukraine. It will be very insightful. So, ready for the next session, please.
Thank you, Radu. Thank you and the panelists for talking about technology and the opportunities they bring. And now moving forward for the spotlight conversation, democracy on Ukraine, I invite on the stage Hanna Hopko, Chair of the Board and Founder, ACT, Navigate, Transform, Shape, and Ukraine, and Yulia Bankova, Editor-in-Chief, Liga.net, Ukraine.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your interest to the topic of Ukraine. Every time I'm nervous a bit because the level of the attention is getting lower, unfortunately. So thank you for being here. I want to start our conversation with Hanna from latest news from Ukraine. And one of the previous panels' topic was hegemony of Russia and the Black Sea. And today, this morning, Ukraine hit 2 military boats of Russian Federation. Early in November, Ukrainian armed forces also, there was an attack on the ship repair plant in Kerch. It happens again and again, and despite all of this, everything, ships with Ukrainian grain continue to reach destinations. So the question is, can we talk about hegemony of Russian Federation in the Black Sea? And Ukraine has shown more than one time its efficiency and creativity, despite the total lack of weapons. And when I'm thinking about democracy in Ukraine, I'm thinking about that the only threat for democracy in Ukraine we have now is Russian missiles. And I think that maybe Hanna will agree with me. Hanna and me, we have known each other more than 10 years, I guess. And 10 years ago, this time actually in November, we stood on the Maidan during a revolution of dignity, defending democracy and insisting on signing the association agreement with EU. And 2 days ago, the European Commission recommended starting negotiations on Ukrainian accessions to the European Union and emphasized that despite the war, Ukraine continued to implement important reforms. Hanna, what do you think? Isn't it the best illustration that we managed to defend democracy in Ukraine?
Thank you, Yulia. Thank you, the organizers, for having this panel, because I think what is in Ukraine is what at stake is the global democracy. And actually, you started your presentations from mentioning this successful morning operation by the Ukrainian armed forces. This is the way how we demilitarize Russian presence in the Black Sea and actually guarantees that the freedom of navigation and export of Ukrainian grain and agriculture commodities are in place. And of course, we do expect to have more ATACMS and also our German Taurus systems, which will really help us to liberate all Ukrainian territories, because Russia started its invasion against Ukraine in 2014 from illegal annexation of Crimea. So the victory means also returning back Crimea, because when we are talking about Ukrainian military operations and liberation of our territories, the main focus is, of course, genocide, what's happening in the occupied territories. Every hour when we speak, Russians armed forces are torturing, are killing Ukrainians living in the occupied areas. So for us, it's of course the issue of human rights, because almost 10 years of ongoing Russian aggression against Ukraine is an attack on humanity. And it's key for us. And this is why in previous panel, we discussed also and we raised the issues that we want to see more stronger, not just statements about what Russia is doing in the Black Sea. And actually, if we analyze the situation in the South China Sea, when we have this FONOP, freedom of navigation operations, we would like to see similar in the Black Sea when NATO countries demonstrate real actions, helping Ukraine with export of agriculture commodities. And also everyone analyzing the article published by General Zaluzhny. It's his second analysis. Previous one was published a year ago with a call to our Western partners: give us 300 tanks for spring counteroffensive. Give us everything we need to demonstrate a strong leadership in restoring our territorial integrity and sovereignty. And I think both President Zelensky and General Zaluzhny are sending the clear message that the West need finally to wake up and actually to understand that it's not just Russia, it's also North Korea, which was capable to provide more munition, Russia with more weapons than the global trade power, the European Union. So actually, I think in the war of attrition, it's important to have this victory strategy. But victory strategy, when you have this goal of victory, then the means follow. And means it's more weapon, more financial resources, tougher and real sanctions, that Russia will not be able to buy Western components to produce more drones, more missiles, and keep killing civilians and destroying critical energy infrastructure ahead of winter season.
Yes, it's all about defending not only our democracy, but democracy in the whole world and European countries, and we are heading into election seasons, and we will have, I guess, elections in 17 countries very soon, and support for Ukraine is very politicized. How to keep world attention in this situation? Because as I mentioned earlier, it's all about that on a battlefield in Ukraine, we defend not only our territories, but also democracy, right to the democratic elections in European Union, in each European country. How to keep this, and what do you think about this very tough period for all of us of elections?
Thanks for these important questions. It's really next year, 2024, elections, it seems like everywhere. In the US, in European Parliament, here in Romania, in Taiwan. and India and the UK. So it's really important to explain the geopolitical actuality of victory in Ukraine, because it seems like the West somehow self-isolated itself from Russian war against Ukraine and from the new realities that anti-Western forces, it's China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, Belarus, and others, they already crafted the anti-Western world, and they try to extend their influence and build. It's a part of revisionism. And for me, it's really important, especially in the eve of 90th anniversary of commemoration of Holodomor as a genocide. What's happening now in Ukraine, it's genocide. And I'm thankful to those 14 countries, 14 nations, which already recognize Russian aggression as a genocide. And because for recognition of Holodomor as a genocide, it took almost 90 years for European Parliament. And only after the new genocide, the full-scale war, they finally made this decision. Our European Parliament partners in German Bundestag. So I think the key is here. What's the blockade of the Black Sea previous year and till summer this year? Weaponization of food is weaponization of hunger. And if 90 years ago, Stalin man-made famine was against Ukrainian nation, now weaponization of food is against global South countries. Because they will be threatening of hunger, lack of grain from Ukraine. And what's happening now in Cambodia, in Vietnam, when we see the hike of price for rice? It's all interconnected. So my question, why people need to suffer in global South countries, in Africa, in some Asian countries, because of totalitarian regime in Kremlin, which nothing changed from Soviet time till now. So actually we have to finally talk about sustainable peace. And in Ukraine, more than 40 experts, we developed a sustainable peace manifesto with key ideas: punishment for the aggression, and it included also confiscation of Russian assets, sovereign assets, and we need political will, tribunal, and reparations in the future. And second, also, it's membership of Ukraine in the EU and NATO, decolonization of Russian history. I can imagine what victory means for me. It's not just Ukraine restoring territorial integrity in 1991, internationally recognized borders. It's not just about reparations, because Russian society should also be moral guilty for not protesting against a Russian dictatorship regime, what they are doing. But also, I can imagine one day visiting Moscow and seeing in the Red Square of Moscow the monuments for victims of Soviet genocide against Ukrainians during Holodomor. Also, another memorial to Chechens people, which were also, remember, First and Second Chechens War, but it was a genocide against Chechens people who proclaimed their independence during the disintegration of the Soviet Union. And also another memorials to the genocides what Russia is doing now. We have to talk about de-imperialization of Russian Federation. This is the way to go. And actually through economic sanctions, which we are discussing now, 12 sanction package of the EU. But I can imagine the influence of this package if this package was done in 2015. Maybe this could help us to prevent the full-scale war or somehow limit Russian capacity to prepare more military and to have this build up with more than 160,000 of troops near Ukrainian-Belarusian border in 2021, then 2022, before the full-scale invasion. So 11 package of sanctions of the EU, including US sanctions, G7 sanctions against Russia, they are good, but it's not enough to stop aggressive behavior of Russian and to collapse Russian economies, that they are not able to produce more weapons. So with sanctions policy, we have to analyze how to make really hellish sanctions when Russia is not able to kill Ukrainians every day. And actually now what's happening, every day we have Syrian on our cell phone numbers. And the number of guided aerial bombs launched by Russia on daily basis is growing significantly. They remotely could use it like 50 kilometers from the fighting lines and actually to destroy villages, kill civilians. So Russia adjusted to the war reality and actually managed to produce more weapons with this receiving supply from Iran, North Korea. This is why my questions to the Western nations. Politicians will be elected, someone re-elected, but the key is the societies we will be living in. And actually, everyone is talking about Ukraine victory, but we cannot sacrifice Ukraine. We need to work together. And what makes me not worry, not angry, but this lack of understanding, this is not Russian war against Ukraine. It's Russian war against Europe. It's genocidal war, it's colonial war, it's war against NATO. Because if someone wants to say, oh, this is war between Russia against Ukraine, no. Remember some Putin statements before in 2021 against NATO. And what's happening in the Baltic Sea, also recent special Russian military operation with the communication underwater. So Russia using hybrid warfare to undermine stability. And actually Russia-China, I'm sure that China already investing resources in building infrastructure of alliances like BRICS, Shanghai Organization, investing in Latin America, in Africa, besides Djibouti military bases, everywhere. So one day we will see a not surprise attack in Taiwan. We will see that China has this network of organizations, including terroristic organizations. This is why, for me, it's very sad that even recognition of Wagner Group as a terroristic organization didn't happen in the US, which is strange. Why? When Wagner Group with their terroristic activities everywhere, in Mali, in other African countries, in Venezuela, in Belarus, in Ukraine, and others. So this is why I think victory of Ukraine is so important for Moldova, actually to restore territorial integrity and bring back Transnistria. It's important to Georgia because it's about returning back Abkhazia and Ossetia. It's important for Belarus because this is their chance actually to have, through elections, to have a democratically elected government. It's also important for other nations, but the key is here, especially what's happening now in the Middle East. Where is the Western strategy of prevention? Not, oh, we didn't know about this. Now it's everything clear, what's happening.
And I think we have a few more minutes, and for me it's very important to send another message about internal policy of Ukraine. And I guess that when we are talking about democracy and elections in Europe, we also have to, we also hear this conversation and discussion if there is a possibility to have election in Ukraine. Even our partners ask us about that. Will you have presidential election? Will you have a parliament election? Is it possible? Personally, me as a journalist, I see and I talk with many people, politicians. So I see the situation 2 weeks ago in my in neighboring town of my hometown, where destroyed, not destroyed, but at least somehow broken every school. And every kindergarten. And usually elections take place in schools. So I have no possibility to have elections in Ukraine during wartime, because this town is very far from the front line. But how to make them safe, how to give people a right to vote and to be elected. Personally, me think that many those soldiers who are fighting on the front line have right to be elected. They have right to be members of parliament, but there's no possibility to them even to be elected. So what do you think about these discussions? I'm not asking about if it's possible, because I don't think so, and even our president already said that. What do you think, and what message should be sent to our partners?
So Ukraine, compared to the aggressor state, always have been conducted free and fair elections. So according to our constitution, during martial law, election is prohibited, it's unconstitutional. So I cannot imagine when Russia daily attacking Ukrainian cities by massive cruise missile, ballistic missile, kamikaze drones. So those who are recommending us to conduct elections, okay guys, come to Ukraine and work in the election commission without anti-air defense systems enough, without all our no-fly zone protection and everything. So it's impossible. So Ukraine, in Russia, it's clear who will be next president. In Ukraine, it's about competition. It's about political competition. It's about voting rights. It's also about, so it's impossible. It's not just, some people say it's about money, we have to find money. Guys, it's not about money, it's about democracy. Really true, free and fair elections during the full-scale war is impossible. So first, victory, and after victory, now our parliament is working on some amendments, how to guarantee for millions of Ukrainians who are living abroad their voting rights, this transition period. We are working, we are preparing, because we are true democracy. We want election, but election free and fair. With our soldiers, their rights not just to vote, but also to run for elections. Because they are the defenders of our freedom, and they have a right to be together with others to compete for being in the offices in the future. And also, I think this is a kind of manipulation. And I understand this is part of Russian propaganda, to say, okay, if Ukraine do not conduct elections, it means that Ukraine is not a democratic state. So it's a trap. And let's be frank, I cannot imagine, I imagine who is in this interest, because can you imagine if Ukraine starts election and then Russia will start bombing us, and then everyone says, look, Ukraine is a failed state. They wanted to conduct, but they are not able. So during the war, election is impossible, and more than 100 think tanks, civil society representatives, they produced a statement 2 months ago with all arguments. Why? So my call to all partners, help Ukraine to win faster. Give us everything to need to liberate all our territories, because it's also questions about people living in the now temporarily occupied Crimea, about their rights also to vote. So this is why I really want everyone in Ukraine to be in equal rights to vote. And I think in the history, we've never seen a practical case when country during, even we have the British experience, when they were missing for 10 years elections during the World War II. So why Ukraine should be pushed for first victory? Let's focus on victory first, helping Ukraine with enough ATACMS, enough anti-air defense system, enough F-16, that we have air superiority, and we could defend the Black Sea from Russian attempt to monopolize the Black Sea. So this is the key, and it's not just in the interest of Ukraine, it's in the interest of Romania, Bulgaria, Turkey, Moldova, Georgia, and not just, because the security of the Black Sea matter for Mediterranean countries and globally. So freedom of navigation and actually victory first.
Thank you very much. I think we finished. Time is out. Thank you everyone for your attention.
And thank you very much, and good afternoon to all of you. After this discussion about Ukraine and the situation there, we are now moving towards discussing one of the subjects that are of direct interest of the European citizens, and which is one of the outcome of the war in Ukraine, and that is the concern for the food security and the disruptions in food supply that we have seen as a result of the war in Ukraine have, of course, not come unanswered by the European institutions, by the European executive, and this is what we're going to discuss next. And for the next quarter of an hour, we have the privilege of talking to the best person that can update us on how things are being seen from Brussels, from the European Commission, on the changes in terms of the policies that the European executive has done in order to cope with all of these problems. So we have with us online Commissioner for Agriculture, Mr. Janusz Wojciechowski, who is a leading figure, obviously a very long-standing figure in Brussels, having served first as a member of the European Parliament and now as a commissioner. Commissioner, of course, you are very much aware of the concerns that we have here in Central Eastern Europe, not only security concerns, but also concerns about the food supply. And I believe during these 4 years of term as commissioner, you have seen a lot, and you have had to deal with a lot of matters. The policies of the EU have had to be adapted to the current circumstances, and I am aware that there are still a few files pending, and we have the farm-to-fork strategy still pending. We have the changing of the rules for new genomic techniques and pesticides still pending. Can you please update us on where we stand?
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. It's my great pleasure. Today's discussion will focus on food security, a topic that is very important and very timely. The consecutive crisis of COVID-19 and the Russian aggression against Ukraine, combined with the growing effects of climate change, have created challenging conditions for farmers and food security in Europe and across the world. The Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, estimates that about 780 million people across the world faced hunger in 2022. The latest report on the World Food Programme warns that acute food insecurity is likely to increase in 2024. But at this moment, when the need for cooperation is greatest, food is being used as a weapon. This summer, Russia terminated the Black Sea Grain Initiative and has launched attacks on Ukraine's grain storage and export facilities. Clearly, these actions show that Russia continues to weaponize food and undermine global food security. In response, we must come together to ensure that food is not used as a weapon of war, but as an instrument of peace. First and foremost, the European Union and its member states have formulated a joint response to the immediate crisis with a commitment of at least 18 billion in grants for the period 2021-2024. Africa and Middle East, the regions most affected by food insecurity, will receive around half of this support. We are also taking a wider range of actions to strengthen food security in the medium to long term. For example, we are committed to supporting exports from Ukraine, who normally supply around 45 million tons of grain to the global market every year. We need to support all efforts to facilitate exports of Ukraine's grain and other agricultural products to the countries most in need, notably in Africa and Middle East. Following Russia's decision to terminate the Black Sea Grain Initiative, solidarity lanes have become the only roads available for Ukraine's exports and imports. Between May 2022 and September 2023, these alternative roads have allowed Ukraine to export 102 million tons of goods, including 57.8 million tons of agricultural goods, a large portion of which has been grain, oilseeds, and other related products. To ensure that these essential exports can continue, especially to the countries most in need, the European Union has been working closely with Ukraine and neighboring states, as well as with international companies and transport operators to improve the functioning of our solidarity lanes. Since May 2022, we have streamlined procedures, improved traffic management systems, and increased staffing levels. For the future, there has been agreement to increase capacity along the Danube road by making better use of unused capacity of certain ports, particularly Constanta. I applaud the efforts of everyone involved, as all sides have invested significantly in infrastructure, including industry. We will continue to increase the capacity of the existing roads, lowering their cost and developing further alternatives so that Ukraine can export its products to its traditional markets, which are key for global food security. Addressing food security is also an essential part of our work as multilateral level. The European Union and its member states have been actively engaged to mobilize the international community and to cooperate with key partners and international organizations. At the Delhi Leaders Summit in September 2023, G20 members renewed their commitment to improve global food security in line with Sustainable Development Goal number 2. Importantly, that they also endorsed the Deccan high-level principles on food security and nutrition negotiated at the G20 Agriculture Ministers meeting in Hyderabad in June 2023. The G20 most important contribution remains the Agriculture Market Information System, whose remit has been expanded to cover developments in key areas such as fertilizers. G20 members have prioritized the continued funding of the system to ensure better transparency in global food commodity markets and to mitigate the sharp edges of extreme price fluctuations. Of course, more remains to be done, including in the area of transparency. It is also challenging for the G20 to speak with one voice on food security when one of our members actively engaged in military strikes against agriculture and export infrastructures. In this context, it is important to note that the G7 has been highly outspoken on the food security fallout of Russia's aggression. Its members continue to be the largest humanitarian donors and aid providers for food insecure areas. This shows that multilateral responses work when the involved parties agree to act within the rules of international law. In addition to the work in multilateral organizations, bilateral trade relations have an important role to play in stabilizing sources of supplies. The stability and security of supply chains and trade flows are essential to the functioning of the global food system. In this context, free trade agreements can provide a firm base to long-term partnerships and allow for smooth and uninterrupted trade by policing with transparent and well-established rules. In the current geopolitical climate, the vast network of free trade agreements established by the European Union stabilizes relations with like-minded countries. In the short term, these agreements are important for food security by smoothing trade and the functioning of food supply chains. They are also important in the long term because they enhance trade diversifications and therefore the resilience of the European Union agri-food system. Finally, trade agreements pay increasing attention to environmental and social standards, contributing to the broader goal of sustainable development in their dimensions, economic, environmental, and social. For instance, European Union recent trade agreements include chapters on trade and sustainable development, and the modernized agreement with Chile should include a chapter on sustainable food systems. This enables Europe to play a leading role to reinforce the resilience and sustainability of global food systems. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, the challenges facing global food security are significant and complex. We can only address these challenges by working together to deliver pragmatic and effective solutions. Whether it is reinforcing solidarity lanes, building consensus in multilateral organizations, our working to ensure strong and sustainable international trade, the European Union intends to drive these solutions and take the lead in safeguarding global food security. On that note, I would like to thank you for your time. I wish you constructive forum, and I look forward to the hearing outcomes of our discussions today. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Commissioner. If you still have a couple of minutes for questions.
Yes, please.
I'd like to see if there are any questions from the room. Otherwise, I have something prepared. As we are now going towards the end of the mandate of this commission, and the farmers across Europe need predictability for the legislative agenda. As we know, there are still a few files pending in the European Parliament, such as the rules for the pesticides, for the new genomic techniques. The parliamentarians, as far as we know, are trying to push these files, but there are still a lot of political divisions there. Compromises needed to be reached, whereas the farm-to-fork strategy in the end was delayed because it has to be adapted to the new context. How do you see the legislative agenda for the next 7-8 months remaining of this Parliament and Commission terms? Can we expect on some of this legislation being adopted, or will this be pushed through the next political cycle?
Thank you for this question, but this is not directly my responsibility as the Commissioner for Agriculture. That I can say that we have, this year is the first year of the new Common Agriculture Policy. After 2 years transition period, we started our new reformed Common Agriculture Policy with national strategic plans. Each member state submitted the strategic plan which was approved by the European Commission. We started this new policy with many instruments of the green transformation of our agriculture, green architecture in the strategic plans. Eco schemes, mandatory for member states, voluntary for farmers, the practices like carbon farming, more attention to animal welfare, 4 times more expenditure for improving of animal welfare standards than in previous Common Agriculture Policy. But your question was about some initiatives proposed outside of the Common Agriculture Policy, like pesticides regulation, which is now the topic of the negotiations between co-legislators, Council and Parliament. I have no answer what would be timing of the decision of these questions. There are some controversial questions like pesticides regulation. The main problem to solve is fair approach to the different starting points in member states, because the level of use of pesticides can be measured by this. The indicator is to use how much is used of the active substances per 1 hectare, and differences across between the member states is like there is the countries with the highest uses using 9 kilograms of active substances per hectare, but the countries like our host Romania, where it's 0.6 kilograms per hectare. And this is the problem, how to find a fair approach, taking into account this different situation across the member states. But as I said, this is the responsibility of other members of the European Commission. This is not a part of the common agriculture policy.
Yes, understood. All right, we just have 3 more minutes. I would like to pick up your views also, because you mentioned the trade agreements that the European Union has negotiated, is negotiating. And as we know at the start of this European Commission, this has been labeled as a geopolitical commission, trying to leverage, among others, also trade agreements with international actors, including those in the sphere of the democratic Western society, as a way to pull together this club of democracies. However, some of these trade agreements have faced difficulties, especially for the negotiation and the agricultural chapter. And as we know, the Mercosur agreement is being stuck because of this, and so the agreement with Australia. How can we reconcile this? How can we reconcile defending the interests of the European farmers on the one hand, and on the other hand, still connecting European Union with others to ensure food security?
Okay, thank you for this question. And no, first of all, we have to remember that the European Union is the biggest food exporter in the world. Our surplus in the agri-food trade is just about the 60 billion euro last year, and our interest as a European Union is to have open international trade, because we are generally, European Union is beneficial. We are benefiting this trade, open trade. Then our interest is to reduce all potential barriers and to increase the international trade. But from other hand, you're right, there are some, we have the partners like Mercosur, you mentioned, when the trade balance is negative for our farmers. This is the situation with Mercosur, with last time with Australia. The negotiation with Australia, I participated as representing the agriculture part of this negotiations, and we decided not to finalize agreement with Australia because of interest of farmers. Because of the Australian request was too high, it was not acceptable for taking into account the interest of the European farmers. But this is very important to know that we have evaluation what is the potential consequences for European agriculture agreements like Mercosur. Means about the 2 billion euro additional import of the agri-food products to the European market. Agreement with Australia is less than 1 billion. And but relations with Ukraine, 2022, the increase of agri-food import from Ukraine to the European Union market, the value of import was increased from 7 billion to 13 billion euro. 6 billion euro more import than before the war, 2021. Now, first of all, the import of grain, of cereals, oilseeds, but it shows that it was a real shock, especially in the frontline countries, frontline member states, like Romania, like Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Bulgaria, it was a huge problem in the market in these countries. It was the reason that European Commission decided to introduce temporary ban for some products, wheat, maize, rapeseed, and sunflower seed. But it's very important that it was not against it was not disruptive for Ukrainian export for transit, because the solidarity lanes, transit via solidarity lanes before this temporary ban 2000, which was introduced 2nd of May 23, it was just about the 3 million tons per month. And during the functioning of this ban, the export to Romania is the country which is playing the main role in the solidarity lanes. I think it was successful action. But returning to the trade agreements, yes, that's our interest is to have the open trade. In some agreements, this is the very important question, to protect interest of our farmers. And agreement with last weeks in negotiations with Australia shows that we protect our farmers. We don't leave their interest. We don't pay the interest of farmers for the other interest in the trade.
On the other hand, as far as I saw, the relations with Japan and Canada are easier in terms of agricultural cooperation. I've just saw your visit to Japan, and there is the upcoming EU-Canada summit that will deal also with agricultural products. Is it easier in these countries to cooperate?
Yes, no. For example, with Japan, we export many times more than we import from Japan. And yes, of course, but about the Japan, I have the experience because we had the promotion mission promoting our food in the Japanese market with representative of the European food industry and representatives of farmers also. But it shows that how important is the quality of our food. We have a very good promotion value of our food, the quality of food, which is very important for our partners, especially in Japan. Japanese consumers, they want to know what is the food, the history of food. Geographical indication is very good for the promotion, very good system to inform our partners, consumers, what is the history of the products, what is the products which is the part of our heritage, food as a part of heritage, local, regional, and this is very important. We should to continue this promotion of our food as a high quality food. I think the general European Union has no chance in the international global competition in intensive, to producing more and more intensive. Our chance, our success is to produce more and more high quality standard food. This is the chance of European food production, European farmers in the global market.
Commissioner, unfortunately, we ran out of time. Thank you very much for your contribution to Bucharest Forum 2023 and for your generosity to share your insights, and good luck for the rest of this mandate, which has certainly not been an uneventful one. And with that, I think we move to the next section. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us for this wonderful second day of the Aspen-GMF Bucharest Forum. It's a pleasure to announce we move on to a wonderful topic looking to the foreign policy of Germany especially. The panel title is Zeitenwende in Germany and its impact for a stronger Europe. And it's my pleasure to be introducing on stage Ms. Liliana Popescu, the director of the Diplomatic Institute in Romania, who will be wonderfully moderating the next panel session. Ms. Popescu, thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm very pleased to be here. It's the first time I'm moderating in this framework a panel, and it's not any kind of panel, a special panel. I think that many of the participants were waiting for this discussion. The title was announced. Let me invite the speakers. Mrs. Deputy Minister Simona Cojocaru, Deputy Minister in the Ministry of Romanian National Defense. Welcome and thank you for participating. His Excellency Dr. Per Gebauer, Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany to Romania. Mr. Christos Katsoulis, Director, Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, Regional Office for Cooperation and Peace in Europe in Vienna. And my counterpart in Latvia, Karlis Bukovski, Director of the Latvian Institute of International Affairs in Riga. I will sit down just to introduce the topic. And I have to say that apart from the description that you all have in your papers or on the telephone, I thought of kind of empathizing with Germany and emphasize what I believe that happened in the beginning of this war, of this aggression of Russia against Ukraine. And I think that Germany had to take in a lot. And I wrote down a few, I identified 7 items. First of all, it was clear after the aggression on the 24th of February 2022 that Russia is an enemy. So that was a big thing to swallow after a long period of time in which Germany tried to be civil, friendly, make business with Russia. The challenge of getting involved militarily, which is main part of the Zeitenwende. Then this turning point in the EU as a geopolitical actor, because this aggression from Russia determined this repositioning of the European Union. Then, of course, what are we going to do with Eastern Europe, with Central Eastern Europe, the enlargement issue? It was the first time that the barrier, the Russian barrier to inviting Moldova, Ukraine, Georgia was removed. Then there is this another, the 5th in my list, the China challenge, which is an economic challenge not only for the US but also for the European Union. And we know that Germany is the economic engine of the European Union. I put it like that. You may challenge me, of course. Then there is a matter of European trust in Germany. How much can we trust Germany in this new position, in this turning point? And not least, I would say the 7th element I identified, the challenge of internal democracy in Germany and how to capacitate maybe the population, the German citizens, to make a shift in their view, in their positioning. And I was talking with our distinguished guests and saying that I'm looking forward to listening to a podcast which is specifically focused on the German strategic culture and the change in German strategic culture. And we know that it's more difficult, it takes time to change this culture. So in this note, I would like, sorry for, maybe I'm not well positioned. I'm going to change my position. Sorry about that, I didn't realize. On this note, I would like to invite Deputy Minister Simona Cojocaru to take the floor and address a few words on this topic, of course.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm really delighted to be here in this panel. Thank you for inviting me. Aspen-GMF Forum is such an exceptional venue. And I have to say from the start how important this panel is today, because we have received some very important news from Berlin, and the ambassador here already mentioned previously about this, so I will start with this. Germany's announcement regarding the contribution to Romania's deterrence and defense, air policing. 4 Eurofighters are going to join air policing end of November, so we are really appreciating this coming from Berlin. So this is only a proof that Germany is stepping in to this huge effort here on the eastern flank related to deterrence and defense. The second is that Secretary General Stoltenberg was yesterday and today in Berlin, having talks with Chancellor Scholz, with the Minister of Defense Pistorius, and we have followed a lot the visit, very, very important one. And as Secretary Stoltenberg said yesterday, Germany is making a huge contribution to our shared security. And thirdly, let me say from the beginning that also just yesterday, we saluted the release of German Defense Policy Guidelines 2023. So I'm absolutely happy to be on this stage this Friday afternoon to talk about Zeitenwende and Germany new defense and security policy. So very much important. Zeitenwende is here, Zeitenwende is happening. And this is indeed a dramatic change in the Germany security and defense policy. This is absolutely clear. And I would like also to say that in our view, yes, this is a turning point. And in a famous speech by Chancellor Scholz related to the fact that Europe is our future, he mentioned very clearly, he stated very clearly that the center of gravity is moving eastward in Europe, and that Germany is adopting new roles, such one as the bridge builder. I kept into my mind this expression. It's absolutely very, very relevant today. Germany is a bridge builder in European security, a bridge builder in the transatlantic link, and also in the defense, which is absolutely very, very much important. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, that Zeitenwende is an answer, if you like, an adaptation to the world we are living in today, which, needless to say, is very much complex, very much turbulent. It's a turmoil, and we are facing a new geostrategic context. And I think what is very much important is that Zeitenwende, because we are talking about, as I said, a new approach in German security and defense policies, Zeitenwende has the merit, I think, primarily of separating German approach to international security between what was before and what came after 24th of February. This is absolutely very much important. And even more important, and I'm very much eager to learn from the other distinguished panelists here, I think is the implicit admission that the idea of having Russia as a partner in building European security was a mistake. So this is also very, very important. But as any adaptation process, this is not a one-off event in time. So it takes time. It should be enduring. It should be looking forward to the future. And I think this is not just a correction of previous mistakes. I think this is about an in-depth transformation of Germany's security and defense policies. And by the way, Germany published also very recently, back in June, a national security strategy, which is a premiere, and we have to be very much aware about this. This is a premiere. And I think, if you like, the motto of the leitmotif of the national security strategy of Germany today is that Germany should be, what I said earlier on, a bridge builder. This is absolutely very, very much important. Germany took also a very active approach in relation with partners, with partnership. Look how importantly Germany supported and is supporting Ukraine. Secretary Stoltenberg said yesterday that Germany is, next to US, one of the most important supporters of Ukraine right now in terms of military donations and other equipment. So I think that since we are undergoing the Russian war of aggression in Ukraine, actually, I have to say that all of us, we are having our own Zeitenwende. And I think Germany is leading by example, which is very, very much important. And the massive change in allotting funds for defense budget is only by the proof that Germany, again, is on board, is very much ready to contribute, and is about, to lead by example. And Germany indeed should become a guarantor of European security today, which is also very, very much important. There are still persistent questions in relation with Zeitenwende, but I think we have to listen right now also the other speakers. I have many points in relation with Zeitenwende, ambassador and distinguished panelists. Again, a wonderful and exceptional day to speak about Germany. It's an amazing coincidence, if you like, this Friday. And I'm over now. Please.
I very much like the enthusiasm of Deputy Minister Kossokaru. Thank you very much for the points you made. Indeed, it's very timely. It was a coincidence or not? Let me invite now Ambassador, His Excellency, Dr. Per Gebauer, to address a few points.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Simona, fellow panelists. I'd love to say that, of course, it was the timing, particularly for this event, that we decided to send the Eurofighters to Romania. But I have to admit, despite the relevance and the wonderful impact this forum had, that, of course, the main reason is that we sensed in these times of threats, of crisis, we need to align with one another even more. We need to build bridges. And Romania, being such an outstanding ally and partner in these difficult days, deserves our help when it's needed. The initiative to send Eurofighters now, and we will continue to do so also in the years to come, obviously on a regular basis, as we have done in the beginning of the war, but to sort of spontaneously said, okay, we'll fill one gap, was because Romania is threatened, as we all know, being a country right next to Ukraine, right next to this Russian war of aggression that we are facing. And given the recent drone incidents that particularly proved the vulnerability and the closeness of Romania, it was Germany's decision to send the Eurofighters to show our support. They've also come with an anti-drone system, primarily to protect the German contingent, but of course this is also meant as an idea potentially where we can cooperate with Romania in the future. And we are also in talks about further support programs when it comes to munition and other parts. So a lot is going on. Again, it's first of all a sign of our solidarity with the Eastern flank countries that are directly affected, and in particular with Romania, whom we can always rely on. Zeitenwende, this turning point in history, indeed describes, first of all, the fact that the Russian aggression was a turning point in history, and which led to the need for a turning point in German policy. We have heard already a few aspects of what this entails. In Germany, they have started to improve our strategy when it comes to the new threats. Liliana, you have rightly referred to it, and you have also referred to the national security strategy, which was adopted in summer, which for the first time brings with it a comprehensive security approach and security term, in a sense that it's not only the military threats we are facing a number of hybrid threats, cyber, when it comes to critical infrastructure. We've seen what's happening in the Baltic Sea, to pipelines, to interconnectors. So the threats are manifold. Fake news is another one. So we also need to shape a security answer which is broader, which also entails a better integrated approach in Germany. So it's not only the Ministry of Defense, obviously, that is dealing with security questions, but all ministries, the federal states, the civil society. So it's an integrated approach, and the same is true when it comes to our international partnerships, where we know security in Germany can only be guaranteed in cooperation, in partnership with our partners and allies in the EU and NATO in particular. So this is, first of all, one element. Of course, a key part of security is, in these days, to be militarily apt to defend against the threats we are all facing. The Russian war of aggression proves this every day, how necessary this is. So one key element, of course, was the first ever pledge to say we'll go to 2% GDP defense spending. Germany has been below 1.5 for many years, so it's a major step. We use for that not only the regular budget, but also, as you've certainly heard, 100 billion special defense fund money. And we will, the Chancellor has just confirmed it yesterday when he met the Secretary General Stoltenberg in Berlin, in 2024, for the first time, we will fulfill this target. Why not already in 2023? I think there's a simple reason for that. If you want to spend more, you need to have something to spend the money on. If you decide to buy tanks today, you won't have the tank tomorrow and pay it tomorrow. It takes time until it is produced, it's ordered, tendered, ordered, produced. So there's a bit of a time left there. But out of the 100 billion euro special fund, just to give you an idea, out of this 100 billion, 2/3, 66 billion, are already contracted. So we have already signed, by the end of the year, we'll have signed contracts for 2/3 of this special fund. So this shows where we are heading. It's also confirmed, our Chancellor, I'm just quoting it from yesterday, saying this is not a thing for the next 2 or 3 years. It will be there, we'll spend 2% in the next 20 years, basically, in the 20s and 30s of this century, because we know you cannot really become able to defend yourself if you're just looking short term. It has been confirmed by the Minister of Defense yesterday. Germany considers itself to be the backbone of European defense. So these are very strong commitments, I feel, and I'm very optimistic, and I fully trust in the credibility, and that Europe can rely on us, that alliance can rely on us, and Germany will do its part. Apart from these elements within Germany, so to speak, of course, Zeitenwende also means that we are more present, more active in the field of deterrence and defense of our allied territory. The commitment to defend every single inch of our territory is not only valid, it's necessary, and it will be fulfilled.
Germany is, as you've rightly pointed out, both of you, now the second largest donor of military aid to Ukraine. I know we have drawn a bit of criticism in the beginning of the war as to Germany not doing enough. I think this has changed from my perspective, also when it comes to the Ukrainians themselves, that are greatly appreciative of the fact that Germany has sent battle tanks, other tanks, armored vehicles, has done a great deal when it comes to air defense, which is crucial for Ukraine. As you know, we have delivered Patriot system, we have delivered, I think, at least 3 complete Iris-T SLM systems, which are crucial in defending against attacks on critical infrastructure in Ukraine. Many, many other aspects, artillery, logistics. So the full picture, the full board being delivered to Ukraine. We have been very active together with all our EU partners in training the Ukrainian army in the framework of the EU training mission for Ukraine. Apart from that angle, support for Ukraine, we are very much active in the protection of the eastern flank of our NATO territory. You've rightly pointed out our presence in the air policing gives proof to that. We are, I think, the first country that has announced that it will enlarge the battle group. You have a number of battle groups in all the bordering countries at the eastern flank, led by other European nations. We are the framework nation for Lithuania, for the battle group in Lithuania. We are the first European country to say, okay, we promise to beef up the capacity there to a full brigade size. This is a great effort. We're talking about 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 soldiers for a brigade. We're on the way to build up there. Germany is very active when it comes to filling the new regional plans and the new NATO strategy. You know, in Vilnius at the summit, NATO has dramatically shifted its approach given the new threats. And of course, has adopted new plans how to defend itself against a potential attack. But of course, you now need to fill these plans also with personnel. It's one thing to just write on paper, that's what we're going to do, but you need nations that are also committing their troops to the protection of the Allied territory. Germany is also in the lead there and doing its part. Same is true for an EU element, which was newly installed, EU being a global actor. The rapid deployment capacity, where also Germany is committing to send the troops. So these are just a few elements to show you that how we feel we live up to this promise that we have given ourselves of a turning point also in our policy. I'll leave it with that, and I'm happy to engage further on the various points. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation, which pinpointed the main elements that, in your view, the Zeitenwende means up to this point. Let me pass on the floor to Mr. Christos Katsioulis, the Regional Director of Friedrich Ebert Stiftung in Vienna.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the invitation. I'll start pouring a bit of water in the very sweet wine we heard until now by explaining a little bit the challenges that are a part of this Zeitenwende as well. Because what the ambassador just described with so many very vivid and clear examples is an element of a strategy of Germany to rebuild trust and rebuild credibility. You mentioned that credibility was an issue at the very beginning of the war, and we all remember after the Russian unprovoked attack on Ukraine, too little, too late, and an uncertainty if the German government will really come and fulfill what it has promised in this speech of Olaf Scholz. And there are reasons for that. One reason is when you hear about German mobility, you think of something that the ambassador and I know both from the region we come from, very fast cars, Porsche and Mercedes. German politics is nothing like that. German politics is like a freight ship. If you want to turn it, it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. So what we see is really a changing here. And the changing goes into the party system. We are working closely with the party of the Social Democrats and the Chancellor. And you might have heard that there were people inside the party a bit critical on this Zeitenwende, on the new focus on military in Germany. And that has changed. We've seen it inside the parliamentary group. People start perceiving Russia clearly as a threat. They start agreeing to 2% of the GDP for the defense budget. All these measures were unthinkable before. And the quotes of Olaf Scholz that the minister and the ambassador made came from the so-called Bundeswehrtagung, which is a conference of the German Bundeswehr. And I think Olaf Scholz is the first chancellor for 15 years who visited this conference and talked there. This is a change. And to quote something from the new defense guidelines that were published yesterday, there's a word in there most Germans would have cringed if they read it 2 years ago, kriegstüchtig, which means you're able for war. And the Bundeswehr was never thought of as an army to fight. It was an army to be there, so we would never have any war. So this is a change taking place. And to add a third element here, the population is also changing. The perceptions, and we have made polls before the war and after the start of the war, are clearly changing. Russia is now perceived as a threat. That wasn't the case before. The defense budget is perceived as being necessary. The support of Ukraine is supported by more than 60% of the German population, but it still takes time. And it will take even more time in 2026, 2027, when these 100 billion of the Special Defense Fund will not be available anymore, because that means that we will spend 25 to 30 billion euros per year more on defense. And we don't know at the moment where this money will come from. It might come from the social budget. So the German population until now has felt some of the repercussions of the war, but not many of them, and not very hard ones. And when we have the discussion, will we spend on defense? Will we spend on social affairs? Then it will be the litmus test for this Zeitenwende. So it's very early stages. We have seen a lot of movement. We see that German credibility is building up again, that partners perceive us more and more as a part, an integral part of European security. But the ambassador also mentioned the backbone of European security, and I'll end with that because I'm very interested if Carlis perceives it as that. Would our partners, especially in the Baltics, in Poland, here in Romania, agree that this is a backbone they can rely on? I think we have still a little work to do so that they answer this enthusiastically and emphatically with a yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for nuancing and showing some hidden aspects that maybe we are not thinking of, coming from the German society, from the army, and so on and so forth. Let me now give the floor to Karlis Bukovskis, my homologue from Latvia, please.
Thank you. Thank you. It's an honor to be here. And if Christos added water, I'm going to add a lemon maybe to this, but not in order to cause any diplomatic strife or anything like this. From the Baltic perspective, as I was asked to comment on the Baltic perspective on the German Zeitenwende, then the short answer would be that if you want peace, prepare for war. But why at snail's pace? And that has been the issue after the announcement of the Zeitenwende last year, 3 days after the Russian accelerated attack on Ukraine, full-scale attack on Ukraine, and then we have moments of prolonged periods of inactivity, of discussions, which of course some people in the Baltic states, including on the highest political level, were not understanding fully what's going on, why is it happening. In this situation, Zeitenwende was absolutely welcomed in the Baltic states, because in this case it showed that there's a clear understanding in Germany finally as well who and what Russia is. So in this case that was of course very important. But then came the disappointment with the Leopards and deliveries of the weapons and discussions, domestic discussions in Germany, because in the Baltic states for us this was an immediate necessity. That we saw it just exactly like the Ukrainians. This is an immediate necessity. They need weapons. Yes, they need weapons. We were supplying our weapons at one point, basically emptying all of our, well, not that big, but still existing military capacities. And then came the new hope this year, of course, with the announcement of the brigade, increase from a battalion to a brigade scale of participation of Germans in the forward presence group in Lithuania, and that, of course, has to be implemented in 2026, well, finished until 2028, and that's a new hope. This is actually the question which has been constantly there. One thing is announcing Zeitenwende, the other thing is that where are the boots on the ground? That literally has been the phrase which has been used. It's a historical change not only for Germany, it's also a historical change for in the mindset also for the Baltic countries, right? It goes both ways. And so it has been somewhat this emotional roller coaster, if I may say. And the idea is, of course, that in modern history, if you look at the Baltic attitudes towards Germany, or Germany's attitudes towards the Baltic states, then it hasn't been always, as clear and one-sided and unanimous as we are used to think and look, for instance, at the United States of America. In the Baltic case, United States of America absolutely is a strategic partner, military, politically. Germany is economically. That is also true, and this is essential. But for Germany to take the place of the United States, it's not necessarily on our primarily agenda. We have to see first and how the situation is developing. Because the reason is very simple, because if you look back at the different chancellors, then Kohl was rather ambiguous, but pro-Baltic. Baltic independence and Baltic withdrawal of the Russian troops, and also kind of our membership in the European Union and NATO. Then came Schröder, which of course was pro-Kremlin, and for us was, that was a tricky moment, and I believe also in Germany he's still considered a very tricky moment, well, even now. And then came Merkel with vague but generally pro-Baltic approach, in spite of the fact that there were always this deals with Russia and trying to understand Russia, and there were complications in the form of Nord Stream, for instance, which we always saw as a problematic moment, but Germany kept pushing until basically Scholz abolished this. And Scholz's position now currently aligns with the Baltic position, aligns with the US position largely, but because of this history, and also because of, well, very unfortunate history between Russia and Germany in history in general, in older history, well, there is this small devil sitting and whispering that, good, Germans are with us, but 100%? Can we rely on that? Can we trust that? 95%? Yes, absolutely. But those 5%, this grain of small distrust because of this indecisiveness and mixed signals that have been coming out, of course, is causing this natural sentiment of, yes, Germans are with us. Yes. That's basically, I'm trying to emotionally show you how this general understanding is. And to finalize, Minister Pistorius has been literally rallying German population, right? If in this case, if you want to avoid war, you have to start preparing for war. And this, of course, goes along with our understanding how Russia should be treated, unfortunately, at this moment in history, because this is the Kremlin's policies. These are the policies that they have chosen, violent and which lead to a modern foreign and security policy, and violence that is pushing them and marginalizing them in international community and in world's history as well. But in this case, that's the most important element in this case. And to finish this, I'm going to finish with a Russian saying, which I'm kind of translating this, is that the one who safeguards himself is also safeguarded by God. That's a Russian saying. And I think to a large extent, this is a mentality that exists in the Baltic states very strongly nowadays. And I think it should also still be increased in case of Germany. This is somewhat, should be the underlying idea of the Zeitenwende. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your view, which is kind of at the end of a continuum. I started with empathy, and then it went into a little bit of distrust there. So let me first of all, we have a participant who would like to ask a question coming from London, from King's College.
The ambassador for his characteristically polished comprehensive presentation, but can I follow this theme of sympathetic skepticism? If the rest of Europe is somewhat questioning whether it is possible to believe in Germany now as the backbone of European deterrence, what would be the checklist of tests for this? Why, for example, was the Eurofighter not delivered earlier? Why does Germany not agree, as I understand it, to provide Taurus long-range missiles? And why has the word Schulzing, which is connected with my own name, so I'm quite interested, become, as I understand it in German, a synonym for equivocation and delay?
Thank you. I think when it comes to the mistrust that we've sort of heard, this 5% of can we really rely on Germany, or the terms you refer to, I think one element, allow me to say, I think Germany being the biggest country in the EU and the economically strongest country will always be eyed a bit differently than other countries. I think a lot of countries, many countries have done much less, but nobody would really take this up with them, right? So Germany being always eyed particularly close has a lot of responsibility. We want to live up to that. So whatever I say, whatever we say, will obviously not do away with whatever mistrust or skepticism might still be there. It's the deeds that in the end will show how reliable Germany is. I'm very optimistic that we will show that we are reliable and trustworthy. Christos has rightly phrased that German politics might be not a speedboat, but more a freight tanker sort of taking a long time to shift. But once it's on track, that's the other part of a tanker, it just will continuously to go that direction. So I believe the question, the litmus test will be sort of later on. If we meet again in 5 years, we can then again talk whether Germany has lived up to its reputation. But again, I feel that we have at least the feeling that there has been a continuous shift in perception of Germany from the beginning of the war, where Germany was indeed slow in building up its military capacity, to where we are right now. The most relevant feedback we get from our perspective is the one from our Ukrainian partners and friends, because they are the ones fighting the war. So there has been a dramatic or very significant shift in skepticism and not being happy with Germany, to Germany now being acknowledged as a key partner and supporter. So this is always, something where we feel, okay, I think we're on a good track. There are many aspects one has to consider when taking a political decision about war and peace. And I think this is in particularly true for Germany, having the brutal and bloody history. Germany has sort of spread war for the number of times. So I think it's, first of all, a positive note that Germany, after the Second World War, has decided to never again, and to let's always be very, very hesitant when it comes to being militarily active. Let's concentrate on the economy. Let's concentrate on humanitarian aid, development aid. So now, of course, there has been a shift, and there must have been a shift because of the situation that we are facing. But this might be a bit of an explanation why we are not always at the forefront of saying, let's go in and let's do this or that. The communication is a second angle. I think there are other political leaders that managed during the war in a, I dare say, fascinating way to prove themselves to be the best and the strongest supporters of Ukraine, while if you look at numbers, well, maybe it wasn't that much. While maybe for Germany it was a tiny bit the different way around, right? That Scholz is not the one, Chancellor Scholz is not a person who stands up and rocks the stage. He's sort of concentrates on what can I do, and things take a while in Germany. Yes, that's true, but I have a slightly different take on that, on the question of has this been something to criticize, or is it a phenomenon, a track that just things are taking time, and we are where we are right now, and that has to be appreciated. But thanks for your openness in this regard.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. So we need to look at deeds, not at words. And this is a big contrast between Germany and our eastern neighbors, Russia. who are playing with words and playing with minds and playing with ideas and with disinformation, so on and so forth. So accent on deeds is really refreshing in an environment full of words and other deceiving things. So we have another distinguished participant who would like to ask a question, please.
Good evening, distinguished panelists. It is obvious that Germany is becoming again one of the most important security actors in the world. Is the second military provider for Ukraine after the United States of America. Is the number one from Europe, long before United Kingdom. Historically speaking, Germany was always interested in its eastern vicinity. We all maybe know what is Ostopolitik. Additionally, I noticed that Germany increased military exports to Israel. The figures are 10 times greater than the ones from 2022. And I think we both agreed yesterday, Mr. Ambassador, when we talked about Elie Wiesel study tour, that Europe must support Israel in their fight against Hamas, because terrorism and that anti-Semitism are like cancer. Now I want to come back to the wider Black Sea region, and I will address you the question. Ukraine has 7 neighbors. 2 of them are hostile, Russia and Belarus. One of them, Hungary, is somewhere between hostile and neutral. And I think Slovakia entered in the same boat because we saw Prime Minister Fico stopped the military aid for Ukraine. Now there are 3 more neighbors, Poland, which regionally speaking is as important for Ukraine as is the United States in the international context. After we have Moldova and Romania. Both Moldova and Romania have a presidential election in 2024. Romania has also a legislative election. US has a presidential election in 2024. If I'm looking on the figures in the German politics, I see Alternative für Deutschland becoming the second strongest party in Germany. I don't know if it is right or not. They are somewhere at 20%. Compared to a population of 80 million people, 20% is like 16 million, almost the whole population of Romania, which is terrifying. And I want to ask you, what do you think is the worst case scenario for 2024?
Let me jump in just to save a little bit. Ambassador here. I said that I'm on the positive side of the story this afternoon. And I liked, you had actually a lot of questions included in one question. So you mentioned also the role of the Germany in relation with an extended Black Sea region, in relation with Ukraine and others. And I will refer to this primarily. So I will let the hard part for you, Ambassador, sorry. Actually, I said in my initial remarks how important Zeitenwende changed and adapted the German defense and security. And I have to add one more thing, that Zeitenwende helped narrowing down the threat perception between how we in the East and Germany saw the threats coming from the East. So I think this is an exceptional thing that Zeitenwende did. Moreover, Zeitenwende acknowledged very clearly that the threat of the conventional war in Europe is very much real. So again, comparing Germany 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, I don't know, and taking Germany today, this is a huge, we have to see, we have to acknowledge a huge difference. And I said that there are still persistent questions. 2%. 2% for defense is exceptional. But you know that I will play, you know, Now, I just want to recall you that in a wider effort to transform European defense, 2% may not suffice. You know that in NATO, our leaders took the decision very recently that 2% is the lower limit right now today, because defense is very, very much important. Deterrence and defense, yes. The contribution in Lithuania, the contribution in Slovakia to the Belter Group, the contribution to the air policing in Romania, impressing changes, but I still think these are not equaling German potential. So there are a lot of things to do. And the Black Sea, coming back to the Black Sea, because, you know, I cannot but to refer to the Black Sea. Romania would like to see a more ambitious language in the fundamental documents that I have referred to in Berlin to the Black Sea. And we believe that in assuming this special responsibility for European security, Germany cannot omit, cannot neglect, cannot be focused more on the security situation in the Black Sea, generally speaking. And you mentioned a couple of times here the importance of finally equipping Bundeswehr appropriately. And the issue with the defense budget, yes, we are talking about an important amount of funds, but again, 2% may not suffice for the potential that Germany has. In relation with Ukraine, I cannot but to say once more, and you said yourself, how important Germany's commitment towards Ukraine is. It's absolutely fabulous. And I would like to say 1 minute more how important Germany is, because I said I'm very positive this afternoon, advocating Germany's role. How important Germany's role is in different initiatives in defense and security. You have mentioned European rapid deployment capacity. I will mention European Sky Shield. I will mention framework nation concept, and I could continue. So I think we are on a good track, but we would like to see more German commitment towards the eastern flank, towards the Black Sea, and of course towards Ukraine.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Let me just address an answer to the final question of our participant. It's impossible for an ambassador to make comments about domestic affairs and about elections. So, in a sense, I think that Deputy Minister kind of diplomatically intervene, not only to answer to His Excellency, but also to answer to you. But now I made it explicit. So let me say that we have about 10 minutes left. That clock is a little bit misleading. And I just wanted, I will give you the floor just to say that we focused very much on Germany and of what this means as such, this Zeitenwende, this turning point. But I think we should also answer the question, what will this mean for the European Union? And because Deputy Minister approached the issue of the Black Sea, we have to see that as long as we have the candidacy of Ukraine and Moldova with the prospect of beginning negotiations with the new status of candidacy, of course, to be finally approved in the Council, now the Black Sea is becoming a European Union issue. So we need to think about that, and if you want to comment later on, but then let me give the floor to Mr. Katsioulis.
Thank you very much, Liliana. A very short answer to the worst case scenario is a Donald Trump victory. And on the AfD, let me be clear on that. I think the AfD is, in European terms, nothing specific. We all have our populist parties. And it's a sign for the challenges Germany is facing at the moment. We had kind of cushioned the German population from most of the crises in the past years. And right now, it's a test of resilience. And we will have a part of the society, 20%, 15%, 25%, we will see in the coming elections, that will vote for populists offering them easy solutions. We're going back to the past, having the old Russian-German relations, so on and so forth. But there's no majority for that. So we will see the resilience of Germany tested, and we will also see the rest of the resilience in Europe tested in the elections next year. And we need to make the case for the changes that we're doing right now. And that is Scholz doing, and I disagree fundamentally with the Scholzing point, because Timothy Garton Ash invented that word. We don't use it in Germany. But the point is, if you want to take Germans on board, you don't make rash decisions. And that's why he proceeds so very slowly from an outside point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. Karlis Bukowski.
Yes, also very shortly on the question worst case scenario for 2024, omitting all the violence and everything else that could be the worst case scenarios, and speaking only about the elections. Donald Trump, of course, yes, but kind of history shows that Trump won, Trump period one, we saw the checks and balances in the U.S. being in place. So I'm kind of hoping that then, for in case of that, then also the checks and balances is going to work for the second term if he gets elected. But I think there one more election which was forgotten, and I think that would cause an absolute chaos if Russia suddenly meddles in European Parliament elections. It hasn't been doing so far, somewhat symbolizing that European Parliament is not seen as that important. But actually, European Parliament is pretty much important. If we look at the co-decision-making procedures, with 80% of the decision made there, with the declarations on foreign policy, with the support or this and that policy, and also because of the Spitzenkandidaten. So it's actually one of those things which I think we haven't been fully thinking through, that elections and governments established, uneasy governments established in the European Union countries or in partner countries, we tend to learn how to live with that. But it would be quite a surprising moment if we suddenly would have a European Parliament which is suddenly anti-Ukrainian or anti-European or somewhat very, very different what it is now, because that would have a downward spiral in my mind quite a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much for pointing this out. So let me offer the floor to Ambassador Gebauer to make comments about what was said so far, and particularly on Germany-EU, if you can comment.
Yes.
Zeitenwende in the European Union.
In the EU, I think one element of this Zeitenwende of what we see as a new Russian threat, of course, is the better understanding to close the ranks, meaning enlargement. I think this has been seen, Germany has been supportive of enlargement in general anyhow, but I think overall in the European Union it's a much stronger support to fill the gaps that is the Western Balkans and as well as the Eastern Partnership countries, the association trio. So in that sense, we have taken important steps, but at the same time, and that's just one aspect I want to highlight this point, we have come to a better understanding in the EU in general. I think that just enlarging will not do the trick. It might just weaken the EU. So we must make ourselves stronger in our decision-making procedures, in our internal structures. And there are a number of debates going on right now, which is very important because we have to be ready. Just enlarging will not help us any. It will do damage if we are not able to adapt our way of moving ahead in the EU. A number of great ideas on the table, and I think this is where we need to work together in the EU as well. But just that maybe on the EU point, given the limited time, I'll pass the floor back. And
well, thank you very much for your comments. I will kind of make reference a little bit, just 2 minutes, to what was said today about the importance of Germany, of the European Union, and of us allies, NATO allies, not only to focus laser-wise, but kind of looking a little bit looking at the bigger picture. And from this viewpoint, I think that leadership is needed in European Union. Leadership is needed to coordinate enlargement not only eastwards but also to the Balkans, and that might be as big a challenge as eastwards. I trust and I hope that Germany will play a leading role in this process of the European Union reshaping itself, because we cannot go further without being reshaped, and reshaped in a consensus way. And we know that we have enemies who are trying to erode this consensus, and they have means, they built means during the years that they are trying to erode our societies from within. So I hope and I trust. Please.
Maybe if I can quickly take up what you said for a bit of a general remark. Again, I think it's natural for Germany, being the biggest EU country, to have to raise the most expectations, and it is right, and we want to live up to them. But we won't be successful unless we all work together. What I see in the recent years, I dare say, is a tendency of a number of EU partners and or allies to sort of tend to block things, because of course if you have the need for an unanimous vote, you can always raise your hand. Countries often make use of these veto possibilities for very bilateral or national reasons. And it's a very effective tool. It seems to be a very effective tool because you annoy everybody else, and if you can't move ahead, you will always get something out of it. This is the recipe for destruction of all alliances and unions. And I can only if I have one ask as a German ambassador here when it comes to European expectations vis-à-vis Germany, so turning around German expectations to Europe, let's leave that aside. Let's concentrate on finding compromises and working together, because we will again kill all alliances and unions if we continue to block one another. Romania is a shining example from a German perspective for doing it always in a very constructive way. Romania is never blocking anything. Romania is never boycotting anything or vetoing anything, always focusing on finding a compromise. And I think I said it before, just let me say again, we need more Romanias in the European Union to move ahead. So thanks for
Thank you
that.
very much. 10 seconds.
10 seconds. I think it's important, Germany, to mobilize, if you like, the other member states to join important initiatives in defense and security. And I see Germany together with France as the engines of the EU traveling towards more convergence, towards more integration in security and defense, because there are a lot of fields in which we need an European common answer. And you know what I'm talking about: cyber, space, military mobility, and so on. And by the way, we had in Berlin the NATO Cyber First Annual Conference. So thank you very
much for your intervention. Please, let's give a round of applause to this exceptional panel. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us. I myself and the entire team at the Aspen Institute Romania and the German Marshall Fund of the US, we are very pleased to see you today. In the afternoon, we all know it's so difficult to be able to be here for the entire day, but it's also pleasant at the same time, and we hope that you leave the forum with new ideas and inspiration for change. Before closing the program, I am so delighted to announce we will be hosting one more insightful conversation regarding the narratives of war and war of narratives, of course approaching topics such as disinformation. And for this, I'm pleased to invite on stage Ms. Dana Deac, senior TV journalist in Romania, who will be leading this conversation and who will be talking also to some wonderful panelists abroad. And I leave it to Ms. Deac to introduce the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. This is working. Thank you, Mirela. I would like to invite you to participate in our panel. I see friends here. Hello. Thank you. Hello. So we dedicate this panel to a subject as old as the world. And unfortunately, it is current and it does not have an end in near future. Today we are talking about narratives of war, war of narratives. I have the unique pleasure of introducing you to our esteemed panelists who will be sharing their experiences, their perspectives on the subject. Joining us remotely is Volodymyr Yermolenko, philosopher, journalist, and senior lecturer at the National University of Kyiv Mohyla Academy. Thank you, Volodymyr. We are honored to have his valuable insights. And now I would like to invite on the stage with me Alexander Iskandarian. He's a political scientist and the director of the Caucasus Institute. To join me on the stage, Alexander brings comprehensive political experience in the Caucasus region and beyond, adding a crucial, please sit down, perspective to our discussion. I invite now Radu Husu, a war correspondent, volunteer, and philanthropist from Romania. Radu was awarded the Medal of Merit on behalf of the Ukrainian people by President Volodymyr Zelensky. Please sit down, Radu. Thank you. We are grateful that you are here with us. Radu returned yesterday from Ukraine, and I am very happy to have him with us today. And now we are waiting to connect with Clarissa Ward, and maybe it will be a miracle during our conversation, and we'll see Clarissa also. So, our panel Narratives of War, War of Narratives will delve into the toxicity of discursive practices, social media and communication in the context of war narratives. We will explore several thought-provoking topics and questions, such as who emerges victorious in the war of narratives, how we can challenge the toxic nature of narratives, and how our narratives can be weaponized. The panel aims to bring together scholars, researchers, political philosophers, war correspondents, and civil society representatives to address these significant questions and bridge the gap between academia and the narrators of armed conflicts. I would like to begin asking Volodymyr Yermolenko to explore with us a question that I have, and I'm sure that you have also. How we can address the toxicity of narratives, particularly considering the ongoing war in Ukraine. Please, Volodymyr.
Thank you, Dana. Thank you, colleagues. It's a pleasure to be with you, to talk to you. Unfortunately, not physically present, but at least online. And look, I do think that the title of the panel is very, very interesting and very correct, because in the past years, I had the impression that all the discussion about, in the Western world, all the discussion about the information space was reduced to the discussion about fake news and disinformation. And I was always struggling with this, saying that, look, the goal of the propaganda, the goal of the information warfare is not to deceive, but to destroy. And to destroy the people, to destroy identities, to destroy faith, to destroy trust. And I do think this is an important factor, because when you analyze, for example, the Russian propaganda with regard to both Ukraine and also European Union or wider world, you will see the recurrent pattern, and this pattern is an attempt to demoralize and to see distrust between citizens and other citizens, between citizens and governments, between civil society and authorities, etc., etc. And these tactics, of course, it implies disinformation. Of course, it implies fake news. So, of course, it implies lies, but it also implies the parts of the reality. It also implies partial truth. And the key thing about the information warfare is not that it is either pure lies or not pure lies. It's about the mixture, how you put, how you combine certain elements where there are true elements or false elements into precisely a narrative, a story. And the key thing about all this, I think, is to destroy the enemy mentally or destroy the trust towards somebody that you consider an enemy from the other people. And if you look at the way how Russia was actually preparing this, both the war that they started in 2014 and the big-scale invasion which started in 2022, it was preceded by a very long narratives, very long storytelling, very long propaganda, in which the key goal was to dehumanize Ukrainians, to say that either they do not exist as a nation or they do not have the right to exist because they are Nazis, because they are killers, because they don't have any political history or whatever else. And I think this is a very important moment, very important element, because before you start killing people physically, you start killing people mentally. And for example, we travel a lot in Ukraine. We go to the deoccupied territories, liberated territories. We go to the frontline areas, very close to the Russian troops, very close to the Russian border. And all the time we're trying to talk to people who communicated with the Russian soldiers and trying to understand what actually was in mind of these soldiers. And there is a repetitive element in this. And the repetitive element is that, they always ask usual Ukrainian peasants where the Nazis are. Show us the Nazis. Where are the Nazis? So they came convinced that the country is somehow penetrated with these imaginary Nazis, and therefore they will be killing them, and they would rather kill as many people as possible, thinking that there will be Nazis among them. And I think this is a very, very important point. You ask about toxicity, and probably we will discuss this in this panel. I think that basically the most toxic thing about propaganda, about information warfare, is that it leads to real war. It leads to hatred, and it leads to real killing.
Thank you, Volodymyr. Talking about Ukraine, I told you Radu returned yesterday from Ukraine. He's, I can say, a new face of journalism, of war journalism. Radu has employed live war narratives to provide a multi-perspective view of conflict. And I would like to ask Radu about credibility. How do you build credibility when you are writing or talking about war in Ukraine?
Good evening or good day. Sorry for my outfit. I'm coming from war. Those were the only outfits that I have out there. So the problem, the question is, how do you manage to create credibility in these new...
In writing war narratives.
In war narratives, when you have new media, where I express my my narratives of war, of Ukrainian-Russian war. So you build trust by looking at the facts. That means you have to inform yourself from from both sides. This is one of the things that I think is very important. That's why, at least for myself in Romania, I never say that I am a journalist. Because journalists are people that have degrees in journalism, they have a lot of experience. I'm a political consultant in my background. So I started to write about the Ukrainian war because it was interesting for people on the social media. And I managed to create condensed information, specially created for new media. But that information was created from two sides. I had to inform myself from the side of Russian, what they are saying about the front lines, what's happening on the front lines, and from the Ukrainian, and put them face to face and just try to, in the first days where it was very hard to understand which one is lying or which one is telling the truth, and I had to present them both. So in time, you create this narrative of, you create the trust when what you say, it shows after that on the front line a few days later, and your information, what is presented by yourself, it is factual. So it is important to be factual. Yes, I do have a part on what I'm doing that is personal. So basically, I am biased towards Ukraine. You can see me, I have the Ukrainian flag here. So yes, I am biased towards Ukraine, for sure. But the factual base, you don't have to wait. You don't have to neglect it. That's one thing. Another thing is that in new media, anybody could be trustworthy. That's the problem with new media. So I consider myself lucky that I am trustworthy in this field, but that doesn't mean that anybody should be trusted in this field.
How many followers do you have?
I have 70,000 followers on Facebook, 58,000, 60, almost 60,000 on Twitter. But basically on Twitter, I have audiences that go from 200,000 to millions.
And you raise money for the Ukrainian people? How much money?
I raised in Romania. I am the biggest individual donor from Romania to Ukraine, more than 600,000 euros.
So you have credibility.
Basically, without credibility, this wouldn't happen, because people are donating in my personal account. That means that there was credibility. From about 60,000 people back then that I had followers, 10,000 of them donated. That's a lot. That's a lot of people that got engaged. Even if we look at social polls, sociological polls about who is engaged in any activity, social and civil activity, I have a higher rate of engagement on my Facebook page and on my Twitter account. That means that, yeah, I gathered some credibility, but that's because of the facts. You have to bring up the facts. Only war narratives that you would like to impress your audience with, that won't last.
We'll come back to this fact-checking. I would like to ask Alexander Iskandarian, because he's with us today, not only as a political scientist. How many wars do you have in your boots, Alexander?
Is it on? A lot. From Philippines to Bosnia. I've been in maybe all post-Soviet wars. I mean, Tajikistan, Chechnya, Karabakh War, Abkhazia, Ossetia, Transnistria, by the way, and some post-communist as well. I've been in Bosnia.
Do you? I don't know how to say. Do you see any difference between narratives, war narratives, now and then?
Absolutely, yeah.
What kind of differences?
Generally, I think that the problem is much more wider than just propaganda, just classical propaganda. Given the time pressures, maybe I just propose a few talking points relevant to the topic. My first point is that we no longer understand the main parameters of global politics.
Mm-hmm.
The world order, as we know, is disintegrating at such breakneck speed that turbulence has become the norm. Turbulence is the norm now. In the torrent of events, it's hard to see the overall picture. As one tries to keep track of the information flow, one hardly has time to focus on the meaning of the ongoing changes. Meanwhile, for example, the Near East, Russia, post-Soviet world, and even the international community have become entirely new entities in the last 5 years, 10 years. Accordingly, my second talking point is that the modern information wars are no longer, it's a kind of answer to your question, directed at real targets, but at mythical one, I would say. In classic setting, the information wars that accompany the real life wars and conflict targets particular actors and groups that are perceived as hostile, or as allies, or as potential mediators, and so on. At the moment, no one understands what the actors of the New World Order really are. So there is no clarity about their loyalty, the interest, or their red lines. That means that the information wars are waged against no one and is a result more or less against everyone. That's an answer to another question who you asked. And all this takes to my point 3. Once you are out of fight, everyone, toxicity becomes the goal rather than just a means or a side effect of information war. Indeed, we can see a growing demand for toxicity in the societies. Social networks amplify this toxicity by devaluating expert knowledge and knowledge in general, I would say, putting amateurs on the same shelf with professionals, promoting conspiracy theories, charismatic authority, and simplistic visions. Toxicity thrives in this environment. So my fourth and last talking point is that the scholars need to become providers of professional knowledge to the political elites and societies at large. Knowledge and understanding are the only known antidotes to toxicity. Fixing the situation is a challenge to journalists and politicians as well as the scholarly community. Black and white narratives are easier to produce. It's honestly answering the what question rather than the focus on the why. But arguably the overall devaluation of knowledge and expertise may well be a major cause as well as an effect of the ongoing disintegration of of the order.
I would like to return to Volodymyr Yermolenko and to put the question in a context. In recent years, the invasion of Ukraine has raised concerns, as he said already, about Russia's information warfare and its influence on public opinion. But are war narratives being used as efficient brainwashing tools? You talked about killing mentally people, but could be war narratives an efficient brainwashing tools? Or can the internet, this is the second question, can the internet provide a platform for countering these narratives in illiberal regimes or conflict zones? What do you think, Volodymyr?
Well, I think that it's definitely, when we're talking about the new authoritarian regimes or totalitarian regimes such as Putin's Russia, it's clearly that the war is finally became a kind of a national idea. And it's clearly that, well, it started well before, obviously well before even the war of 2014. I think that idea, which was in in the Russian mind, that the Soviet Union lost the Cold War and therefore it should take a revenge for this loss and prepare for the revenge and use what people in Russia, what Russian leaders perceived as the Western war against Soviet Union, information war against the Soviet Union, which was, I think, not the case, but meaning that, you use media, you create state-owned media, which penetrate the Western societies, such as Russia Today or Sputnik, and then you try to deconstruct the trust of the societies, inside the societies, of citizens towards the governments or citizens towards citizens, as I told already. And the second thing is, of course, the mythology of the Second World War. And this Russian slogan, which is very important, which we tracked, of course, well before the actual war. The slogan is, "We can repeat." We can repeat, meaning that we can repeat 1945. And I think this image of 1945 as a kind of the image of the Soviet victory, which was interpreted as only Soviet victory, as if the Americans were not helping Soviet Union, as if, and only Russian victory, as if no other nationalities were engaged in this war, and forgetting absolutely that if we take the former Soviet republics, then it is rather Ukraine and Belarus that suffered the most from the Second World War than Russia proper. But this image was created, this mythology, which is sometimes has its name, it's called Победобесие, meaning the demonizing victory. And I think, therefore, in a very peculiar way, people in Russia have become brainwashed. But the question is whether they really wanted to be brainwashed, whether it was really the anchor of their identity because of certain probably problems in their societies, in the economy, in the way how they feel inside their societies, the problems of violence inside the Russian society. And therefore, this idea that, Russia is based upon this victory of 1945, and it can repeat this victory, and that it will look at the future as if the future would be just a repetition of the past, as if it is still an ongoing war against quote-unquote Nazism. I think that really is the big foundation of what happened later, of what happened in 2014 and what happened earlier in Georgia with the Russian invasion of Georgia in 2008, and then Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. Now, the question is what is happening now and what will happen now, because as if the Russian society is increasingly militarizing and increasingly posing this war and showing this war as the big war against NATO, not Ukraine, against NATO, against America, against Europe, against the West. So it's kind of this idea of the war becomes the national idea and just penetrates the whole discourse. And I think this is very dangerous. We really entered, I would disagree with Alexander that we see the world as very complex and in a fog and nothing is clear. I think we can really talk about some very clear trends. And the clear trend, one of the clear trends is that democracies are retreating and the authoritarianisms are on the rise, are attacking, offending in very different ways. And democracies are increasingly in this position of defense. But these autocracies like Russia, they really form their whole identity on the idea of the war. And this is very important for us to understand. As to your second question, I will be brief. I think that internet, sometimes people blame technologies, like, okay, we are toxic on Twitter, and that's because of Twitter or Twitter algorithm, or people spread hate speech on Facebook, and this is the problem of big platforms, etc. Well, I do think that these multinationals should have their, of course, policies, and there is a lot of talk about this. But it's like this Greek word pharmakon, which can mean both the poison or toxicity and the remedy. There are lots of things that can be done with the help of social media, good things. And there are lots of bad things that can be done. And I think your question against toxicity, I think it's a very interesting question, because it's a question, is not a question how we refer the information we receive to the reality. It's a very important question too, the fact-checking, etc. But it's a question how we refer the information we receive to ourselves. Asking ourselves whether, frankly speaking, we become better persons when we watch this television, or we become worse persons. We become more responsible, less responsible. We become more infiltrated with hatred or more infiltrated with empathy. And I do think that technologies matter, social networks matter, but it's not a cause. You can use it in both ways. You can use it as propaganda, you can use it as counter-propaganda, you can use it for mythology in creating, or you can use it for critical thinking.
Thank you, Volodymyr. Talking about internet, Radu, as I told to the audience that you are the new face of world correspondence journalism. This is it. You have Night Summary is the name of live
yeah, that's the name of my
posts.
my posts
Night
on
Summaries.
Facebook, yeah, and
okay.
Twitter.
Tell us, you said that it's tough and difficult to rely on sources. You should check, verify everything. People around you. But did you use AI to check the facts?
First of all, I'm not a journalist.
Yeah, I understand.
This is very important.
So you represent the new face of war correspondence. It's a sort of new journalism.
Why am I bringing this up? Because I think it's very, very important for people to still. When they have something, when they need to choose something, politically, socially, they have to rely on verified and trustworthy media. I know that a lot of people, the new trend is now to hate mass media because they are all liars, or, you know, all this narrative that it's coming from.
But mainstream media has, I'm sorry, mainstream media has checkers. Huge departments for verifying facts.
But the people don't know this.
Using AI
the masses don't know this. They think that a guy on Facebook, it's more reliable than a whole, editorial
team
room. From trustworthy mainstream media. So I think this is the first thing. It's very, very important that when we make decisions...
Have you ever used AI?
No, I haven't used. No. And probably in this war, at least, I will never use it, because you can use AI, if I may, to get an input, and you get an output based on your input. So if you're biased, you'll get a biased output. So if I say... Ukraine has on Kherson 20 tank brigades, the AI will give me the check that, okay, that means Ukrainians will cross the Dnieper River very fast, because it knows that the Russians have only 4 brigades on the other side. But in reality, I gave it the wrong input. So, and after that, I can take out that output, post it on social media, and say, look, this is the truth. And it's created by math, right? Because AI is math.
What you say is that you can feed AI with fake news.
Absolutely. Okay. And you will produce fake news after that.
Okay, I understand. Alexander, it's a very difficult period of time. This weekend, I've read a lot of papers, newspapers, or news sites. In this weekend, a lot of huge cities in Europe will be plenty of people protesting against a war. We are talking with you also about how political narratives can change or alter identities or alter the course of a war. What do you think about next weekend? It's about toxicity. This is democracy. We can stop these meetings. They are, I don't know, they are using the freedom of speech is okay to protest against a party. But how can we detoxify the narratives? Because most of them, not every meeting, will be a result of war of narratives. Yeah? And we are talking about detoxifying, not about stopping meetings or protesters to protest against a party.
But you asked the question and you answered that. Or you should have censorship, just to close information.
But it's not democratic.
But it's not democratic. If it is democratic and you have freedom of media, you will have narratives of war, you will have fake information, you will have all this stuff. It is, and you wouldn't be able to close it, to censor it. So you need to live with that. I remember, it was after the beginning of the war in Ukraine, Russian-Ukrainian war. It was BBC article. They did an interview with an ordinary person from Narva town, which is in Estonia, at the border with Russia. This town is Russian populated, so people in Narva, they are Russian speakers. An interview was with this guy. I even remember his name. His name was Ivan. Middle-aged, it was a picture of him. Middle-aged citizen, maybe of Estonia, living there. Ivan did not believe to Ukrainian war. He did not believe that Ukrainian war exists.
There are plenty of Ivans.
They tried to understand what's going on, what's his sources. It was extremely interesting. He doesn't know any language. He speaks just Russian. He doesn't speak Estonian as well. He does know English, etc. So before last month, he took his information from Russian TV. He did not use internet. Now, after the beginning of war, they cut it Russian TV. He cannot understand Estonian, so he don't have information at all, and he does not believe. So people need information. They want to listen. I understand that he is biased. I understand that he is biased on Ukrainian side. So somebody will listen him just because of that. But some other person will find another person which is pro-Russian biased and will listen that media or that Facebook or I don't know, information from that source. People want to listen what they want to listen. How to work with that? It's about journalism. It's about professionalization. It's about education. It's about, as you said, degrees. Degrees not not like paper, but degree like a symbol of something professional in this sphere. It's about neutrality. It's about checking, etc. This is culture of media, which is not easy to build, which is not easy. I don't give an easy answer to the question, but it's only way if you live in democratic society.
Yeah, you're right. I think Clarissa is with us now. I saw her on the screen. Hi, Clarissa. Thank you for being with us. Clarissa, if it is necessary, is CNN's chief international correspondent and highly acclaimed war journalist. I would like to present her book because her book is wonderful on all fronts, the education of a journalist. The book garnered widespread praise, and not only because of the book, but she is one of the best contemporary war journalists. Clarissa, we are grateful for having you with us virtually, and because the time is a little bit merciful less with us, I would like to ask you about writing narratives. You have, at least for 2 decades, a lot of wars. You had your boots on the ground of a lot of wars. Do you change your writing now than 10 years ago? We don't...
Unmute myself.
Okay.
This isn't my first time doing this, although you wouldn't know. First of all, I profusely apologize if I'm late. I thought this was beginning in 15 minutes, so please accept my profuse apologies, and thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of this. I think, and I hope very much, that my writing has changed a lot over the course of doing this for nearly 20 years. I think that there is absolutely no replacement for experience in this job. And I often have young aspiring journalists calling me and asking me if they should go to journalism school. And I say, if you want to go to journalism school, then I think that's a great idea. However, the only real education for a journalist is to be on the ground and to be in situations where you can feel the full force of what's happening in front of you, but you can also appreciate and understand that as journalists, it is a myth to think of ourselves as completely impartial. We are bringing our own narratives to the table as well. And those narratives come from our gender, our religion, our nationality, our race, our education, our upbringing, and many different parts of our lives that absolutely have an imprint on the way we see or approach any given story. And I would say, I can't say that it was about 10 years ago, but there is a point in one's career where you understand that total impartiality or total objectivity is something of a myth. And you may have heard from my colleague, Christiane Amanpour, her mantra, which essentially embraces this truism and says, be truthful, not neutral. And so I feel that part of the dilemma or the tightrope that we are walking at the moment as journalists is about understanding and accepting that we do bring our own biases and our own narratives to any given story. But at the same time, having enough self-discipline and restraint and curiosity to make sure that we don't just fall back on what might seem or feel like the easy or obvious narrative, that we do continue to probe, that we do continue to ask the hard questions, that we do continue to hold people in power accountable, whatever side they may be on. And that, I think, is a real challenge for us as journalists. And I think that challenge has been amplified to an incredible extent by the rise of social media. Because the kind of nuance I'm talking about, the kind of moment for pause and reflection and questioning and building up a better and bigger picture and giving a more coherent and nuanced viewpoint of a story, that has been completely washed out or drowned out by the noise of social media, which promises people something much more seductive. It promises them that in 30 to 40 seconds, I'm going to boil years of history and complexity into a short, pithy, hot take that's going to make you feel outraged and emboldened. It's going to make you feel like you know what you're talking about, and you're going to take that away, and I'm going to call it absolute truth, that thing. And there is no challenging that narrative. There is no discussion of both sides. There is no room for introspection or holding space for people with opposing viewpoints that maybe challenge the way we see or understand something. This sort of mentality that we have seen really proliferate on social media demands of us as journalists that we become activists. I can't tell you how many times I have been asked recently, why did you not condemn this? Why did you not denounce this? Why do you not call this by what I say it is? And I have to try to remind people that my job as a journalist is absolutely to shine a light on something and to give people as full a picture as I can of what is going on. But it is not my job to shout at people, you should be horrified by this, or this is terrorism, or this is heroism, or whatever it may be that I'm expected to extrapolate. My job as a journalist is to let you arrive at that conclusion for yourself, if that's the conclusion you're going to arrive at. And that distinction between journalism and activism has been eroded in a way that I think has frankly become very dangerous and has made it incredibly difficult as a journalist. I can't tell you how many times I've been told, you need to choose a narrative. You need to pick a narrative. What's your narrative on this? And I have to explain to people that ideally as a journalist, I shouldn't really have a narrative. Sometimes it's inevitable if I'm covering one side of a war, and that's why news organizations have to have multiple people covering multiple sides of complex conflicts in order to give a more rounded out understanding of any given situation. But it's not our jobs as journalists to pick narratives. Sometimes you will have a war, such as the war in Ukraine, where it becomes very clear very quickly that there is an aggressor and a victim in this situation. There is a country that invaded illegally in contravention of international law, the sovereign territory of another country. It doesn't mean that we should engage in whataboutism and not call that invasion what it is or what it was. But it does mean that at the same time, we need to continue to ask the hard questions of what's going on in Ukraine, to ask the hard questions of what can be achieved at this stage by military means, and to ask the hard questions on behalf, for a US network of American taxpayers of what is happening with the tens of billions of dollars that have been given or pledged to Ukraine, and which increasingly in the US have become a source of political partisanship. So I don't know if that answers your question exactly, but I hope it kind of illuminates in some small way the incredibly difficult and dangerous terrain that I think we find ourselves in as journalists as we try to navigate the information space going forward. And that's without even thinking of the impact that AI will ultimately have on the way information is collected and disseminated as well. So it's not all doom and gloom, but it is, I feel, an inflection point for journalism. This is a really tense and in many ways painful and extremely challenging moment. And we have to make sure that we are able to meet the moment and to continue to really serve people and serve our readers and our viewers by continuing to do this work.
Clarissa, you offered narratives of remarkable depth and understanding. What is your secret?
It's a really easy secret. It's listening. And listening is another thing that we don't really like to do anymore. Again, if you go onto social media, nobody wants to listen. Everybody's an expert. Everybody suddenly knows everything about the world and wants to tell you, and not just tell you, but wag their finger in your face and shame you. And actually, if you really want to learn, if you really want to draw people out, and you really want to be let in to tell the stories of some of the most difficult and darkest times in people's lives, you have to come in with an openness and with a willingness, again, to put your narrative aside. How many times have I had to sit down with the Taliban or with militants in northern Syria, where as a Western woman, there's so much that I might struggle with on a personal level about treatment of women, education of girls, whatever it might be. If I want to hold that space with someone and really offer an insight into their world, I need to leave that to the side. And I need to come in with a spirit of openness, with a pledge to listen and to hear someone and to give them the space. And also, I believe personally, and maybe not everybody would say this, on a fundamental human level, to be able to hold that space with someone, hold that pain, empathize, open myself up to that experience, and be a human trying to connect with another human on that very simple level for just a moment, to allow for a shared moment of humanity.
Thank you very much. Now, because we have only 10 minutes to talk about, yes, we have already a question. Please, is anybody helping me with the mic? You have it there, okay.
Tamar Ginturashvili, Media Development Foundation. My question is to Volodymyr. The Kremlin intends to consolidate public opinion in so-called Ruski Mir around two main topics. This is common identity and shared history. Could you elaborate a little bit about the role of Russian Orthodox Church, which is forbidden in this war, and the role of educational institutions, because the version of Second World War you just described recently is in our textbooks. Do we need to revise these textbooks and tell the true story? Because most teachers in post-Soviet countries are teaching the same version of the history as we hear from the Kremlin. Thank you.
You want to, or Volodymyr? Do you want to answer?
Yes, I
please,
can answer,
please.
or should we take other questions?
Yes.
It's up to you. I can answer. First, I think it's very important to understand for us the peculiar elements about Russian imperialism, Russian colonialism, which I stress all the time in my speeches, in my texts, is that the Russian imperialism, contrary to some other imperialisms, are trying to colonize the other, not by the idea of difference, but by the idea of sameness. So they're not saying that you are different from us, you're racially different, you are ethnically different, and you are lower than us. They are saying this as well, but what they are saying much more is that you are the same with us. You are Ukrainians are the same with us. There is no difference between us and you, and you don't have a right to be different. And I think this is the idea of this Ruski mir that goes beyond the national boundaries, that goes beyond the differences of identities. And I think this is still not really properly understood, and not really properly described in the world. And therefore, the religious issues are, of course, very, very, very clear and very important here. So the Russian Orthodox Church in Ukraine, or as it's called, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church of Moscow Patriarchy, as we call it, has been for many years a kind of one of the most subtle ways of spreading the idea, for example, that Ukraine should not look westwards, that liberalism is bad, that all Ukrainian history is tied to Russia, that all ideas that are coming from the West are just Satanism, and etc., etc. And this shows how difficult, how complex the question of information wars and propaganda are, because they are not really reduced to the questions of media. They go far more deep. And I know this is also a question for Georgia as well. So the religious topic is very important in this respect. So what we should look at is not only social media, is not only mainstream media, is not only Putin's articles. We should look at the way how TV series are created and what messages they bring, the way how some organizations, as church organizations, are functioning, what the priests are telling to the people who come to the church, and this is really very important. Or the way how, I don't know, how comedy works in Russia, or how the pop music, what ideas pop music promote, because still Ukrainian young people are still, it's paradox and horrible paradox, but they still might be listening to the Russian rap, or they still might be going after Russian TikTokers. And this is, of course, a very, very difficult issue. And one thing I would like just to add, it's a very important topic when we talk about information, is the words we use. And I think this is one of the key things that we start thinking about when we're trying to be accurate towards the reality. So, for example, when we use the concept of war in Ukraine or Ukrainian war, that concept is misleading for me, because we kind of omit the whole sense of this war. We omit the aggressor. We don't call Nazi invasion of Poland the Polish War, right? Or the war in Poland. Or we don't call 1938 the Czechoslovakia War. Or we don't call the Prague 1968 the Prague crisis, right? The same way, for example, I'm also feeling kind of uncomfortable with the words like post-Soviet space. Because if we're talking about post-Soviet space, we kind of mean that, okay, the Soviet Union still exists, but in a different form. And there are many, many such things that I think our talk about the information should start really with very attentive listening to the words we are saying and to the meaning we use.
Thank you, Volodymyr. So listen to every party is very important, and understand then what is happening. Do you have a question? Yes, please.
Can you hear me? Oh, yeah. My question is maybe a little bit uncomfortable, but I kind of feel like I have to ask it because I'm a young student and I'm always wondering which kind of sources I can trust and not. And I also want to, just ask questions about our own credibility in the Western media. And I hope it's fine if I ask you this question, Ms. Ward. Maybe you know what I'm talking about. It's not about the Ukrainian war, but the war between Israel and Hamas. And 1 month ago, there was this video published, which was described by Reuters, for example, as a fake. And you said it's important to distinguish between journalism and activism. And I would ask you maybe if you could give a statement about this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for asking. So for those of you in the audience who are not aware of this, this happened on October 8th. I had flown to Israel on October 7th to cover the Hamas attacks. And we were near the Gaza border. There was a heavy barrage of missiles. We were too far away from a shelter to manage to reach the shelter, so we had to take cover in a ditch. And so we took cover in the ditch, and we were going live on television as well. The barrage ended. I apologize to the viewers for the fact that I was sort of lying on my side, and I continued with the live shot and continued talking about the area we were in, which was the sort of epicenter, the beginning of the attack, where Hamas had first crossed the border and started killing people. About 1 day later, I was told by someone, do you have any response to this video of you that's gone viral? And I just thought it was video of us jumping into the ditch and taking cover. And then someone sent me a video, and what a satire account had done was to take out the natural audio from this incident and put a voiceover of a director at the CNN headquarters. So you don't hear the sounds of the rockets or anything. You just hear someone, because you can see my producer in the background was on the phone, and you just hear this person saying, now tell her to jump into the ditch, and tell her to look frightened, and tell her to, do this and do that. And I watched it and I was like, that's ludicrous. It's satire. It's maybe not the time for this kind of satire, but I didn't think twice about it because it was so ludicrous. This clip has been shared millions and millions of times. I have received so many death threats because of it that I have lost track. I had a woman on the airplane on my return from Egypt via Jordan to London who shouted that I was a murderer. I have been accosted by people screaming that I'm an actress, that I'm the responsible party for the deaths of Palestinian children because of my acting skills. And this, as a journalist, is an almost impossible thing to confront because you're talking about something that is completely fictitious. In fact, the person who created the clip actually put out a statement saying this was just intended as satire. This wasn't real. This is fake news, whatever you want to call it. But these things take on a life of their own. And it doesn't matter how many times Reuters or the New York Times or other well-established and respected news outlets say, or I say, or CNN says, this is a fake clip, this is not real, it wasn't even intended to look real, it came from a satire account. It takes on a life of its own, and it becomes incredibly dangerous. And it's been very frustrating for me because A, it's a distraction from the stories that we're trying to tell. I am not the story, and nor should I be the story. We can have a separate discussion about Western media coverage and narratives and all those things. But I, in a moment where I'm taking cover from rocket fire for 5 minutes and then continue doing what I was doing, should not be the story. And also, how can you argue with the idea of truth? I mean, when we are living in a world where reality doesn't even matter, anymore, where your narrative is more important than the actual reality of a situation or of any given clip, then you know that you are facing a truly impossibly challenging environment as a journalist. Now, in this situation, CNN put out a statement, and I have tried to just get on with my job and do my work and tell the stories of the people who have been massacred, who are living under bombardment in Gaza, because that's my job. But yes, to answer your question, it makes it much more difficult. It's deeply unfortunate and potentially very dangerous.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's the time is running out. I'm so sorry. If you have a question, please. I don't want to frustrate you.
Thank you so much. My name is Stefan Cibian from the Bucharest Research Institute. I wanted to add a question exactly on this topic because I think it's very essential for the current context. We know fake news is very hard to face, and I think your story is amazing in showing exactly that. How would you evaluate our measures to combat it? And somehow there feels to be a huge imbalance between the assault we're under and what we're actually doing in response. So I'm curious how you see our, how serious we're taking this and whether what we're doing is enough, and if not, what could be done more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I think, honestly, the way I describe it is it's like playing whack-a-mole. I don't know if you ever played that game when you're a kid and you whack one thing and another pops up and then you whack that and another one. And you keep trying to whack down all the lies and all the fake clips and all the fake news, and you can't. You can't, because it's algorithmically reproducing at a rate that individuals cannot inherently keep up with. So clearly the tools that we need have to be technological tools, because as individuals, we can't combat this alone. And I think that technology companies have a really big part to play in this, of course. And I know that many of them, of course, are already trying to help navigate these spaces and keep spaces safe and put disclaimers on. And I will say, with regards to the fake clip about me, if you went on, I believe, Twitter or X as it's now called, you would see, if you shared the clip, underneath it would say, by the way, this is a satire clip, or it was like a little note from X. At the same time, Elon Musk himself shared the clip with 2 laughing emojis, right? So you have this strange push-pull between efforts being made by some parties and then efforts being made by others to the contrary. And so how do you get everybody on the same page to agree with how to meet these challenges and deal with them when we don't any longer really have the same idea of the possibility of a shared truth, or at least shared facts? Because I think we can understand that truth can be subjective. Truth has many interpretations. Facts are just facts. Did it happen? Did it not happen? Is this a cell phone? Yes, it is. So I really hope that, governments and tech companies, and I know they are already undertaking this, because it is going to be amplified exponentially with the rise of AI. You are going to see deep fakes proliferating every sort of space online. How are we going to create guardrails to protect, forget me, but protect consumers of information, so that they have a sense that, okay, maybe I'm getting it from this outlet and this outlet is a little bit biased in this way or that way, but at least I know it's real. It happened. This is a person. This is what actually took place. And I'll be honest with you, it's a good question you ask. And in this moment, I am genuinely fearful that we do not yet have the tools to appropriately meet this moment and meet the challenges of this moment.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank our esteemed panelists for being with us today and opening new avenues for research. I believe that as Clarissa said, it's not only, tech companies' job, it is researchers or philosophers or academia it's a serious job to research and to find not solution but ways of dealing with this toxicity in narratives and especially in war narratives. Thank you all for being with us and thank you for the questions. I would like to invite Alina Inaech to close the event and to thank Aspen Institute and German Marshall Fund.
First of all, can we give a hand to this wonderful panel? Thank you, everybody, online and in person. Thank you, Dana, for the moderation. Actually, we enjoyed the panel so much that we decided that we are going to extend the forum with one more day. I'm kidding. No, we are actually closing it. But as we are going through this very, very intense 2 days, as we are trying to understand and to see all the issues that we managed to put together, we realized there are at least another dozen of issues that we should have put on the agenda, but maybe we'll try to do a better job of having even more issues on the agenda next year. With this, I want to encourage you all to please look up and read the papers which are up on the website. Everything was live streamed and it's going to be, all of the sessions are going to be put up on the YouTube so you can follow them there if there's something that you didn't understand or you'd like to see it again. And with this, please also join me in thanking the wonderful teams of Aspen-GMF, and the technical team which helped us through these 2 days. And thank you all for being with us for more than 48 hours, and see you again next year to our various events of both GMF and Aspen. Thank you.
Thank you.